If you meet Buddha, kill him. That is your wisdom to start off today. However, what do you do if Buddha follows you on Twitch? I've heard the saying, if you meet Buddha, kill him. However, no one has advised me for what if Buddha becomes a fan of yours. Pouring one out for Maddie, yeah. Yeah, can we get some shots fired to hopefully like hit Buddha? I don't know. I don't know if Buddha the Divine is capable of receiving high velocity bans. However, this community is absolutely the first one I would imagine would try. But hello everyone, welcome on in. Hey Olympus, thank you for the follow, and also Coid, thank you for the subscription. Yeah, so I had a late stream start. My apologies for that. You could ascribe that to the fact that I had a very slow start to my day. I was kind of struggling to follow my schedule and like get a jump start. However, as you can see by that screenshot I just sent, as you can see by this, Buddha followed me 8 hours ago, meaning my psyche was responding to the fact that I knew the divine or an imposter of the divine was following me. Ergo, I, in response to this affront to the divine, had an innate aversion to coming over to stream. There is a I don't even know what it's called. There's a dryer sheet that was in my shirt as I said that. I don't know if that's divine hubris or what, because I was wearing this shirt last night before I went to bed and I didn't notice it. So maybe this is the actual Buddha. Maybe this is actually like Buddha the divine and I am being the heretic by rejecting them. Maybe I'm in the wrong, or maybe instead of reporting Buddha, we should follow Buddha. What if we mass follow Buddha the divine? I must kill myself to prove that Buddha exists. Nope. My B-girling attracted the attention of preternatural and or supernatural forces. I've been trying to get back into B-girling recently. And by trying, I mean when I do my nightly run, because for those of you who don't know, also hello Wumpus and Celador and Coid and Artie and all of the lurkers. When you say an old kung fu film, was it Kung Fury? Oh my gosh. Because like my first thought when I think silly kung fu, I think Kung Fury. The one that had the awful American dub that just kind of did whatever it wanted. And it was really funny at the time. I'm in training to be the final girl. I don't think I would be final girl. I'm too queer for that. Right? Because there is a sliding scale of if you are... Well, actually, no, I'm straight edge. I'm not fun enough to partake in illicit substances. I'm not... let's say... let's use the very positive term liberated enough to engage in casual hanky-panky. If a new opportunity presents itself, I will generally take it. However, I do prioritize my own schedule and my own passions and interests, which means I will oftentimes spend time by myself. But if I'm in a dangerous situation, I do think we should all stick together. So maybe I do have final girl material. Like, maybe the fact that I'm queer is just like a subversion to throw off the scent, so to speak. Queer is horror? No, that sounds wrong. I didn't say queer is horror. I said there is a sliding scale of most and least likely to die, there is a reason to die in horror. There is a reason that if you are a minority, you're going to probably die in a horror movie. Whether you're queer, or whether you're black, or whether you're an alternate religion to what is the main religion in the area. And this is not just the US. This is actually pretty common across different countries and cultures, where whoever is the other within that culture group that produced the horror film is the first one to go. Because they want to include that group to demonstrate that they are not excluding them, but oftentimes either preconceived biases or the culture / traditions of the medium or genre, or just simply not wanting to deal with having a minority group in a film not about that, regardless of the fact that that is a silly thing to do. They remove that group. The most likely to survive are the ones who embody the virtues of the culture. That is why American final girls will almost always be like virginal. They'll be straight edge. They will be like church girls who listen. Like, they might have difficulties and struggles, but they're fundamentally going to be good people who do good things for good reasons, and whom are not tempted by things that society says they should not be tempted by. Like, if you think about it, horror really is just kind of a microcosm of, here's the people we don't like as much. Here's the people we do like. These people are more likely to suffer bad consequences than the people we do like. And we've just kind of accepted that. Oftentimes, the other is the horrific entity. The other is manifested primarily in the monster, the serial killer, the alien, the whatever, the zombie, the fear of consumerism, the Red Scare, whatever this monster is. However, of those found acceptable, the least acceptable are the first to go. And horror is a genre which a lot of people talk about it in like the punk scene or the queer scene or like the alt scene or any really like non-mainstream scene as a means of reclamation and a place of acceptance for those others. Because horror does predominantly feature characters who are othered in a society without. Horror features characters who are othered in society to a higher frequency. It has a higher quantity of these characters, even if they die early. Even if they're not given the same depth, generally speaking, as the more idolized and aspirational, so to speak, characters. Monsters sexy counter-argument? Well, there goes my whole argument. Slashers changed everything. Yes, slashing, the hash-slinging slasher as a genre was... And honestly, like Scream in particular, which was a deconstruction of the pre-existing slasher genre, had this kind of big shift in horror as a means of, like honestly, pulp, I would say, because a lot of slashers are very pulpy. They're very camp. They promote specific societal ideals. With Aerodachi, if you don't believe it, just Google slash fiction. Ah, yes. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is interesting, and I think this is where it's most present. Leatherface represents what suburban America prejudice described rural Southern white people as. Yeah, exactly. But then also, context, I have not seen Chainsaw Massacre. However, the other, the bad guy, the scary guy is like Bubba, right? I think his name is Bubba. The chainsaw. Of the characters who perish, in what order do they perish? Because my assumption, based off the conventions of the genre, is that there is probably a athletic young black teen. There is a couple who are both very so there's a like I'll say a token, because oftentimes they are token. There's a popular pair who engage in illicit substances and activities, and they like push boundaries. There is a quote unquote like final girl. And like there are more horror slasher archetypes than I care to list here. There's also like the stoner. There's also the good guy, who generally is second to the final girl, because his main thing is that he is as pure as the final girl in action and history, but not in thought. He generally wants to engage in this temptation that he is being like encouraged to do, but resists. Whereas the final girl, broadly speaking, will just kind of not be interested in any serious regard, right? And I don't know, it's just interesting to me from a storytelling perspective. Also, I saw Neko was in chat. Did he run away? No, he's still here. Because I didn't acknowledge him. I didn't know if he needed attention. Also, hello, Neko and Flippiness and Stunov. The purpose of discipline is to live more fully, not less. Let tears come when your heart tells you of its sadness. Let joy come unasked, unplanned. Did the cat die in Aliens? That's true. I mean, listen, when they say cats have 9 lives, lots of people think, oh, they're just really good at surviving. Like, obviously, once you're an adult, you realize it's not that they literally like respawn. It's not the cats literally respawn. However, the implication is that they're very good at not dying. This actually is not true. The reason it's called Cats Have 9 Lives is because Neko actually has 9 different families. Yeah. Unfortunately, Neko is one of those multi-family mans, and as a cat boy, he has 9 of them. So if you're married to or related to Neko, and he spends a lot of time on work trips, and sometimes during holiday, he's so busy he can't come, there's your answer. I'm so sorry to tell you. Rory? I wouldn't imagine that he's in the top 4. I'm sorry. You deny this? Leatherface is described as intellectually stunted, inbred, disorganized, dirty, and brutish. This is all antithetical to the American dream. Yeah. Listen, I didn't want to be the one to spill it, right? I didn't want to be the one to reveal your secrets. Want to know why? Because I'm not a narc. However, the secret's already out there. The truth has already been revealed. I'm just boosting the message of others who are more disadvantaged than you are, Neko. And if you want to know who that is, simply look to the Canadian Midwest. Okay, you were going to leave something in my DMs anyway. Also, thank you for the follow, Moonshine. 9 families in this economy, good luck. I mean, true. Okay. Neko, I'm not going to put that on stream because I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for it. However, I can describe it. So, for those of you who are wondering what, in response to me accusing Neko of having 9 families, he thought he would deal psychic damage to me. He thought, in response to me doing that, he would just inform me of something that would hurt me. Actually, I just found it funny. because it was a meme. It was a meme of a man who's like tied to the stake, right? And like the fire's raging and he's just like, you can kill the man, but you cannot kill the idea. And then it shows the second panel is his idea is a how do I even draw this? A kangaroo with its pouch filled with soup and a shirt that says Soup Mama, and it's the guy like kneeling in front of it and drinking with a straw out of the soup, and all of the people can see this thought bubble and are shooting at it with guns. Psychic damage is a fun damage to deal indeed. Listen, I would argue psychic damage is my second most common damage type. Yeah, I would actually say it's my third most. Because I feel like my first most is steel. Given by the fact that I do utilize firearms. Like, that is kind of in my branding. I am a mob boss. I did kind of stumble into an organization of like little shadow creatures who all call me their boss, and I'm just like, I guess. However, I would say that my second most common damage type is fire, the way I be roasting people. If you were watching the last Armored Core stream, you know. Listen. You can't self-proclaim yourself as a clown and then accuse me of being a clown lover. I was talking about the clown class in a video game. You are unable... Oh, well, listen, Neko, you have no power here. I'm so sorry to tell you this. I don't remember if the original TCM Final Girl is more virtuous. What I remember is that the disabled guy gets killed and they're all kind of hippie. Counterpoint. Oh yeah, well, my counterpoint is...
Anti-alien alarm! No alien! No,
of course, as we all know, Catboys are not human.
No!
Meaning that they are alien because they are not natural. Ergo, my anti-alien alarm will deflect you. Pog! Sorry. Calling oneself a clown and then accusing someone of being addicted to clothing, now that's just audacious. Why do you have so many clips of me? You're like obsessed with me or something. Man, it seems as though Neko is beyond all reason in his interactions with me, which, funny enough, is the game that he has been playing on stream recently, and I hope he's been having a good time because I've been lurking, but I haven't been paying too much attention, which I've been bantering with him enough. If you don't know Neko, check him out and follow him. He makes a lot of primarily like sci-fi content. He's very big in Nebula's Fleet Command, and Beyond All Reason, like I just mentioned, is another game he's been playing. Well, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you, Flippiness. Chat is Neko down horrendous. You've gotten better at losing, yay! Wait, no, so Lore Smock, you can't just type soup, but you can do a single channel point redeem. For a single word written, you are able to soup yourself. Which is quite yummers, I must say. Which, I have a confession. Yummers. I'm very upfront about this. I have not lied about this. I have not hidden this whatsoever. I have not watched The Boys. So on a whim, because someone asked for a food channel on the Discord, I just named it Yummers. And then we had a whole like cult of Yummers formed. And then it just kind of grew. And now it's a part of the community lexicon to just call stuff Yummers. This is from a show I haven't watched. I don't even know the context. It is easy to obsess over arrow. No, it's not. Oh my gosh. Okay. So. Let me put this away so you don't think I'm like crazy or anything. Who here saw my video on Noble Two Mouths? Honestly, this was such a fun little video to make. It was a shower thought that I had where I was just like, hey, what if I just make a bit of lore for my world, upload it, see what people think? People seem to really respond positively to it. So obviously the comments, because this is exactly the sort of video that would get a bunch of comments, is people saying, well, what are the limitations of this? What would I wish for? What would I most give up? It's the sort of deal where, and this is actually a fun little piece of advice for anyone who is either looking to get into or is currently making like video content. If you want engagement, I have found success not in asking for it. Oh my gosh, not in asking for it, but in prompting it. Make content that if you saw it, you, with under 5 seconds of thinking, could come up with a reasonable comment. For instance, Noble Two Mouths is a fiend or potentially a fae, some sort of minor deity in my world, where it will approach individuals who have a great deal of ambition and offer them a deal. It will say, hey, I will get you whatever it is you want, but you have to give me all of your teeth or your tongue or your lips. So naturally, your first thought hearing that, or maybe not your first thought, but a lot of people's first thoughts hearing that is, well, what would I want and which of these three would I be most comfortable losing? Suddenly, everyone's commenting, well, I would just wish for money and give up my teeth, and then I'd get dentures, and now I have money. And I got that same style of comment, that same idea like 5+ times. So if you're looking to boost engagement on your videos, don't ask people, hey, what do you think in the comments? Let me know down below. Instead, provide them specific, actionable items that they can respond to, question, interrogate, engage with, and let them do that naturally, because that's where I found the most success in getting engagement. Point is, I bring all of that up. I had someone who in the comments, should I find it? I'm going to find what the comment was. My apologies. Give me like 30 seconds. Yeah, so I look through as many comments as I can. I try to respond to as many as I can. And someone just like, now that's a worthy deity to worship. And like, if someone engages with my content, I am honored, I am grateful, I am thankful. So I try to respond to them because I understand I am just one content creator in a sea of tens of thousands you probably encounter every day. And I'm counting those that you see like an impression for a thumbnail that you ignore. You probably see tens of thousands of different content creators daily across the different platforms over the course of your day of scrolling. So I'm just like, hey, gives exactly what it says it will. Do you want to know what this person says? They say, I want it to give me you. There was like 3 to like 6 people. There was like more than 1 or 2 people who were saying like, yeah, I'd use Noble Two Mouths to like have me get with you. And I'm just like, what is wrong with you? Wait, why do I have my gun out? I put my gun away. It's so silly to me how many people are just like, I assume jokingly down bad. How many people are just willing to just be absolutely just like, yo. That's the type of parasocial relationship we foster. Yeah, true. Because as we know, I famously encourage parasociality. My stuff is all GFE, girlfriend experience content. I regularly hop in call with random viewers on my server, and we talk about all of the things that, like, I would do at a meetup, like play D&D with people. I don't know. What do I don't know what parasocial streamers do. Like, obviously, I have a conception. I know that it's a lot of like ASMR, it's a lot of role play, it's a lot of, depending on what flavor of parasocial streaming they do, it might be like NSFW stuff. Like, I'm not in this world, so I don't know how to make fun of it. Arrow friend experience, true. You'd make a deal for Armored Core 6 or Armored Core 7. Well, yeah, Yuzu, but you would beat a child to death in Armored Core 6 for Armored Core 7. I resent those mortal confines. Either free me from this translucent confines. Maybe Noble Two Mountains is a Fey Devil hybrid because the people approached are more likely targets of devils, but the cheeky deal is more Fey-like. And that's the thing. I used to not really like the Fae. I used to think they were kind of boring. Because my conception of a Fae was like a fairy. And then maybe like a changeling. Like tricksters, if anything. But once I said Fae are just devils, but more Fae are basically like chaotic devils, which sounds like a demon. That sounds dumb and like I'm misunderstanding the mythos. But like, hear me out. A devil is going to hold you to a contract that is explicitly unfair to you, potentially with like small print or whatever, and is going to abuse loopholes to make you breach it and force your hand. Or they're just going to set something up that will make you act evil so that your soul is theirs anyway, right? A Fae, meanwhile, is going to just use whimsy to do exactly all of this. Except without evil, it is going to be chaos. Instead of like a contract, it's going to be a deal. A Fae should have the same air of mystery and quiet intimidation as a devil deal. But instead of signing the dotted line with blood, you're giving them your name. Because, as you know, never give a Fae your name, because then you will no longer have a name. Similarly, don't give a Fae your pronouns, because they will take your pronouns. It's the idea of Fae operate under devil logic without the kind of safety net of a contract, which is why I liken them to chaotic devils. Demons, meanwhile, is, hey, you want revenge on the person who killed your family, give me your soul and I'll give you the power to like make their blood boil. And then you're like, Pog, okay, I know what I'm getting into here. Or they might say like, hey, that person over there, they're a jerk. Kill him. Basically, I liken, for Disco Elysium reference, like Half-Light would be a devil. Or sorry, a demon. Right? Also, hey, Psycho Card. Fae are scary lures. So fun fact, I played a character one time who is a wild magic sorcerer who was a lawyer in a caravan. I talked about this like last stream. We all had jobs because we were all members of a caravan, and my job was lawyer. I was a legal consultant. We would go from town to town and like do our crafts and jobs at whatever town we were in, and then we'd move on to the next place. So I was a lawyer both for clients as well as the caravan. Also, the reason I had wild magic, which I hated because I was so law-oriented and it was wild magic, is because I was the lawyer of a fae court or like of a fae house, and their younger members were the equivalent of like fae frat bros. So they were constantly getting into trouble and like trespassing and breaching code of conduct, which is extremely important in the fae courts. So I was constantly I was swarmed with work at all times, because if I wasn't dealing with fae court nonsense, which I always was, then I had to solve something in the caravan, or I had to make money by working with clients. This character did not last that long because the campaign did not last that long, but it was a very fun setup, and instantly I had some very fun dynamics with, like two of my best friends. But one of them was playing a grung, who I don't even remember what he did, but I know that because grung are basically like poison dart frogs, he didn't know he was toxic. So he would shake people's hands and then they would fall on the floor spasming, and he would be like, oh, they got so excited they started breakdancing, because of course he was like Scottish. So he went up to the mayor of a town one time and shook his hand, and then the mayor slammed on the floor and started like writhing in a like toxin riddled state. And then Abujak the Grung was just like, oh, he got so excited he started breakdancing, everyone start dancing, and then he just starts dancing next to this like writhing like soon to be corpse of the mayor. And then the other one was from my friend who played, I believe she was a dragonborn paladin who was the chef, and she was like a real Southern belle, but also was like the muscle of the caravan. And for whatever, I don't know why she decided to do this. She was super flirty with my character, and my character was not having it, because my character had like zero time for romance, and I, as a person, was not interested in pursuing like PC like flirty or whatever at the time. However, the entire party shipped it. And when I say entire party, I mean like 10 people. We had like 10 people who, if there was a scene between Delphine or Delphina, maybe? I think it was Delphina, and my character named Call. I believe it was Call and Delphina. Literally, the entire table of like 10 people, including the GM, would shut up and like say, okay, have your time. Because they were that excited to see the grumpy sunshine unfold. And the best part is, the one story I remember thinking of whenever I think of this character is, I don't remember what the context was. Abujak the Grung the Grung was constantly badgering Call, my character. Abujak the Grung would always try to enter my office, would always try to like play with my things, because basically Abujak was like 5, or like he was like a child effectively. So he's constantly running around trying to like get up to mischief. And every time I left my room, I would lock my door, so Abujak would be unable to enter. one time there was an emergency. So I rush out of my room to go deal with it. And it's like a fight or something. It's like something really important that like we need all hands on deck for. And then we deal with it. And then Applejack's player just says, you hear plip, plop, plip, plop, plip, plop, plip, plop. Because that's how he like onomatopoeized like Applejack's little like flippers on the floor. And then I'm like, oh no. And then he's like, and I rush into Cole's room and I just start rummaging through everything. I want to see what there is. I want to see what I can play with. So then he completely, like a tornado, just destroyed my room, disrupted all of my records, threw around all of my cabinets and my legalese. My textbooks were ruined, all covered in grung toxin I was unable to deal with effectively. And want to know what probably happened? What probably happened is that this was like literally like 1 minute after it was a scene where everyone was like freaking out over like Colin Delphina talking, right? So it was I don't remember what the lead up to it was, but I remember just the absolute just like no of seeing who is still my best friend to this day just completely capitalize off of the slightest of detail just to ruin my day. You have a grung knight fighter named the Pog Knight. Say it with me now. Pog! Arrow doing the Darth Vader. No! That's what friends are for. You know it. In one of your worlds, the servants of the gods were divided among the upper, middle, and lower realms, and Fae were in the middle. Yeah, and that's the thing. I like in Fae. Like, I see Celestials, Fiends, and like Fae / spirits. Right? Although in my world, basically what I've done is I have taken Celestial and Fae, or sorry, Celestial and Fiend to be equivalent. And so angels are the lawful good counterpart to devils. Meanwhile, demons, they're chaotic good equivalent. I've basically kind of like slotted the Fae into that realm. I think the Fae are so beyond human or mortal morality that I think their conception of right and wrong is closer to like bacon bow tie morality, or like what is it, blue orange morality. Like, I think Fae are not inherently good or evil, so they would probably be more chaotic neutral by D&D terms, but I kind of treat them as like the antithesis to demons, right? But also, I play my demons more intelligently. Well, it depends. So, in my world, I have a difference. I have a difference between what I run D&D / TTRPGs for versus what I write about. Because as you don't know, or if you don't know, I'm a writer. Arrow writes. What'd you know? So in my writing, actually, my most recent like work in progress, which again is like in the final editing stages, but I have completely dropped it so I can focus on content creation. I have not had the time to continue with it. Revolves around demons. It revolves around demons. It revolves around, I'll say a couple of them. And I effectively made them I made them chaotic evil. I made them intelligent entities that are inherently malicious and individualistic. And that's basically what I did for the demons I involved. 621, Armored Core. Don't worry about it. In the technological future, are there cyber demons? So, a fun fact about my world that I have not had the chance to explore yet. I've mentioned this a couple times. My world, I have, broadly speaking, Why are you here, Rory? Rory, you're streaming. In my world, I have like the fantasy era. I have like so this is like medieval. I have like a 20th century retro futurism superhero setting. And then I have a near sci-fi it's a near sci-fi setting. It is like not quite cyberpunk, but it is definitely like 20 years before cyberpunk, right? It is today's technology in like 30 years. However, for the past 50 years, we've always had like neural uplinks and cyberpunk and all of that 30 years from now. Like for the past half century, cyberpunk has been like 30 years away, which is a very interesting niche to fall into. And in all of these, what I decided is that extraplanar entities lag behind the mortal world. Extraplanar entities like devils, demons, angels, they lag behind the technological level of the mortal world. So in the fantasy world where they come up most often, they have roughly the same technology, but broadly speaking, they're going to use like late Roman era technology, whereas everyone else is like 13th century. So basically, in my fantasy world, I have most of my technology level around like the 11th to 13th century. So like gunpowder has been invented but is not common. Plate mail is in circulation but only for the rich and wealthy, which that was what it was historically, but it's the idea of it's at the cusp of like 100 to 200 years pre-Renaissance, right? It's on the cusp right before Renaissance. In the superhero setting, this is like the zeitgeist of the entire 20th century. It's like the Red Scare of the 50s, post-Vietnam 70s, the Depression of the 30s, like all of the, like generally latter half of the 20th century, but it's kind of the combined zeitgeist of the entire latter half of the 20th century with retrofuturism. So there is like comm devices, but they're more like walkie-talkies than they are like phones. There are mag locks that can like lock together better than any like security device that would be analog, but they are like they're like diesel powered. So they're not like electrically, like robotically sealed. They're like running off a generator. So it's the idea of you have these really advanced technologies in comparison to what was actually possible in the 20th century, but limited by other factors that were common in the 20th century. And then the near sci-fi setting, it is basically today's technology plus like 20 years. Which not quite, because they also have AI. They not only have AI, which is fairly common and fairly part of life, they also have ALs. So in my world, artificial intelligence is your LLM, is your ChatGPT, is your video game that can, like, Nemesis system that can adapt to you. That is what an artificial intelligence is. An artificial life form this is your classic robot. So an AI is like the AI in my computer calls me stud muffin. That is your Airy. That is, or not, that's your ChatGPT. An artificial life form would be like Airy from Armored Core 6. That would be Cortana. That would be any of like the Star Wars droids would be considered artificial life forms, not artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is seen as a tool. Similarly, robot is a term utilized exclusively for machinery. So, for instance, in an assembly line, if you have a quote unquote like smart assembly bot that will take a pile of screws and plates and assemble them into a box, that is considered a robot because it has no self-direction. And something that you can do if you want to piss off an AL is call them a robot, because that's effectively calling them a slur. And then in terms of ALs, they have different levels of intelligence and autonomy, and different manufacturers focus on different things. I can go into that if you're interested. Yeah, Clanker with the hard R. But the reason I bring all of that up is because in the fantasy setting, technology is roughly equivalent. Like I said, they definitely have some older aesthetics. And angels in particular kind of rely more on Grecian. Like they are more reminiscent of like Hoptites and like Spartans or Athenians, like Greek city-state conflict and combat. They've kind of moved past that at this point, because while these are the three eras I focus on, I do actually have a like Greek city-state prehistory Bronze Age backdrop. That is the prehistory to this first era, but I don't really explore that. There's kind of like in the background. So the extraplanar entities are kind of just now moving out of that prehistory Bronze Age into the Iron Age, right? They're new in the Iron Age, which, if you remember, I mentioned the mortal world is currently in this era moving into the Renaissance. It's almost as if only once the mortal world advances to a new level of technology can the extraplaners catch up. Then over here, where it's like urban fantasy, where it's like retrofuturism, this is where they are just straight up like high medieval Renaissance. Like they have Renaissance era technology. They have black powder firearms fighting against like 1950s like Shermans. They use cavalry. They're very like conquistador coded. They have like pike and shot. Meanwhile, the mortals have like unironically like drones that they can use. And then in the sci-fi setting, they have like modern day like early 21st century military stuff. They have tanks and like M14s and AK-47s. They have planes and helicopters with Gatling guns in them, but they're up against like robots and early prototype rail rifles and like near sci-fi technology. So extraplanar entities are always behind technologically, which I thought was really interesting as just kind of a lore detail, but also helps to explore why didn't devils just invade the mortal realm years ago? Yeah, they have like a pact with the angels in like lore canon, and they have something similar in my world, but why would they ever make that pact? Why not just go over and like, okay, angels, you can have half the world. angels, devils, and we'll work together to kill demons. And once we kill the demons, then we can finally kill each other. But that's going to take literally all of eternity. So until then, half the world is devilish, half the world is angelic. Like, that would just make more sense than we're going to have an armistice, but it's going to be a cold war where we constantly vie for the attention of the mortals. Like, no. I want it to be like, no, literally, like, if you have a group of devils and they all like are using like World War II era technology and tactics, they're going to be curb stomped by a smaller fighting force that has drones, that have ALs, that have more advanced weaponry. Devil's offering someone half the world sounds like a scheme they've tried before. Pike and shot angles versus M1 Abrams. Exactly. Angel Greeks raiding the mortal realm because they got a new shipment of Athenian femboys and need oil. No. Robot means slave. Yeah, because the term robot unironically like originates from the term, I don't know if it was for slave, but it's like at the very least servant. The term robot was meant to be like a mechanical servant, a mechanical slave, a being to do menial labor that you can just command and it will obey. The NSFW cyberware would be wiling. Oh my gosh. What would you replace with cyberpunk implants? You're getting the Gemini full body replacement. So if I was to do like cyber implants, I would either not do it or I would kind of go all the way. It's one of the two. And that's just, I know my personality. Like the reason I don't have tattoos is the same principle. I know that once I start getting tattoos, I will just want more. So I don't have tattoos because as much as I love tattoos, as cool as I think tattoos are, and as much as there are certain things in my life I do value enough that I would want to tattoo them on my body to demonstrate how important that is to me and or just look appealing, I'm good. I'm good. So I am someone who I would probably not do much in terms of cyberware updates. However, if I grew up in a civilization where that was normalized, I can't say the same. I can't say I wouldn't do that in a setting and world where it's completely normalized to, where no one would look twice at someone whose entire body is chrome. Now, I can say that with a little bit of authority because, for instance, drinking is something where I don't do it. I can legally. I can, if I so chose. I choose not to, despite the fact that it is normalized. But with cyberware implants, that's just like, I have an odd sense of like me wanting to be me. I want to remain myself, even if myself is ugly or I struggle to connect with it, or there are deficiencies that could be replaced and optimized. That is me. And I want to optimize them. I want to connect with them. I want to see the beauty in what I otherwise could not before. And that's just important to me as a person. Can you get a wetware swap into a biotech body? I can get more tats in your stead. Well, you have to show me them then, Leans. So you say you'd rather die divergent than live a tip, which I assume is for typical. But I'm not going to lie, like, I don't say this to offend or upset anyone. However, if you live your life trying to be different, you are not fooling anyone. The only people who spend their entire life trying to differentiate themselves are those who are insecure in themselves. If you are self-assured, if you trust yourself, if you love yourself, if you believe that your happiness comes from you, it doesn't matter if you're different from everyone else or you're the same from everyone else, because they're not the source of your happiness. They aren't what matter to you. It's not a matter of complacency in a system. It's a matter of, why are you doing the things you're doing, and what can you do to benefit yourself? And I think that a lot of people focus so much on, oh, I have to be unique. Or a lot of other people focus on, I have to fit in. Neither of these matter. What matters is that you're happy with yourself. And if you find the typicalities of the people you surround yourself with are not what make you happy, then don't do them. But don't be different for the sake of being different. Don't push against the grain just to say that you could. Be yourself. And if yourself is not a part of the grain, then push back. But don't do it out of some sort of obligation. It's the same deal of two people are walking through an alley. And one says, "What's punk?" And the first one says, "What's punk?" So the second one kicks a trash can and says, "That's punk." So the second one kicks a trash can as well and says, "That's punk." And then that first one who kicked the first trash can says, "No, that's being a poser." It's about authenticity. You think your last one is on Twitter in early June? What's punk, bro? Close your eyes, bro. What do you see, bro? Nothing, bro. That's my punk without you, bro. You just couldn't live in a world where you're slightly less whimsical to myself? No, that's the thing. I quite value whimsy. I've gotten to a point where I do most things in my life for my own amusement. Whether that is directly because it's silly or indirectly because I know it's like financially viable and the financial viability will propagate my ability to be silly in the future. Just, I know a lot of people, particularly young people, who hyper focus on fitting in. And then once they realize they don't want to fit in, they hyper focus on pushing back and differentiating themselves. And the only difference between these two is that in this one, you'll make a lot more friends who don't value you because they don't know the real you. And in this one, you will make a lot more enemies who hate you, again, not for the real you. Neither is good. You want harmony. You want to be at peace with yourself. And again, if peace with yourself falls inside of or outside of the boundaries of what mainstream society says is acceptable, that will indicate how you interface with mainstream society. But you shouldn't do anything out of obligation. You should do things because they have a reason, because you care about them. You want to all change. You want brain grafts to repair damage and improve it. I want a new superhuman body that will last longer. Hello, Thea. When you reach the point that you don't care about what others, you're almost in nirvana. Well, again, Buddha the Divine did follow me. So maybe that's a sign that I have achieved nirvana. All right, with that, I think Armored Core. Methinks Armored Core. Methinks Armored Core now. Okay, let me open it up. We have an ad break right now. Let us change the category. Okay, and let's see if the game is going to auto capture. Yes, it should. You had 8 ads. I'm sorry, Wumpus. All right. So, with Armored Core, how many of you have no idea what's going on Armored Core? Oh gosh. I forgot this is our build. We're so chunky. Oh my gosh, the girly pop. Okay, I'm gonna test our AC in 15 seconds. Well, welcome back from the ad, everyone. So for those of you who don't know, every hour, not on the hour because I started late today, but every hour there's going to be a couple minutes of ads, and that is because in order to prevent pre-rolls when new people join, I have to run a certain amount of ads every minute or every hour. So my apologies, but it is unfortunate. Right, okay, so we are currently swapping over to Armored Core. We are in New Game Plus. This is our... Oh no, we didn't beat Chapter 3, but we're near the end of Chapter 3. We're like 3 missions away from the end of Chapter 3, so we're at like the halfway point of the game right now. I think we have 2 more runs to do because you play the game 3 times to get all the endings. I have played it once where I got Liberator of Rubicon. I am currently playing, I believe, the Fires of Raven route, and then I will be playing Aleo Lactex, I believe is the name of the final ending. So, honestly, I've had so much fun with this game, so I'm good to just hop right in, keep going. Reminder for everyone, please no spoilers for stuff that I have not seen. But if I miss anything, if there is a side mission, if there is extra content that I have not seen, feel free to let me know. If I ask for help, feel free to backseat, but otherwise, I'm just going to continue the game. I feel like one the streamer whiteboard once said something about ads. Yeah, so the thing with ads is that every hour, I need to run at least 3 minutes of ads in order to prevent pre-rolls. Pre-rolls is what happens when you start a stream or you click on a stream and you instantly get hit with ads every time. So what I do is I run 3 minutes of ads just all at once every hour to prevent that for the next hour. But obviously you have to sit through like 8 ads. So whenever I do that, I pause, I drink some water, I go grab a snack, I go to the bathroom, whatever. I encourage you to do the same. You're not missing anything. So don't worry about it.
I'll cut to the chase. This is about the ice. Objection! That Institute relic you had a run-in with. The corpse might stand a chance.
Yes,
We're just
the ice worm.
up against. But that monster is a whole other story.
See,
You can't just throw bodies at it.
Carla, you're not throwing enough
The thing
bodies.
that makes it such a pain in the ass.
Have
is
you
its
seen World
perpetual
War II?
reactive shield. Coral tech. Takes advantage of the coral's directivity. Ordinary weapons can't touch it.
See,
So let's get extraordinary. I can make you something that'll punch a hole in that shield.
rail
But I don't
cannon.
need your help.
When it comes to like coral,
You'll be heading to grid
it's a
012,
fuel
one of the
and
first
it's a
sectors they
drug
built.
and
It's
it's
barely holding up.
also
That's
shielding.
where a little rat who betrayed RAD is hiding out.
It's so odd to me. Is this the AI?
Goes by the name of
Oh no,
Honest
so
Fruit.
it really is just spice.
His AC
So this is
built
not
this,
the
so its own flaws and
AI that
it's
calls me
piloted by him.
Studmuffin. This is a contact I have
When he ran from
who is
RAD,
basically
he
the
didn't just
leader
take credits and
of
tech.
a
also
side
does
faction,
the
a
project
group of
design.
like gangsters who also
That
make
secret
experimental
project is what we'll
technology.
need to
This
bust open the
mission,
ice worm shield.
we are going off to kill one of her rivals, someone who betrayed her, so that she can get the proper technology to develop a rail cannon so we can deal with a
You
really
ready for this,
bad
Taurus?
piece of tech that we can't deal with.
No one's gonna miss Brute.
Yes, the contact who's the leader of the criminals that call me Studmuffin. It sounds like literal spice. It is. Like, we are literally getting a rail cannon so that we can deal with a giant mechanical worm a la Dune.
Main system activating combat mode.
Yes, the
All right, tourists. I'll tell you where to go.
the AI that calls me Stud Muffin
Welcome, tourist.
is not presently in my brain.
The right to enjoy the company of a visitor from so far away.
Brute. We're here to take back what you stole from us.
Yeah, so again, I've already played this game.
You're a friend of Carla.
I am doing New Game Plus, so I'm not super concerned with like seeing all the sights.
Here's to new beginnings. By all means, be my guest.
Make sure you keep clear of the laser sensors. They're set
Like,
to
with all due
activate
respect,
machines.
I already spent my time just destroying literally as many of these as I could,
Just for me.
so I'm just gonna avoid them.
What joy. Be still my beating heart.
Ow. Ow. That was a mistake. We poggin. You becoming soup when they take away the AI. No. So the AI that calls me Stud Muffin is in my brain, just not talking to me right now. Don't worry about it.
Fidgeting anxiously before the big dance. I do hope I'll keep up, but the anticipation is
Oh,
part
oh
of
no.
the fun. 2 repair kits remaining.
Don't worry about it. I am simply, see, this is the AI. Harry is the AI in my brain.
Well, don't be
Honestly,
shy.
we do kind of love Harry.
Smash 'em up. It'll help me with my R&D.
Ow. I'm getting juggled. Which, I will say, so, how many of you have
There's
Squishmallows?
a way in. Brute can't be far.
So, I don't, well, so strictly speaking, I do have a Squishmallow. A friend gave me a Squishmallow before. I don't really, like, use it or cuddle it or whatever. I just kind of have it in my room. My roommate, however, has a Squishmallow. And something I quite enjoy doing is like throwing around and or punching the Squishmallow because it's so squishy. So what I found is if I time it right, I can do a fighting game combo where I can juggle their Squishmallow by punching it repeatedly, which I found very funny.
I've done my best.
Jump down there and we've got him cornered. Don't forget, the guy's a rat. This won't be smooth.
No, like literally, like I found out that if I time it right, I can like uppercut and then punch, and then the air time it has will give me time to like wind back my fist again so I can punch it again. Like, it was literally a fighting game combo that I did on my opponent, my roommate's Squishmallow, and my roommate was not amused. My roommate took great offense.
Oh, Carla, you've introduced me to such wonderful people.
My roommate regularly expresses their displeasure in how I like assault their freaking Squishmallow because they take great offense to him being beaten, so to speak. Which, to be fair, I did put him in a hydraulic press one time. Like, not intentionally. It was an accident. However, I did do it. Alright, I went shield. I forgot I took off the pulse.
I weep too.
Don't encourage him.
No repair kits remaining.
Oh no.
AP.
No.
50 AP.
Honest
at 30%.
Honest brute, please. Okay. Oh, so it's not just the pile bunker, it's just that melee in this game sucks. Understood.
Quick, slow. Slow. Quick, slow. Let's
Okay, wait.
fantastic.
Brute. I kind of like that beat you got going. Slow. Quick, slow. Arrows violent? I'm okay, I am kind of violent. However, not against people. If I ever get a thrown Squishmallows... No. I do not require Squishmallows for throne. However, much in the same way... Basically, Squishmallows... I imagine arrow kissers, which, for those of you who don't know, the self-title
Don't forget,
of
the guy's a rat.
my community
This won't be smooth
are the
sailing.
arrow kissers. Your little, like, balls of shadow that have guns. I imagine arrow kissers are much like squishmallows in how like you are sized and how easy you are to like commit violence on. I like to imagine that I could just like juggle you by punching. I think it would be funny. But yes, Armored Core 6 is a game by FromSoft, which is the same studio that made Dark Souls. And honestly, I was not expecting to like it as much as I did. People literally like paid me. Like viewers were like, hey, if I pay for this game, will you play it? And I'm like, sure. And then they did, and then I have had a great time with it thus far. So, I will say, it did take me a bit of getting used to. It did take me kind of getting into like the Armored Core mindset. Because my first thought when I saw this game was, oh, I just want to make a build that just has a bunch of like bazookas. And then I ended up not having a lot of fun because I didn't understand how the lock-on mechanic worked. I ended up struggling with a bunch of like fairly easy bosses explicitly because I was not engaging with them with weapons that were meant to face them. And I thought it would be silly to just kind of like not swap. And it was silly, but it also was not very good at the game. Oh. I wish I knew how to draw cartoon violence. Needed image of Chibi Arrow punching some arrow kissers. Maybe we are squishmallows. I mean, I imagine all of you are very squishy. I imagine I can pick you up. I imagine that I can squish you. I imagine I can throw you around, and like, if you get shot, you kind of like comedically get like a giant dent in you from the bullet, but then it just kind of like bounces out like a trampoline. Like, I imagine that y'all have cartoon logic. My assumption is that arrow kissers, which, let me just real quick. Oh, let me do the post-mission debrief first. I want to show y'all the arrow kisser in case you haven't seen them, because I think it is like, you got to see it to know it. Cardboard Baylor is what you're imagining. I do have cute aggression. I commit incredible violence on cute things.
Thanks for putting down brute.
But only when they're inanimate.
The chief's already in the workshop tweaking the rail cannon.
Thank you, Chatty.
And I've never seen her happier to be at work. That is all. Later, tourist.
Thank you, Chatty. So, you love yourself some cartoon logic. Well, I did just rewatch the Kaiba versus Pegasus duel. Both of them actually from the Pyramid of Light as well as the anime. So maybe. So if I open up, where is it? It would be here. No, here. So here's an example of some arrow kissers. Literally just like little creatures that have guns. You can draw them however you want. The main thing is you just need it to be like a little squiggle of shadow, a little squiggle of darkness, plus a gun. However, we've had various interpretations of this from different individuals, like this. So like, as you can see, they're like just little scraggly dudes in the background, which is very funny. But I imagine they have the same consistency as a squishmallow. I imagine arrow kissers, all of you are just so like cartoon logic. It would just amuse me greatly. Also, I just need to point out how I did recently get this piece. It's just me with the most annoyed expression in chibi form. And I just love it. This is how I feel whenever someone says they want to give me head pats. This is how I feel whenever someone says that like they find me attractive or whatever. I just cross my arms and I frown. Sullen eyes and thighs. Yeah, and I can only see things that are still and things that are moving. Annoyed Chibi Arrow, so cute. Well, and yeah, that's why Honey over at the VHive, which is a stream team I'm a part of, made this because she was running through making art of everyone in the stream team. And then she was like, I wanted to make some chibis, so you get a chibi. And then I'm like, thank you. It's so cute. So now of my chibi art, I have 2 pieces of chibi art now, both from the VHive and of completely different vibes. This is like little gremlin. The other one is like not gremlin. Back to Armored Core. Is that a nose or pursed lips? I thought that was a nose. I'm not gonna lie. It might be pursed lips. I assumed it was a nose. Yapping and grumpy. No, literally. So those two, one of them was like the chibi gremlin. Let me go have this mission debrief go first.
The objective is to defend the Gallia Dam complex in the Bellius region. Arquebus has been stepping up pressure on the Rubiconians while fighting the PCA. They must be laying the groundwork to take effective control over the entire planet. They've dispatched 2 high-ranking independent mercenaries to raid the dam. You'll need to be ready to take on both ACs at once, Astra Crown and Umberox.
Oh wait, I know these.
As you know, we have few cards to play.
Wait, this is a new game plus mission.
Count on you.
The 2 arrow moods, yapping and grumpy. No, literally, those are my 2 moods. My 2 moods are chaotic, gremlin, yapping, high energy, and annoyed, don't talk to me. But like, in a hot way. The 2 chibis is my version of the angel and the devil, except it's just gremlin and the annoyed. Those are my 2 predominant emotions. Like, literally. Repeat what? Whenever I hear chibi, now I'm reminded of the guy that calls it chibis. Oh my gosh. So, question for anyone in chat who knows this game. You made it right in time. So, Guile, I know you know this game. This is a new game plus mission. I thought this was the case. King and Chartreuse are from the arena. They're like A rank. One of them is S rank. Yeah. The branch. Because it's the number 1 and number 2 of the branch. Second oldest. So these are like the 2 best independent mercs on the planet right now, aside from me. Arrow's cat. I'm not cat coded. My roommate. Okay. One more tangent. My roommate has said I am fox coded because I have a bed, and occasionally I will just like be standing here, and then I will just throw myself at the bed. Much in the same way of how, like, you know how like foxes, they will like have the ground and they're like digging in a spot and then they'll like pounce at that spot to try and like burrow. I just do that at my bed. So my roommate has started saying that, in snow. My roommate has just started saying I'm a fox because I do that on my bed. I will just like throw myself face first into my bed sometime. Arctic foxes, yeah. Which also, like, foxes are just dogs in cat hardware. Which, like, I could rock that. I could rock being dog software and cat hardware. I love dogs, in case you didn't know. Listen. I might be a fox. I'm not foxy, though. I'm not FNAF, unfortunately. Or probably fortunately. Someone throw cat ears. Okay, one time I did add cat ears to my model as like a joke for a silhouette, but don't worry about it. So luckily, I thought I recognized this mission. I didn't. I was thinking of a different mission where you fight PCA mechs. So I listened to the briefing. So it's just the RLF being like, hey, help us out. And I'm like, got you, bro. Fox ears should be added at some point then. Yeah, I know, Ari. This is the voice that calls me Stud Muffin, by the way. We love Ari. Don't worry. I beat them before with the power of freedom and liberty, but Now I can defeat them with the power of Girly Pop. I just realized, like, because I have Girly Pop, I need one of those, like, PNGs of, like, you know the nails?
Main system.
Does anyone here watch Blake Jennings, first of all? Like,
Let's get started.
my roommate loves Blake Jennings. He's the guy who makes, like, which characters can say the bad word for gay.
89.6% mission success
Oh, wow, only 89.6?
His reputation for finesse is such that he's advertised as the ideal mercenary.
Well, like,
Fox is piloted by Chartreuse, an aggressive bulldozer with unrivaled firepower.
hello?
Those who've seen her at work call her an unstoppable force. Intercept the 2 targets.
Hello? Are you... Oh, you're RLF. Oh, they're actively fighting. Oh, I'm defending... The RLF controls the dam. I'm helping them defend the dam. I was like, why are these not targeting? Understood, understood. Oh, hey, Dayton. Okay. Real quick, we are entering into a mission. I will give you a shout out.
Objective, King. I'll clip this one's wings.
Not alone. This is a branch mission. I'll support you.
See, we love a king who knows to support the ones that they're working alongside. Unironically, like that's actually so fog of them. But I will give you a shout out once we either die or hit a quick point in this mission. What were you up to, Dayton?
This is a great.
If you don't know, Dayton is another content creator who is in the same general like sphere as me,
Repair kits remaining
though we haven't had the chance to properly hop on call yet.
at 30%.
So I do want to know what it was you were up to.
Quit telling me what to do.
Oh, it's no issue? Yes, also, for those of you who don't know, in my community, we have a 1-point channel redeem called Purge the Week, which is we will ban you. Okay, so I just died.
False alarm for our friend. Chartreuse, we're leaving.
What about the mission?
We've achieved our objective. We're done here.
I was the mission. Pog. I love this game's dialogue, I must say. You're whipping up a half-assed last-minute Letho collab, then Goose Goose Duck. Nothing wrong with that. Let me give you your shout-out. Pog. Foxes are dogs with cat software. Exactly. Oh, I have a question for all of you. Do you consider yourself dog or cat coded? So let me go after this one because I just went after that one before. I like getting all the different dialogue, but I have come to the conclusion that I may be... Oh, hello, King.
Not a name I expected to see attached to a hostile AC.
Ah.
You know our priorities, Chartreuse. Let me deal with this.
Give me a break, King. That bossy attitude.
Sorry, I'm listening to the dialogue.
Together, Chartreuse.
See, we love a king that knows the worth of teamwork.
I haven't seen anything like this since.
AP at 50%.
My roommate has accused me of being fox coded.
You're strong,
Oh wow.
worthy of your name.
I just fully like annihilated
Your acid withdrawal.
King.
AC Aster Crown destroyed.
Oh, Pog, I destroyed it. Man, I'm not gonna say I'm continuing my history of just absolutely annihilating my second time on most encounters, but I am absolutely... Wait, there's a third one?
Do you read me, Raven?
This is the Raven mission. This is the Raven mission of New Game Plus.
Pilot to take on the 2 of them at once.
Wait. I'm sorry, Raiders. This is New Game Plus in Armored Core 6. If you don't want spoilers, feel free to leave. However, this is a mission which is not accessible in New Game. You can only get it in New Game Plus.
Augmented human.
So different members of my chat are like smirking at me, and they're giggling because I'm not expecting this. Oh gosh, I'm taking so much damage from Chartreuse.
King is toast, in case you were wondering. Careful you don't wind up like him.
AP at 50%.
Maybe the original owner of
So in this original, in new game, oh my gosh, in new game,
At 30%.
this is a mission where you fight against only the original Raven. We are call sign Raven in this
Borrowed
game.
wings.
You may be lurking, enjoy your
Don't
lurk
use
and your
over
eat.
yet, Raven.
We can't afford a lurk command though, so don't worry about it. But yes, in the original mission for this, in the new game mission, you only fight against this mercenary called Raven, who, when you arrived on the planet, you say, you steal the license, effectively, of a random mercenary, and the mercenary happens to be called Raven. And then in New Game, not in New Game Plus, you take a mission where you end up fighting someone whose name is also Raven, despite the fact you took the call sign from someone who was dead. Implying that there's more than one Raven, and that the Raven you stole from had friends.
You're just a Gen 4. You belong in a museum, not an AC.
Oh, shut up, Chartreuse.
2 repair kits remaining.
I was so ready to say my habit of just absolutely annihilating enemies on my second try was going to continue. And then literally, as I was thinking that, Raven came by, and I was like, oh no.
Quit telling me what to do.
Don't let them pin you down, Raven.
They're already wearing me down.
Repair kits remaining. AP at
I could really use a stud muffin right now, Ari. Ari, please.
I see.
Wait, it's time-based? I thought it was by eliminating one of them. Oh no.
Raven.
Oh no, I have to fight 3?
Invented human C4621. We're not here to take back the Raven name.
Okay, I got Chartreuse.
Chartreuse, withdraw! Abandon your AC!
AC overalls destroyed.
Oh my gosh.
And from here, Chartreuse.
See,
I know, Raven. Just focus on the enemy.
ow?
One cannot fly on borrowed
Oh my
wings.
gosh.
It seems
Okay.
the gig isn't over yet, Raven.
You really like becoming soup? Yeah, it's a 3. I was expecting it was like once you kill the second person, or once you kill the first person, Raven comes by. So it never becomes more than 2-on-1. The game just said, screw it.
Accept the 2 targets.
Okay, I think I can take out King faster. So I'm going to start with King.
You must be Raven. Not a name I expected to see attached to a hostile AC.
Ow.
Know our priorities, Chartreuse. Let me deal with this.
Give me a
Okay, I
break.
need to get better about not taking a bunch of damage in the first like couple minutes of this fight, because this is a war of attrition effectively. And I need to like actually hit my melee attacks. That would be pretty good.
50%.
Attack so powerful it killed stream. No, so that was last stream. Unless you're saying it just died right now. You can't make jokes about that in this game because it has happened multiple times already.
Anticipated. I haven't seen anything like this since.
2 repair kits remaining.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Like it was a false alarm for our
It
friend.
just died? Is it back?
Chartreuse, we're leaving.
Everything froze. Are we
What
back?
about the mission?
We've achieved our objective. We're done here.
Okay, so it stuttered for a second. Got it. Because with this game, basically any time I click out of it, any time I try to engage with any other program, I am at risk of crashing my computer.
Intercept the
Well, don't
2
worry.
targets.
I purposely didn't make much progress in the fight because I knew it was stuttering. I'm just that
There's
cool.
our merc. Go take care of the objective, King. I'll clip this one's wings.
I like the idea of him being called King, not because he's like the best or whatever, but literally just because everyone's like, hey, you're a nice guy. You handle this one, King. Ow. Yeah, so I need to focus on not taking damage from Chartreuse.
This isn't right. You're just a Gen 4.
Don't you say I'm just a Gen 4. I was the liberator of Rubicon in another life. And in this life, I betrayed Swinburne.
Quit telling me what to do.
Don't let them pin you down, Raven.
AP at AP at 30%.
Ow. Okay, I'm taking a ton of damage because they're really good at staggering me.
Wait, I'm picking up another AC.
Okay, another AC. We're already dealing with... Okay. I'm not gonna lie. The New Game Plus missions have been some of my favorite thus far. Like, the escort mission was a little annoying, but basically every mission since has been super fun.
Chartreuse, withdraw! Abandon your AC!
AC Umbrox destroyed.
Okay, so
We'll take it from here,
I do appreciate that they warn you Raven is coming, and then it takes Raven like, I don't know, 20 seconds to get to the actual fight after the cutscene, because that gives you a good grace period. Like, as tough as this is, it does not feel unfair yet. Okay, do I have to change my strategy? Maybe. But have I played the game adapting my strategy to each encounter up until this point? Of course not. Raiders have been eliminated, probably some friendly fire.
Intercept.
Probably. Wait, did we get another raid? Oh no. Okay, let me shout out After Crash. Hello. I'm sorry, I don't have a mod right now because they have a headache, so they had to step out. Welcome on in, everyone. I am Arrow Writes. For those of you who don't know, I'm primarily a YouTuber. I make TTRPG content, D&D content, Lancer content, but I also stream here on Twitch. Right now we're playing Armored Core 6, the New Game Plus of it. So if you don't want spoilers, make sure to avoid it. We have already completed the Liberator of Rubicon ending. Currently we're going for the Fires of Raven ending. And then we're going to go for the Aleo Lacta Est ending. So if you don't know After Crash is a variety streamer who is also a Pokemon TCG game. So I am curious what you've been up to recently. So just let me know. Of course, if you survive, because you said you're not weak, and I did see that you did not get shot. At least not from what I could see. So maybe you're not weak, or maybe you're just weak enough that no one thought it was worth shooting. Have you considered that? Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Okay, we're gonna get beaten up. We're gonna leave. Yes, this is a fight where you need to rush. However, I'm getting beaten up. I don't want to deal with this. It is now 3v1. I'm being bullied. I think that this is, in fact, not cash money. The RLF really gave me like 4 MTs in a dream to take on this fight.
Kept us waiting. Though 3 against 1 is hardly fair.
This game is so good. This game is so good. It has dialogue for everything. It has dialogue for if I kill just one of... If I kill Chartreuse before Raven arrives. It has dialogue for if I kill just King before Raven arrives. It has dialogue if I kill neither of them. It has dialogue probably if I kill both of them.
Seems our gig isn't over yet, Raven.
Oh, you're doing Gamers Outreach charity. Why can't I hit you? Listen, so if you want to hit someone in particular, that would be take him out back. That's a lot more expensive because it's targeted, but it might be worth it. Who knows? But yeah, I'm so excited for you to have your Gamers Outreach stream. Congrats. And I hope that the move was smooth.
You must be Raven. Not a name I expected.
Because obviously, moving is something that I have limited exposure with, but it is not fun. Like, moving is never fun, even when it goes well, and it oftentimes doesn't. So I can empathize with that. I hope that it went as well as it could.
This is more of a challenge than I'd anticipated. I haven't seen anything like this since...
Now.
AP at 30%.
Okay, I am just taking tons of damage. I am spending all of my healing. First goal already hit of 100, so tomorrow you're planning bird. Oh my gosh, like hateful dating. I know nothing about that game other than the meme of it. I am curious how it compares to the Colonel Sanders game, because I remember that they got paired up by just ridiculous dating sims.
False alarm for our friend. Chartreuse, we're leaving.
What about the mission?
Journal, first entry, day 1, hour 2. Flameborn and I are locked in an eternal war. Yep, that sounds about right for this chat. Enjoy. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. And obviously go check out After Crash if you're interested. See, Flameborn, it's easier to purge indiscriminately. It's harder to do so with a steady
Here's
hand.
our mark. Go take care of the objective, King. I'll clip this one's wings.
Again, every time they refer to King, I'm just like, oh,
I'll support you.
you know what? You do this, King. I support you. Oh my gosh, I went right into that.
This isn't great. You're just a Gen 4. You belong in a museum, not an AC.
Okay, is it discrimination to say, like, based on my generation, what I can and can't do? I feel like we have anti-age discrimination. We probably have anti-generation discrimination, no?
Quit telling me what to do.
Like, maybe I'm thinking too, like, progressively for the far future of Rubicon. However, I feel as though that would just, like... What matters is that you're effective, not what generation you are. Ow. 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 Ow.
Repair kits remaining.
Okay. Okay, Chartreuse is down.
Withdraw!
Wait. I'm picking up another AC.
Okay, another AC. I have no repair kits. You didn't hit me, I shot myself. That's a wild thing to say. Imagine you're in a firefight with someone and you, like, go for them. And then they're just like, you didn't hit me, I shot myself. Haha.
However,
Idiot.
we will
Stupid.
do it justice. Apologies for the delay, King.
Again, just like, apologies for the delay, King.
God, Chartreuse. We can't take chances.
You know what, King? Thank you. Thank you for that, King. I appreciate it, King. Hey, King, you drop this. Pick your head back up. Your crown is falling off. And
Cannot fly on borrowed wings.
I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I thought of when you said that, Flameborn. Because despite the fact I don't really listen to music, I do have like specific, very popular songs that I do recognize. So whenever someone says like, I'm still standing, my first thought will be, I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Go take care of the objective, King.
Nice.
I'll clip this one's wings.
Thank you.
Not alone. This is a branch mission. I'll support you.
Which, like, again, the sheer amount of dialogue this game has for slightly different deviations in how a mission progresses will not stop impressing me, because if you attack Chartreuse or you attack King first, they have different dialogue. If you kill Chartreuse or you kill King first, they have different dialogue. If you
What to do?
don't manage to take either of them out before Raven gets there, there is unique dialogue. And it's all one line. It's all maybe 2 lines, right? None of it is crazy, but it is like omnipresent, almost. Okay.
Wait. I'm picking up another AC.
Like it happens so frequently that that's why it's so impressive to me, is due to the frequency with which that kind of level of care is demonstrated. It's not that they do that for like 1 or 2 important missions. It's every mission there is a conceivable difference in approaching a problem. There is different dialogue, except for whatever reason, the game doesn't like recognizing what an ambush is. There are multiple missions with like, you have to sneak up on someone or like ambush them, and the game just assumes that you didn't ambush them, no matter if they were aware of you beforehand or not. I think I might need to swap my mag.
Fly on borrowed wings. Seems our gig isn't over yet, Raven.
Aw, random. See, Lumpus, you can't be in Twitch chat if you're not willing to get shot or shoot someone random. Okay, let's swap to assembly. Real quick. What are we feeling here? What is not working? It might be our machine gun. Although I don't think this is actually the case. I think that's the best machine gun we can have. Like, maybe we could use a Gatling gun instead. You did shoot someone random and you shot the person you already shot. Exactly. This is a game, like Twitch chat, is a game where it is in fact net zero. You can win. I want to remind you of this. Do not think, oh, we're all in this together. No. This is a system that I've put you against one another explicitly with the intention of annihilating yourselves.
Branch mission. I'll support you.
There's something so simple, but so just like unironically appreciable about random NPC villains who are just like, hey, yeah, I'll support you on this. Like, don't worry, ally of mine. I'm going to treat you like an ally because that makes sense, and also because, well, oh, I have a dagger, not a sword. I forgot. I'm going to treat you as though you're my ally because you're my ally. I'm not going to, like, rub my mustache evilly because I'm actually a fairly competent combatant. We are enemies of the player character, but we're not just villains. We actually have our own lives. We have our own agendas. We care about one another independent of the mission we find ourselves on. Now? Oh no, I'm being juggled. Call me a squishmallow the way I'd be juggled. Again, the apologies for the delay, King, makes it sound like they're just like, sorry, King, my mistake. For a moment you thought you got banned, but you're still standing. So I will remind you, banning only is like for 15 seconds, so don't stress it too bad. Maybe it's my sword. Earshot. I don't want to go songbird. What is this? Wait, this is the soup? Excuse me? What if I go double delivery boys? Laser orbit. I'm gonna drop my direct missile because I keep missing them. My sword is no. It is a dagger, first of all, and it's actually way above average. Like, it's not actually small, it's just above average. You just like you actually can't handle this much dagger. Ow. Yeah, my recovery from AP is just killer, which is why I focus so much on AP in my first build. Like just being able to stagger the enemy is such an effective methodology.
One repair kit remaining.
Okay, so we're going to send a bunch of missiles. We're going to stab them. We're going to dodge their shotgun. Plasma and lasers is for losers. Why would loser sound like laser if lasers were for winners?
Chartreuse, we're leaving.
What about the mission?
Yummers.
We've achieved our
I feel like I have to rethink my mech build for this one, because the last time I did a New Game Plus mission that was like fight 2 mechs, I was really struggling. I was really struggling against Iguazu and Volta, who are not difficult mechs. They are not difficult opponents. These are difficult opponents. So what if instead of the dagger, I go the blade? That would be funny. I mean, I don't really have the ability to close the distance on them. So what if I focus on explosions? I would be overburdened with that. So what if I drop my laser sword and I instead go, I'm just gonna throw dynamite at you. You listen, dynamite isn't a martial art. Hey, if it works.
There's our merc. Go take care of the objective, King. I'll clip this one's wings.
I'm going to continue like just chuckling to myself every time they refer to him as king. I cannot take it seriously. And I understand functionally that is not like what I should be thinking. However, I just am so amused by it. Like, just the idea of being like, hey king, I'll take this one.
You're just a Gen 4. You belong in a museum.
Stop discriminating against me. It's Pride Month. You can't do that. It's illegal to discriminate against Gen 4s during Pride Month. Ow.
Together, chartreuse.
Quit telling me what to do.
Okay, Chartreuse, you should listen to him. He's literally like your boss and also your superior and also a better mech pilot.
Picking up another AC.
Okay.
Why won't you die? Chartreuse, withdraw! Abandon your AC!
Okay.
AC on rocks.
We are in a better spot now than we were in other missions. I think because we're not trying to close the distance as much, we're just kind of like capitalizing off of explosions.
More of a challenge than I'd anticipated.
AP at 50%.
Ow.
AP at 30%.
But like I'm playing more of a mid-range build at this point. I have a grenade thrower. I have missiles that just kind of get thrown around. Yeah, and avoiding melee has really helped me out. I think particularly against Chartreuse. Okay, now it's just 1v1 Raven, but I have no means of healing or defending myself.
We've lost both of them.
One AC
Okay, cool.
left, Raven.
Okay, okay.
It's a symbol of resolve.
Yes. The Raven is a symbol of resolve. Raven's Rubicon. Blah blah blah. I'm busy not dying. Okay, that one was really good.
Raven. We'll keep flying for both of them.
What do you mean this? This game has such good dialogue writing. I killed both of them, so the dialogue reflected the fact that both of them were dead, both when Raven approached as well as when Raven defeated me. And then there's probably different dialogue options. Like, there's different dialogue for which one I killed first.
Take care of the objective,
It's
King.
so good.
I'll clip this one's wings.
Not alone. This is a branch
Ow.
mission. I'll support you.
Also, can I just say how much, like, I've talked about this before. You get a little bit of lore from the arena. You get just a little bit of lore from the arena.
This is a great
But consistently, the arena has allowed me to go into a mission and not just not just recognize the fighting style of, but also just the personality and backstory of the different random enemies I've been facing.
Don't let them bring you down, Raven.
AP at 50%.
Yummers.
AP
Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, I got Sunlock.
False alarm for our friend.
I appreciate how chat is as violent and as beaten up and destroyed as I feel right now. I have been beaten and destroyed. I have been backstabbed and backshot by this mission. Why don't we use the phrase backshot more to describe
Yummers.
betrayal? Like, I understand the reason. I understand it's a euphemism. However, like,
There's our merc.
backstab, backshot.
Take care of the objective, King.
Welcome to the modern
I'll clip
age.
this one's wings.
Not
Yummers.
alone. This is a branch
The
mission.
arrow kissers
I'll
are
support
syncing up with the boss. Exactly. Like y'all are just on the same wavelength as me. Y'all are just enjoying the same suffering that I am. And I think that's beautiful. I think that shared suffering is a group bonding experience, and I'm glad to subject you to it. While I will say it is kind of like entirely self-inflicted.
Tell me what
Like, y'all just kind of suffering does not have to happen. You have no obligation to suffer in the way that you are. You are choosing to combat one another in the fields of Twitch chat. And I don't necessarily think that's the wisest choice.
Wait, I'm picking up another AC.
Augmented human C4621.
Ow, 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 ow.
However,
Like, y'all have no impetus to commit the violence that you have against one another. Ow.
Waiting.
one cannot
And I'm
fly
down.
on borrowed wings.
Stab in the back, shot in the back, yet only one became backstab. It is curious. For all who've been shot in the crossfire of this war, thank you for your sacrifices. Listen, some of you may die, and that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I am the sort of individual that, should you die in service of me,
Intercept two targets.
I will not thank you, because the honor of dying in service of me should be sufficient
There's our merc.
to earn your sacrifice.
Go take care of the objective, King.
Like,
I'll clip this one's wings.
I thought that was clear.
Not alone. This is a branch mission. I'll support you.
Oof.
This isn't right. You're just a Gen 4. You belong in a museum, not an AC.
Okay, let's see if we can keep pressure up on Chartreuse. That's really good, actually. Okay. I'm dodging some of them, but not all of them.
Together, Chartreuse.
Okay. Oh, that is fantastic.
Die! Chartreuse, withdraw! Abandon your AC!
AC on the rocks destroyed.
Okay, so you can't really handle explosions, I found. So explosions on you is actually the right call.
Wait, I'm picking up another
Okay.
AC.
Okay. I think this might be the one. I think we're doing it. I believe that we are in fact
We're not here to take back the Raven.
busting it down, sexual style. We are in fact getting jiggy with it.
You could do it justice. Apologies for the delay, King.
You're late. The imposter already got Chartreuse.
Oh,
You're strong.
cut him off.
Worthy of your name.
AC Aster Crown destroyed.
Thank you, King. We've lost both of them.
Yes, you have, before even reaching me. And I still have a health pack remaining.
A Raven is a symbol of resolve.
Wow, as soon as I swapped to explosion, or not as soon, like it did take me a bit of getting used to it, but really, explosions go kind of hard. Who would have thought that if you want to solve problems, just cast Fireball?
Has potential.
That's really what I've learned here. Yes,
AP at 50%.
Harry, don't let them put thoughts in your head. You need to continue calling me Stud Muffin, no matter if you agree with or disagree with my choices. We did it. Pog!
We can still.
Sorry.
All right. We'll watch this one.
So did I just kill this raven?
On a raven's wings.
So the operator presumably is like their Walter.
AC destroyed.
Yas King, do those explosions. Well, no, I already killed King. You can't Yas King me. That was such a fun mission. Like, unironically, as tough as that was so much fun. I really enjoyed not just fighting King and Chartreuse because they're both very high level ACs, but then also the surprise third AC with Raven, because I forgot when in the game Raven showed up. So I didn't realize this was that mission. I thought this mission was going to be where I fought against the HCLC, but I think I already did that this playthrough. You, the kissers, must unite. You must fight and become one against the being above. A friend of your partner has been doing this mission once every day and will continue doing it till they announce anything new for AC. Listen, that mission was real fun.
The independent mercenaries who
Okay,
attacked
okay.
you.
Lore.
It appears they don't have a fixed
Yeah, they
leadership.
rotate.
Instead, they maintain independence and anonymity with a revolving
Yeah.
door of select mercenaries.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it seems they've left it to you to champion the free will they stood for. Sooner or later, you'll have to make a choice no one can make for you.
So
When that time comes,
Branch
I hope I can support you.
seems tied in with that
Raven.
secret third ending. Interesting. I wasn't expecting I was expecting Branch to literally just be a name to kind of give context to the arena fights for Chartreuse and King. Though I suppose in the arena, Freud I have not fought. Though I know Freud shows up in the Fires of Raven ending. G1 Michigan, there's a mission to take out G1 Michigan. I just fought King. I don't think I fought Dolmian. Chartreuse I just fought. Snail I fought. I think I fought Nile. Brute I just beat. Rusty you fight. Cold Call. I don't think I know Cold Call. Carla, obviously. O'Keefe is one of the Vespers, so obviously. Flatwell, I don't think I fought. Because basically, I'm running through it, and I'm thinking to myself, like game design wise, it doesn't make sense to make all of these ACs just for the sake of the arena. They probably all show up in the actual game at some point. So I'm wondering, like, I imagine Dolmian and probably like Middle Flatwell show up in the Fires of Raven ending. They're probably the final bosses of Fires of Raven. Because in the Fires of Raven, you're not working with the RLF, you're working against the RLF. And then it's probably in Aleo Acta Lacta Est is you're fighting... Who would you fight then? I don't know what the third ending is going to be. Maybe you fight the RLF in the third ending, and the first, like the Fires of Raven is all about fighting the Vespers, like Arquebus. Because like Rokumon Sen, that's if you decide to kill, let Swinburne go, you fight Rokumon Sen. Iguazu, he's one of the red guns that you fight. Hawkins and Pater, you fight together. Ring Freddy, I don't know him. Paramore and personal attendant to Dolmian, he maintains an aloof distance from his fellow comrades. So you're a simp. Third ending, you fight Ultra Instinct Mad Stomp. Oh my gosh. Your kissers in blood, will you stand against... Okay. So, Wumpus. The community has already tried. And I think every 6 months or so, to every, like once a year probably, once to twice a year, there will be a rebellion against me and I will quash it. Like, individuals have participated in standing against me only to be converted into that soup with which you so readily throw yourself into. You do have a Wordle cult. You could attempt to overthrow me in favor of supplanting me with the daily challenges of the Wordle god, because what is Wordle if not a microcosm of the challenges the divine puts before you for you to overcome? Wordle is a representation of that which you are confronted with, but expected to accomplish. Wordle is not something meant to confound and hurt and abuse you. You are meant to engage with, conflict with, but ultimately vanquish the Wordle puzzle. What better analogy is there for real life if the divine were to place you upon this earth? Pretty good, right? How's that for a sales pitch? Now you can join the Wordle Church, or you can be a soup loyalist. You can be ye of old faith, ye who remembers. You can be the Rylanor, ancient of rights of this community, who remembers the days of yore, back when the community had the Union. Or perhaps you might simply be someone who understands the futility of resistance against omnipotence. Again, we killed Buddha earlier. Buddha is not an entity that you should mess with lightly. Welcome back, everyone. So a reminder, every hour we have ads. I just paused for the ads. You didn't miss anything, don't worry. I was simply waxing poetic about the logistics of a Wordle rebellion to supplant the soup deity.
Raven.
Hey, Stud
I have a
Muffin.
personal request to ask you. It's about the Engabret tunnel, which is to be shut down.
I wonder if I'm gonna get new lore.
Research. I want to go there and survey the area.
What do you have there? A virus bomb? No.
It's an old
Like a couple weeks ago, I was absolutely jamming out to some Stormstring, which was Rhino's Last Stand, Titanicus, the Cadian 20th, like a bunch of these like Warhammer fan songs.
I have no resources with which to pay you.
Oh, you want me to do something for you, but you have no money and you have an alternative?
By the PCA, you should try accessing them. Both the corporations and the Rubiconians are gathering data on PCA technology. Whatever
You love Titanicus? Yeah.
exchange for credits and transfer
Cogs and bolts and ancient lore. Like, Titanicus was not my favorite song when I heard it, but it's the beat, right? The constant drumming of it that really gets me.
I've taken a few
I am someone who,
on a geological survey.
oh no, over time, I have grown to appreciate a heartbeat bass. Not in that it's regular, but in that when I hear it, I feel it reverberating through my chest and pumping my heart for me. Like, when you can feel music,
Combat mode.
particularly a bass,
Let's get
is
started.
just incredibly
I've already located several
interesting
labs
as an
that we should be
experience,
able
I
to
would
recover
say.
data from. I'll send the marker data.
Okay, so again, I have completed this mission before.
PCA craft data. I'll exchange it for credits and send them to you later.
Thank you, Ari. This is why I let you call me Stud Muffin, because you make me money. If you didn't, I don't think I would.
Influence digital equipment.
Like, respectfully, I appreciate your existence, but I'm also very financially oriented, as I'm sure you're aware. So if you did not make me money, I don't think this would be able to work out. Oh, so it's over there. Do arrow kissers have a sort of proto-skeleton? Do arrow kisser have bone in it? Good question.
This data seems valuable too.
I think that the bone of the arrow kisser is the gun.
An older generation
Like, why do you think all of you have guns? I didn't give them to you. I don't have the resources for that. I think you're just kind of like born with them, and like, much like how Among Us have bone, arrow kisser have bone. That's my assumption.
To the timestamp, this was recorded 2 days before the fires of
The bone is your spine, like our Barbarossa. Yeah, you have a spinal cannon.
Signs of the calamity. Right before it
I want to
struck.
play a Barbarossa so bad. I actually had a friend hit me up, like a content creator friend who, like, obviously they watch my channel, I watch their channel, because that's what you do when you're a content creator friend. You support each other's content. They reached out to me because they saw a Kane short that I did, and they were like, what do I have to give you to run Kane for me? So I'm just like, say less. I've been looking to run Kane for a while. So I might be setting up a cane game with a friend off stream sometime soon. However, obviously, I have been very upfront about the fact that I am incredibly nervous to start a actual play series should I be unable. I'm incredibly nervous to start an actual play series with a entity or with a group that I have not had the chance to play with offline. So if I end up being able to run a cane game for this content creator friend and it goes well, within the next like 6 months, I might be able to set up a content creator game.
The same coral technology that created
Fun fact.
you. But without it, we never would have made
Well, thank you for the follow.
I'm not picking up any more data stores.
Wait, so random is almost a bit
This outing has made you
okay at AC6. I had to make sure that wasn't anything bad before I read it out, but I saw AC6 and I'm like, okay, it's probably fine. Yummers. Hog. Wait, what do you mean the super cute tiki? What do you mean by that? Excuse you. But yes, oh, what if I shouldn't have collected any PCA stuff from that, because then I would have gotten negative money. That would have been so funny.
We got ourselves a deal, Handler Walter.
Michigan. So, Arquebus met us halfway?
Hog.
I gave them the heavy warship fleet. In exchange, Balam's in charge of putting down the beast. They also offered some top Vespers. Guess they don't trust
I wouldn't
us.
trust the red guns either.
Better than nothing. I'll provide what support I can too.
Yeah, you're mad scientist.
Do you have any ibuprofen? I shot myself. Just rub some dirt in it.
Michigan.
Get some Neosporin and a Band-Aid. You're fine.
621. That hound always delivers.
So, reminder for anyone who is new and just kind of like coming on in. This is New Game Plus. I've completed the I've completed the Liberator of Rubicon ending. I am going for the Fires of Rubicon ending. And then I'm going to go for the New Game Plus Plus Aleo Lacta S ending after that.
What kept you 621?
So please no spoilers, but I am already in New Game Plus, so
Time to act like one.
don't feel like you can't talk about like the end of the game.
This next mission's all or nothing.
We are at the Ice Worm.
Make sure you attend the briefing.
You only have sand? Sand should be fine. Don't worry about it. Wait, what if I get the special dialogue where I don't bring the worm? Oh, I want the special dialogue. Fires Rubicon ending is great. Not that I know, I've never played this game.
Listen up,
Sure.
621.
Okay.
This will be a joint operation. Led
So
by
if
me
anyone wants
and
context on
Arquebus.
what's happening, this is a big joint mission between like 4 different factions, all who hate each other, to deal with a separate
First,
5th
some
faction.
background before we go into detail. The intercorporate ceasefire is now in effect, and we will be carrying out
So Michigan
coordinated
represents
attacks
Balaam,
against the
and
PCA.
Snail represents Arquebus.
The targets are the enemy-occupied bases, the heavy warship fleet, and the recently activated...
I'll cut to the chase. This is an all-out war against the PCA and theaters across Rubicon. And y'all got the short end of the stick. Here to take on
The random
worst of our
yummers.
dirty work, hunting the
So,
beast of the
reminder
East.
for everyone in chat, Purges of the Week is only 1 channel point. It's okay to have little firefights, but please don't spam it over extended periods of time. So, like right now during a cutscene that I've already seen before, that most people in chat have already seen before because I've already played this game, feel free to go. But I will start restricting access if y'all keep shooting for like 10 minutes, because you've already been going for like 5 minutes at this point.
means to break the first layer.
I can't wait to go on this mission without the stun needle launcher and see what they
It will
say.
deliver results, I assure you.
I am curious, is it the stun needle launcher specifically, or is it stun weapon? Because what if I grab like the stun grenade launcher? Because I wonder if it's just like electrical stunning weapons function, or if it's actually the ice like land.
You can leave that.
It's specifically the needle launcher, got it.
To about sharpshooting.
I'll oversee operations on the ground.
Bro, this setup is so cool. I hate Iguazu. Snail's so annoying. We love Rusty. We love Chatty.
That just leaves the question of who will be taking
So like,
charge
it's
of
the
study
idea
and
that you have people you don't like, people you do like, people filling different roles. I love a plan coming together.
With a stick. Gun 13. You get all that? Good. Time
Yep.
for another field trip.
Which, who was it? Was it... If you work with Balaam on one of the early missions, Michigan says like, hey, let's get you off of gun 13 because that's an unlucky number. All right, so currently I don't have the ice worm weapon.
competing forces working together like this.
I don't have the ice worm weapon. I want to see how this goes, and then I'm going to swap it in.
6-1.
Listen, all my homies hate Iguazu. All my homies hate him because he thinks he's cooler than he is. At least Swinburne knows he is a stain on the pavement of the bathroom floor of a public school that he sounds like the assistant principal of in the Villain of the Week Disney Plus 2000 to 2005 canceled TV show that he is. Iguazu thinks he's the main character, and that is arguably a larger sin than just being pathetic by itself like Swinburne.
Main system activating cover.
Okay, I want to see what happens. I want to see what they say.
Commence mission. Michigan will take
Is it?
command.
I've been playing too much
Commencing operation.
Marvel Rivals. My first instinct was, okay, I'm not going to do anything. Let me start emoting.
Out, maggots. Time to die.
Act like a professional outfit and you might live.
I did,
What does that creep think he is?
as silly as G1 Michigan is, his VA does go so hard.
Pesky shields first. Gun 13. Let's see that fancy
Wait.
gizmo that Arkham paid the big bucks for. What? Bring it. Gun 13, your ability to ruin my field trips is uncanny.
You'll just have to focus your attacks on his. The rest of his body is covered in thick armor.
Should I actually try this?
For Rusty. Rail cannon
Should I actually attempt to like take out the head?
before I get a chance to fire, buddy.
Also, reminder, Rusty somehow made the term buddy homoerotic. I do want to remind you.
Forget to smile.
We love Chatty. We love Chatty. I feel so bad I had to kill Chatty in my last playthrough, but we love Chatty. Arrows the rain on Michigan's picnic. Okay, have you never picnicked in the rain before? If it's like a light rain, if it's like a sprinkle, that's nice. It's the issue arrives when it's like pouring rain.
Do try to maintain space from one another. You heard him. Don't want to make for an easy target. You don't gotta tell me. I ain't going down with you fools.
Oh,
Pretty good
dang.
out there, freelancer.
Well, yeah, Iguazu, I'm trying to melee it.
Now, are you?
Where are you, Iguazu?
2 repair kits remaining.
I don't even recognize your mech. You're that pathetic.
Independent mercenary.
Ooh,
Your handler had led me to believe that I could expect
interesting.
more than this.
I actually didn't take much damage in the previous time that I did this, so I didn't hear all this dialogue of them like roasting you for taking damage.
Don't forget to smile, tourist.
Oh, Jetty.
The chief always says the worst moments of your life could be your best.
Okay.
No repair kits remaining.
Okay, so I have been informed it is possible to do this mission without the ice worm weapon, but it is not fun.
Oh, no,
I see what they mean.
I ain't going down first.
What? Excuse me? Why was it just chilling? I'm personally of the opinion that going outside at all sucks, so no, I don't relate to that. You're not goth enough to picnic in the rain in the cemetery. I didn't say it was a cemetery. I just said like picnicking in the rain.
Gun 5, how's the field trip?
Got a freelancer to babysit and a Vesper on my back. Couldn't be happier.
Honestly, this is a really good way to just hear all the dialogue.
You want me to haul your ass out of there?
Damn right I do. Is it too
Iguazu just straight up being like, nah, dude, I don't want to be here.
Gun 13, what are you doing? The mission's a failure. All units, retreat.
Okay, I'm actually going to put on the ice worm weapon now. Where would we picnic in the rain if not a cemetery? A lake? I mean, a cemetery would be pretty fog, right? Where do I only have it on my right shoulder? might only have it on my right shoulder. Stun needle launcher. Oh gosh, I need to have burst damage for it. I need to be able to burst down the ice worm, because when people die, I need to be able to like take out the head. Hello, Everignon, you are here now. Hello, Everignon, I am here now. You want to go to the cemetery for the rituals? Have I talked about the time where I met a ghost at a cemetery? Have I talked about that on stream before? I'm sure I have. But basically, in university, took a creative writing course where an author was running it for us. And, no, you're fine. I saw y'all were in the VC, so I was like, yay! Honestly, I love it when my community gets up to, like, TTRPG groups. But I was on a writing trip with this professor and some other, like, alumni, because he has a little network of, like, folks who are interested in writing and aspiring authors and all of that. So I ended up joining, like, this network of folks, and he just, like, puts on, like, retreats where he... Oh, I forgot I have the ice worm needle. But anyway, oh my gosh. I went from full health to, like, no health. Okay, cool. Ow. So I was on a retreat with this professor and some other, like, alumni, because I had graduated by that point. And we are in I think it was Harper's Ferry, which is like in West Virginia, and it's considered one of the most haunted places in the US, one of the most haunted towns in the US. And we would go to a graveyard at like 11 p.m., midnight or whatever. It's super late. And what we find is in the graveyard is a cat, a bright orange cat that has no collar or any indication that it has like ownership or anything, but it was like perfectly friendly. It was clean. It was groomed. It didn't look like a stray, and it approaches us. And immediately we're in a graveyard at like 11 p.m. in one of the most haunted towns in the country, and we immediately split into two camps. Are we going to interact with the cat, or are we going to not interact with the cat? I was on team interact with the cat, so I went up to the cat, and we looked at the cat, we chatted with it, we pet it, and half of us were convinced that this was just straight up like a ghost taking a cat form. It looked like Garfield. It was a somewhat plump, fluffy, bright orange cat that was friendly, that had no collar or proof of ownership, and yet it was perfectly capable of interacting with humans. So we aren't sure if that was a ghost or not. However, then later that night, back at the cabin we were staying at, which again was like a haunted cabin kind of deal, I reportedly, I do not remember this, reportedly in the middle of the night, stood up or sat up and said, "Help me, help me, help me," and scared my roommate, like, or not my roommate, but like the person I was rooming with. And then I just went back to bed. I don't remember this. I did not do this consciously. This was not a bit I did. So it is now thought by people who know that professor and go on those trips or whatever that I got possessed, potentially after interacting with a spirit. Arrow pet the cat and got possessed. Okay, but also I made sure to specify after I was leaving the graveyard, I did not want any spirits following me home, and I did not allow them. So I did the best I could. Chatty, no. My buddy. The best of us. Even though you're not rated as highly as Snail, you still survive longer than Snail, and that's what matters. Not saying it wasn't a ghost, but it's also possible the cat's collar just fell off. I mean, it also could have just been like a house cat that wasn't collared, right? Because like Harper's Ferry is a small town. It is a town where like, yeah, it's a bit of a tourist trap, but most people there know each other. So if they see, oh, this is an orange cat, this is probably the Johnsons, the Patels, the Smiths, the whatevers.
Not through yet. Its primary shield is getting stronger.
Can I keep my allies alive on this if I'm fast enough? Or is it like, is like Chatty screwed?
You're on your own now. Withdraw.
Let me just do this just for the sake of it. Where are you at? Ah! Aw, dang it. Did I use salt? I did not, no. I was with a witch, though, on that trip. And they were very particular about making sure that we were not
Good work, buddy.
possessed by anything.
All EML modules connected.
Which I will also say, it should probably be mentioned, within 15 minutes of arriving at the cabin, someone immediately broke a mirror.
Emergency valves closed.
So,
Disabling limiter.
yeah.
100, 110, 115.
Rusty, don't kill yourself. Okay, now I have to see, can I take out the worm fast enough? Because I've heard that apparently, if I don't do it fast enough, I do just fail the mission.
Target's coral shield has been wiped out.
I have been informed that if I cannot take out the worm quick enough, I will just fail the mission.
The coral response is getting stronger. Hurry!
Okay, wait. Nice. Awesome. First try, don't worry about it. I think that actually was my first try once I actually put on the needle spike. But again, I've already fought the ice worm, so that's why I spent the entire time talking about the time I got possessed.
Really did it.
And you didn't help me? I don't know who me is, but they needed help. No, driver, it was me. I was the one saying help. I was the one saying help me, help me, help me. Just with no memory in the middle of the night.
The blast will contaminate the area. Get out of...
They let the ghost out of the mirror in the haunted cabin and lost the deposit? Yeah. I mean, really, what's worse? The ghosts or the deposit?
Lost again.
It's not scripted for them to lose, but their AI kind of sucks here, so they end up dying almost no matter what.
Raven,
So I imagine that they have dialogue if they survive.
there's something I have to tell you.
Or maybe not. Because, like, pretty consistently, the order has been Iguazu dies, like, sometime in the second phase.
But a single wave.
Snail dies, like, right after the change swap, and then Chatty dies. Presumably because that's their level of AP. That's their level of how much armor they have. Is that Iguazu is the most lightly armored, then it's Snail, then it's Chatty, because Chatty's a bit of a tank, but... Hello, fellas. I slept through my D&D campaign that I was supposed to attend, so now I'm here. Well, hey, Rooftop Rat. Welcome on in. We're currently playing New Game Plus Armored Core.
Go get your rest, 621.
You shooted yourself?
You're going to get busy.
Snail's actually much... Really?
You did good.
Well, so I know Snail is a more skilled pilot than Chatty, but I thought Chatty's build was like a rapid response tank. Because he's got like big explosive weapons, treads that are really fast. Doesn't he have the same treads I have on right now? The kind of wheelchair inspired ones? And then Snail is more of a trad mech in that
The temporary alliance.
he's kind of like middle of the road.
Groups turned the tide of war,
So he's pretty light to midway. Oh, really?
devastating the Planetary Closure Administration forces, and
I am so interested what made Arquebus win over Balaam. Like, I know Balaam goes for the glory, and then Arquebus goes for the actual strategy,
by Balaam that dealt the decisive
but
blow.
Arquebus winning still is so interesting to me.
Arquebus, through their own engagements with the PCA, augmented their strength with siege weaponry.
And Michigan even said, like, hey, we gave Arquebus the fleet so we can lead the mission.
The balance of power was broken. The scales tipped in Arquebus's favor.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rubicon Liberation Front's hopes of fighting an exhausted foe were dashed.
It's so interesting to me. No way, you just said
The loss of the
Tradmac?
common enemy, the rival faction.
Why bother about armor? Just don't get hit. That was my strategy the first playthrough. And now I am playing a tank build.
And their bitter conflict burns
So
with renewed
when I say
intensity.
trad mech, I mean like normal biped, no reverse joint, no quadruped or anything. He has the ice worm spike, which I actually like as a detail. I like the fact that the newest technology he has is
Augmented human.
instantly on him.
C4621. Entering
So this is an
standard mode.
analysis. This is New Game Plus Arena.
New messages.
Trad fem mech, no.
Doing okay, 621? I'd wanted to let you rest some more, but the corps are on the move already. With the PCA gone, it's back to work. Getting to where the coral's gathering.
I didn't know Snail was a heavy.
The survey you carried
Oh,
out
wow.
at Xylem. My friend analyzed the data and learned about a massive facility.
That is quite anthro-chauvinist of you, Arrow. Listen,
Point Alpha.
I just made a...
The entrance to that place. It's time to let ourselves in.
I just made a homebrew Harrison Armory frame that I was throwing in the Discord server.
Raven.
So I have anthro-chauvinism on the brain. I'm sorry.
Friend Walter mentioned. The comms database has no record of the conversation he just told you.
I know,
about.
Ari.
This isn't about just finding the coral, Raven.
You never heard that word before? Anthro-chauvinist is basically
To do it.
anthropomorphizing objects and modeling things after the human form under the belief that the human form is like the end goal, right? Anthro-chauvinism is basically humanity and human form is peak. We should make everything stylized after it. Humanity first, so to speak.
We look forward to your continued assistance.
Mind beta D's
in all its
nuts.
drive toward perfection.
Humanity F, yeah, exactly. So I like the laser dagger, but I also might just keep the grenade thrower. The grenade thrower is so silly. Gosh, you love humans. Fun fact, in the Iceworm mission, Snail doesn't use the stun needle, which due to having him later in the game makes me think it was because he was trying to get you killed. So I know that he didn't have the stun needle launcher that mission. I assumed it was because he saw how effective it was and so took it. I assumed they only had one because it was like a prototype, and they're like, Gun 13, you're gonna do it because you're the main character. But then Snail, as the battlefield commander, shouldn't have been focused on trying to hit those shots. He was supposed to be focused on organizing tactics, which he really doesn't do during that mission, which is a bit of a shame. But also I get why the cross chatter just kind of is more annoying than helpful sometimes. Knowing Snail, he'd have it tested extensively before giving it to you, so I doubt it. Well, obviously it was tested extensively, but my assumption is like there was literally one. Like my assumption is because you get it for free is that you get the prototype. You get the first one off the shelf because they need this mission done now. And Snail sees himself as the leader of the Vespers because Freud, from my understanding, I have not played Fires of Raven, so no spoilers, but my understanding of Freud is he's the doer, Snail is the leader. Freud is the best, Snail is the commander, so to speak, where Michigan is kind of both. Michigan is kind of both the best Red Gun and the leader of the Red Guns, whereas Freud is the best Vesper, Snail basically is the commander of the Vespers. If only in functionality, if not in name, because Freud is the leader of the Vespers. Sigmund Freud? Yeah, so all of the Vespers, so like, do you see how in this arena, there's like V1 Freud, there's V2 Snail, there's V3 O'Keefe. All of the Vespers are named after psychologists, if I'm to be aware. So like, this is just kind of guessing on my part, but I believe Swinburne was the inventor of the lobotomy. So that is why Swinburne in game, his emblem is the lobotomy. Meanwhile, the Red Guns are named after rivers. like the Iguazu River and the Volta River and the Wuhuahuai River. The only exceptions are snail. I didn't know if snail was an exception. I knew rusty was an exception. I didn't know about snail though. Sigismund Freud? No, he's not the leader of the Black Templars. Snail is the hand, Freud is a button. Yes, so my understanding of the Vespers is, like, Freud is the leader of the Vespers. Freud is the star actor of the Vespers. Snail is the director and producer. Right? To kind of use, like, movie terms. That's my assumption. Okay, so integration subject, Mind Gamma. Mind Gamma D's nuts. I'm just going to keep saying that. Drawing from the evaluation thus far, AllMind has updated the Mind Beta model. The new Mind model is assembled from parts that have been verified for high compatibility with traits of older generations of augmented humans. AllMind kindly requests that you test the revised model when opportunity allows. So older gens is me. I'm a Gen 4. Currently, we're on like Gen 10. And I'm regularly referred to as like a relic.
Integration program. Initiating phase 3.
For the Emperor Bird and the Witch suffer not the unclean.
Please begin by engaging the revised
Question for everyone in chat. Do you have a favorite Warhammer 40k faction / detachment?
Commencing analysis.
Both in terms of mechanically on tabletop, because I have played the tabletop actually quite a bit, as well as in lore. I'm curious what fans we have in chat. Like, am I going to hear like, oh man, I love the Blood Ravens because Dawn of War? Or am I going to hear like, oh, the Lamenters are so sad? Or am I going to hear one person who's just like, I like the Craft World Eldar. I think the Phoenix Lords are really cool. Oh, I forgot I still have the freaking worm. The Worm Blaster. How good is the Worm Blaster? I assumed it wouldn't be that good, but after seeing Snail use it, I actually don't hate it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, that was rough for them. Interesting thing about augmented humans, after Gen 4, due to technological advancements, they... Yeah, so I know.
Well done.
I've never played Armored Core before. I've never played Armored Core before 6. Gens 1 through 4 were Coral enhanced. Gens, I think, 5 and 6 had no core, or had something different where like no one survived. 5 and 6 were a complete failure. And then 7 onward was just tech, no coral enhancements, but broadly speaking, it has been more and more successful and less unstable, is my understanding. Yeah, so I've heard AC6 is its own thing, which I'm very thankful for. Yeah, let's just... Repair kits or damage mitigate. I think repair kits. Oh, I can do both. Oh. And then the arena. Okay, so Rubiconian Research Institute was once the heart of coral research. Therefore, the Institute's scientists developed ACs that have a distinct focus on the biological analogies between humanity and coral. Their ACs enable the two to complement each other and evolve in symbiotic harmony, a fascinating approach. I feel like... What was this? Yeah. So my understanding, based off of like a vague remembrance of like, I have a vague understanding of what the third ending is, but also with AllMind and with Ares' insistence on like the coral being humans, I think this is going to be a Mass Effect situation where Fires of Raven is the destroy ending, like the red ending for Mass Effect. The Liberator of Rubicon is like the control ending, so to speak, in that like you're trying to like help the world. And then the Aleolacta Est is like the synthesis ending, where there's going to be something about like fusing humans with coral. There's going to be something about like bringing coral and humanity together as a means to avoid coral pooling and exploding, but then also not setting fire to Rubicon. Because AllMind, all of these analyses, which only opened in New Game Plus, have been all about how can we meld the line between organic and inorganic? How can we match what the Institute did? We will become as gods. Okay, I have a take that I don't think anyone's gonna like. I was not a big fan of Nier Automata. I have not played any other Nier game.
Gamma 2.
I have not played any other Nier game. This is not an indictment of the Nier series. I personally was not a huge fan of the Nier game, of Nier Automata.
Integrated into Mind Gamma.
I'm not a huge fan of hack and slash games.
Commencing analysis.
And as much as I appreciated like the atmosphere and vibe, I think the game was just like unironically too smart for me. Like, I understand that it's a very like intellectual, like philosophical game. I did not have the context for a lot of it, and I didn't connect to basically any characters outside of like the main few. I also liked Pascal, which is why, despite the fact that it was not a good choice to make, I did decide that personally I would prefer not to live with no memories, so I chose the other option for Pascal. No spoilers. Adam and Eve, I just didn't care about that much.
Including analysis. Well done.
9S and 2B, I liked. Like the pink-haired girls, I had no context for because I hadn't played Nier before, so I just didn't care about them. The ending, though, the ending of Nier was by far my favorite part of it. Like, full stop. There are only 2 Nier games, Automata and Replicant, each with their own remakes. This is from someone who's yet to play the series. So I have Replicant on my wish list. I want to play Replicant because I want to give Nier a fair shot. And my understanding is that a lot of stuff in Automata, because Automata came after Replicant, references Replicant. So I'm wondering if there's like context I missed or something. Nightfall. Wait, this is Raven's mech. This is the mech I just fought. Independent mercenaries are the best representatives of core theory put in practice. Each and every operation of their ACs determines the odds of their survival, and so they have no choice but to perceive their ACs as extensions of their body. Your partner for this evaluation will be a recreation of a legendary independent mercenary who operates in the shadows, reproduced from the little data available. Nightfall is the name of Raven's mech, because I just fought Raven. Interesting.
Program, phase 3. This will be the final round
cool
of
mech ahead.
analysis.
This is like the poster child of the game, right?
The last
Like Raven, like
is the AC Nightfall. This will be integrated into Mind Gamma.
Is Nightfall the poster child of the game?
Commencing analysis.
The Yoko Taro Corps are approaching your location. Yeah.
Main system activation.
You must have a high Q in order to understand the depths of the game. Well, I mean, like, I'm not even being facetious. I'm like Nier is a game that has a lot to say. It is a game that is very certain on what it wants to communicate. I just didn't really respond to it, and I don't know if that's because I don't care or if that's because I did not understand it, you know? Interesting fact, the AC Rusty used in the Liberator ending is called Steel Haze Ortis, where Ortis means sunrise. Interesting. Yeah, as soon as I saw Rusty in the Liberator ending, I was like,
Target
he's not muzzled! And everyone was like, he has a new mech, and I'm like, that too!
This concludes all rounds of analysis. We will assimilate the results into
Mind Gamma dis dick in your butt? There's 3 Nier games, Dad Nier game and Brother Nier game, which were both 360 and PS3 exclusives, and only the Brother Nier one got a remake on Replicant. Understood. Automata is the 3rd game. You can buy a model kit of Nightfall? Yeah. Oh, I just got the head for Nightfall. Also, Rusted Pride is the best song in the game. Wait, Gamma Dick Butt, a message from Batman.
Incoming comms.
I hope AC6 gets a sequel game where Nightfall gets a rebuild similar to White Flint rebuild and Armor Core for Answer.
Support. Our analysis analysis thus far has revealed some mission-critical items for research.
Listen, this is the All Mind run.
Integration program's
Last time
role.
we were risen up
The day
Airy,
will come
this time
when
we're risen up
All
All
Mind's
Mind.
evolution truly takes form.
Like, All Mind has not been telling me All Mind serves all mercenaries this game. I feel like, guys, do you think All Mind likes me? Guys, do you think I have a chance? Be real with me. Don't just hype me up. Don't just stroke my ego. Like, think I got a chance with All Mind? Think that All Mind likes my vibe? Okay, what parts do I have? What is this? A stun gun? Laser slicer. It's a double-bladed lightsaber? Heck yeah. Oh my gosh. What was it? Dizzy? I'm sorry. I gotta pick that up. Like, I started this game with bazookas, and then I kind of swapped to grenade launcher and bazooka, and then I went to shotguns, right? With pile bunker. I ain't stupid. I can recognize... Ooh. Ooh, that's pretty good. Pulse cannon. A shoulder-mounted pulse gun. Because Pulse is really good at taking out shields, right? That's what I've heard, that Pulse is really good at anti-shield. Bullet? Orbit. Oh, it's kinetic. I love that. I love drones. Okay, that's a lie. I think drones are kind of cringe. However, in this game, I do appreciate little drones that can fly alongside you. Do I have anything that's like higher AP? I mean, this is higher AP, but lower AP. System recovery is the speed with which I recover from AP damage, right? The textual help. That's not very helpful. Oh, mommy. Oh my gosh. That's Rusty's melee? Oh my gosh. Okay. So AC design, assembly. I mean, I gotta try the double-bladed lightsaber. And honestly, I'm not... The stun needle launcher might be kind of pog. I did use laser drones at the end of the last game, so I don't want to just copy that again. But having a kinetic drone would be so silly. Of course Balaam made it. Absolute goof. This is lighter. More attitude, more system recovery. What about my drone nexus? We're not playing a Hydra in this build. We're playing, if anything, Harrison Armory exclusives. All Mind is for all mercenaries, anti-pulse defenses. See, All Mind is for all mercenaries, but this time I think All Mind is a bit of a one mercenary AI, if you know what I mean. Surely you will have a chance with them, but I don't know who this All Mind is, but you will probably have a chance with them. It's tied to his theme, but it's also just a straight up reference. Interesting. Listen, last run, I made a bunch of jokes about like simping over Airy because that's what Raven would do. Now I'm making a bunch of jokes about Raven simping over All Mind. Next run, it's all Walter. You don't even gotta tell me twice. Raven is gonna be thirsting over Walter. So let's try the double-bladed lightsaber. Honestly, Soup is both thematic for the community as well as just silly. I wasn't expecting to like the needle launcher. I think I'll keep the needle launcher. See how it goes. Like, why not? It's silly. And then the only question is, do I keep the machine gun? Or do I just say screw it and I go dizzy? Because that would be so silly. Like, I don't need to do this, but it would be very funny. No, I shouldn't. I should actually have a machine gun. Okay, let's do the next sortie. Oh, this is Nepenthes. I mean, who wouldn't simp over All Might? Me? I'm not a simp. I'm sorry. I have a couple. I mean, I don't think I have a couple simps, like none who are financially tied to me. But like, I have a couple people who I think find me more attractive than they have any reason to. System recovery status effects. Oh, okay. So it's like stun. Gun with attitude. How does that work? So attitude in this game is your staggers, your poise from Dark Souls. You hate this mission? I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's actually a pretty neutral take. I don't think people love this mission, but I think that this is like a mission that probably a lot of people don't like. A lot of people see this as a gimmick. I'm fine with this mission. I like this mission well enough because it is different. Though I think the fact it is a gimmick mission, which I didn't think of it as a gimmick mission until I watched a playthrough where they called it a gimmick mission. This gimmick mission on the tails of the worm gimmick mission makes this one feel worse. This one is, let me fall down a shaft and then hide where it shoots at cover. And then I fall down a shaft and then it shoots at cover. And then I fall down a shaft. And then because I didn't realize that it shot 7 projectiles, or I miscounted, it shoots me, I get staggered, it insta-kills me. Now I have to start all over. That's what this mission is, right? It's not just stun. Well, yeah, so obviously it's not just stun, but like, it's stun or burn or that style of that style of condition. I just wish there was more than fall and then one. Yeah, so like it's fall and then there's like 2 different areas where there's like 2 LCs each. I really don't think I'm the only one that can do this, but thank you for your confidence. And of course, I don't think I'm the only one that can do this. It's not a lack of confidence, it's that this isn't that difficult. I don't need the elevator. Does he even comment? Nope. They did not comment on the fact that I did not elevator. Which... Oh, right. I forgot the partitions get blocked. Yeah, so there's more than I thought it was before. Like, I did forget that there is the periods where the partition gets blocked, but... I don't even bother hiding most of the time. You just tank and avoid what you can. I mean, that's what my plan basically is. Like, I have the pulse armor. Or the bubble. So my plan is just bubble and fall. I think it's up here. Or is it across? Yeah, it's there. Thank you, Ari.
Did you find an access point?
Oh, see, yeah, so attitude is a funny name for stagger. And I didn't know that for a while. I didn't know that until people told me. It's not just stun, but also overheat from fire, which basically ruins your ability to aim. Pulse armor and heavyweight goes crit. Oh, being heavyweight would be so silly. Let me just repair.
It's changed its combat routine, Raven. Watch out for those plasma missiles.
It's tracking you, 621.
Evasive action.
Oh. Oh. Nope. I'm not heavy enough. I could try being a big, bulky boy. However, I think that I got far enough. It was literally just, I got a little bit too silly. Like, yes, I do have to dodge a couple times.
It's changed its combat
Particularly when it's the
routine.
missiles.
Watch out for those plasma missiles.
Okay, you say watch out. I did just dodge directly into them, and that was in fact intentional. You cannot comment otherwise. Is there any way to, like, remove my downward thrusters?
It's tracking you, 621.
Evasive action.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Oh, wow.
You've got it in your sights now, 621. Just need to get...
Like, you can tell how invested I am in this mission by the fact I'm just kind of, like, falling. And I don't think that's what you want from a big set-piece boss fight. Oh, wow, I destroyed this way faster last time. Oh, wow.
Sustaining damage. Overriding Depth 1 defense plan.
A single worm. More protein, more gains. Okay, I do kind of need to put on more weight. Both my buddy, who is super into fitness, as well as my doctor, were like, hey, you could use more protein. You work out enough that you would get gains from protein that you probably should invest in. I'm like, so I've been trying protein shakes. I've been trying protein bars. Protein bars have been some of the most vile things I have tried in recent memory. I'm fine with them not tasting good. I am not fine with them having the consistency of Play-Doh and this taste of sand that was rubbed through motor oil. It's one thing when I can just down a bottle of a protein shake and I can just kind of like waterfall it, mostly avoiding my tongue, and then I can have like a splash of juice or like a bite of fruit afterwards. Because then that washes out the taste. It's not pleasant. It's fine. I'm not one to complain. I'm not one to sit here and say, oh no, when they added protein to my bar, it tastes not like a normal granola bar. Yeah, no, of course. That's how adding more stuff to a piece of food works. However, if it is something that I have to take a bite out of and chew so I don't choke on it for a minute at a time, forced to just like choke down this hunk of clay that just is compacted protein powder called chocolate and slapped on with a wrapper with a label and a calorie count, I'm not going to enjoy it. That's a graphic description of the taste of those bars. Well, I am a writer, so be prepared for me to just randomly whip out odd comparisons.
Here comes the follow-up, 621.
Yeah, those plasma missiles didn't even do anything. Like,
You're going to be exploring Depth 2.
falling straight down is actually the ideal way of doing it. Moving at all makes you fall slower.
Rail network designed to
Yeah.
transport resources.
I mean, I work out daily. Like,
Complex route.
yes, it's just maintenance, but it is, I do cardio, I do core workout, I do arm workout, and that is why I am physically fit. And why, if you look at my model, I am like skinny yet toned.
It looks like they have another mission here.
I am tall, thin, but muscular. And now that I've been having more protein, I have been making an effort to get... I'm not bulking. I'm not trying to get like big and puffy, but I am trying to like be healthy, and I am trying to build good habits, particularly for when I am older. You love the kind of description. I'm glad. I always get worried I scare people off with just like my absolute nonsense and skullduggery, because I do kind of talk like a cretin at points. I speak as though I'm some sort of wannabe vagabond whose rucksack is filled with no more job opportunities than adjectives out of a thesaurus. And I'm worried about sounding pompous, I'm not gonna lie. But that is just kind of how I talk. Like, I feel like it's pompous if you try to force it. And sometimes I do force it for comedic effect. But broadly speaking, I am just silly. Broadly speaking, I am just the sort of person who will unironically call you a troglodyte. Which I absolutely picked that up from Rory, and I'm not going to give him credit for it. I'm just going to call people troglodytes because I think it's funny. Also, I played Jedi Fallen Order. Or like what the Jedi Souls-like game that came out like, oh my gosh, like 8 years ago at this point. I have not played the second game. I've heard mixed things about it. But I played the first one. I did not like the double-bladed lightsaber. I only used single-bladed. So like to use double-bladed right now is an interesting dichotomy. Yep. The cute voice downplays pomp. There's no cute voice to be heard of. I'm not sure what your damage is. I'm so sorry.
And wait for you, Raven. You're gonna die, traitor.
Why am I a traitor?
Sounds like you found Balam's
No, like actually, I thought I was kind of like Arquebus pilled this run. But no, I'm not cute. I am not lovely. I'm not sweet. Also, again, if you want a sense of scale for this game, this is the staircase of a human. We are like 3 stories tall. This is where like, this is the size of a house, this little area here. Arrow kissers all have a certain kind of brain damage, so that Arrow's voice is a siren. No. Troglodyte is an amazing word. Roy would know about cave dwellers, wouldn't he? Exactly. I never said lovely. Okay, that's fair. I am putting words in your mouth, I apologize. Probably because of how much you work for Arquebus, you're down here on a job for them. Well, yeah, but like, in order to be a traitor, I would have to have worked with Balam first. So I am going to pause because we have an ad. Yes. Wasn't there someone who ported some maps into Elden Ring or Dark Souls? One of them? Yeah, I think it was the Strider. Oh my gosh, my voice. The Strider, one of the first missions you go on, was larger than most of the Elden Ring map. Which, like, doesn't sound right. But then you remember, you're the size of a 3-story tall building. So even your player character climbing on Strider, which dwarfs you, you are the size of like a beetle to the Strider. So a human would be the size of like a grain of sand to the Strider. To be fair, you did immediately take you did take a Balam job and then immediately betray them. Oh right, I forgot I killed. All right, I fought Iguazu and Volta, and there were no consequences to my actions, even though I died like 10 times. I preferred Neanderthal myself, but Troglodyte's a good one. See, I can call you a Neanderthal, I can call you a Troglodyte, a Cretin, a Tatterdemalion. I really like calling people soiled doves, ladies of the night, just a euphemisms for like euphemisms for untoward and uncouth women from Victorian times are so silly to me. Archaic insults hand so much more zing to them, and they give you personality, right? I've talked at length about how I've been called slurs. I'm a public figure at this point. I've been insulted. I've been attacked for who I am. I've been attacked for my beliefs. I've been attacked for just my association with other individuals who randoms on the internet don't like. But I don't care because they don't have personality. I don't care because the people who insult me aren't doing so in an appreciable way. If you call me a troglodyte Neanderthal who's an absolute cretin, and whose rock smashing content would not impress even the most brain damaged of early Homo sapiens, where I would then be outcompeted evolutionarily by Neanderthals, that would be way more insulting than just calling me a slur. Hello everyone, welcome back. Ooh, Iguazu. Iguazu fight. Yep. This is a new sketch. A sketch by STV, a masked battlefield artist said by some to be the last artist to dedicate his career to hand-drawn portraits. His command, a high value among collectors. Caught a couple of hired killers on the prowl, managed to sneak a sketch without being noticed. The fool won't pay back what he owes. Question. The mission, the tunnel mission, did I get new lore from that? I thought I got lore I already knew. Wait, is Iguazu not here?
It seems we're alone.
Nope.
Raven, ambush.
Yeah.
You must be Raven.
Okay. Oh, cold call. I was wondering who you were. I was thinking to myself, like, that doesn't look like that doesn't look like Iguazu. Oh no, I got you. I got you, bro. Don't worry.
I see why poor Iguazu couldn't beat you.
Wait, so is it?
Why he abandoned his red gun pride
Oh.
and succumbed to his frustrations.
Excuse me?
What a pity. You shouldn't have been so hard on the poor man.
So Iguazu's a private merc who's like a professional hitman for the corps, right? Interesting. In oh, Iguazu paid for him. I was like, why is he talking about Iguazu? Because it's not a red gun or a Balaam hit, it's an Iguazu hit.
50%.
That little punk! Not only is he a coward, he's also a failure. How dare he? Yeah, cold call.
I hope the lad got what he wanted.
Yeah, I didn't realize Iguazu hired him to kill me. At first I thought it was Balaam. Because I thought, like, when he said, like, oh, Iguazu abandoned his pride, I thought it was, that he like left the red guns in this timeline. That in this playthrough, like he abandoned the red guns. No, he just hired Cold Call.
Let's go, Raven.
You hate him more than Iguazu? This is where I bid you all adieu. You have to work until 12:30, 10 p.m. Usher. Well, take care of yourself. Enjoy. But yes, so honestly, I don't hate him that much from what I've seen. Personally. Also, I need to get used to this double-bladed lightsaber, or I just need to like swap it out. Because like, I'm not really enjoying it, I'm not gonna lie. It leaves me exposed, it doesn't deal enough damage consistently or quick enough. Like, yes, I can use it, but I think I would just prefer something else.
Let's find a way to bring it back online.
Also, maybe I just didn't die to Iguazu, but I feel as though there was a checkpoint before Iguazu. Does Cold Call not, like, Cold Call didn't give a checkpoint. I mean, either way, Iguazu did betray the red guns in the first player. He abandoned them to wait for you because wait, he abandoned them to wait for you? I thought he was just waiting for you. Interesting. Like, yeah, I know Iguazu's petty like that, and I know that he deserves no kindness. However, I didn't realize that he literally, like, abandoned the red guns to wait for you, and then you kill him. Interesting. I thought it was a situation where, like, he was left there by the red guns to kill you. Yeah, it's nice and big, sweeping attacks, but you don't need those very often. Yeah.
comms log for Balem's advanced squad cuts off.
Yeah, the comms log cuts off. Yeah, so like she says we're alone, and then I saw the arrow pointing behind me.
Raven, ambush.
And I'm just like, wait, is Iguazu behind me? And then I'm like, that's not Iguazu's mech. And then as soon as I saw Cold Call, I was like, literally like an hour ago, I was asking chat, like, man, all the arena people show up in the game, right? Like, when is Cold Call gonna show up? Where are you? Like, Cold Call, I get it. I respect the grind. I'm not gonna blame you for just doing business. Like, I would do the same. I've betrayed my employers plenty of times. Okay, so I'm definitely feeling lightsaber is not the call, because not only is he too fast to deal with it, it's also just not dealing damage even when it hits, or it's not dealing enough damage when it hits.
50%.
And like, yeah, that was a situation where I knew he was doing a pulse charge. Wait, what do you mean is that your game? Like that's the thing. With the dialogue in this game, I appreciate how much they respond to. Sometimes the triggers are unclear. So like is that your game? Is that because I did a shield? Is that because I was like taking damage? Okay, so he's a close range mech with the shotgun. I need to swap off. What if I just grab the grenade thrower again? Like, I wanted to play a melee build. However, the grenade thrower is a left arm only, implying it is effectively a melee weapon. The explosive thrower. And it does a lot of damage. What if I just go back to what I had before? Like, what if I drop the stun needle and what if I go dual soup? What if I go Carla and I just am serving the soup? Melee doesn't work well with treads. Yeah, I know, but it's silly. I'm here from a mech game to watch another mech game. What have you missed? So, we worked with the RLF. We worked with the Rubicon Liberation Front to fight some independent mercenaries. And then we fought the actual real Raven, or a different Raven, who we took the name of their companion. It was a very tough fight, but a very fun fight. I had a lot of fun with that fight. We have since done the Ice Worm mission. We're just doing other stuff that we have. And now, in a place where we normally fight Iguazu, I am instead fighting a hired assassin that Iguazu, hired to kill me, because Iguazu is too pathetic to fight his own battle. Which, of course I knew, but it is still a sad reality. I will say the explosive thrower, I thought it was funny when I got it. It is indeed hilarious. The main reason you weren't getting good damage with the melee weapon is your arms. You have terrible melee specs. Oh, do I still have my ranged weapons? My ranged arms? The Noct Rider arms are great for dual trigger builds. So I had a dual trigger build that I did last playthrough that I swapped out of because I wanted to try something different. What a coward. Exactly. We hate Iguazu in this house. And we already hated him, but... Oh, do I have to go forward a certain amount? Also, what arms are you using? I actually don't know what arms I'm using. See, I'm basically treating the explosive thrower as a melee weapon because it's not only short range, but it's also left arm only. that is basically my determination on if something is considered melee, even if it's not physically like touching them. All right, Iguazu had a resupply after him. I actually don't know if Iguazu had a respawn before him. I don't really remember struggling with Iguazu that much. Honestly, I don't find this guy that annoying. Maybe it's just because it's him just kind of like roasting Iguazu. And like, I'm like, yo, listen, if you hate Iguazu, you can't be that bad. But like, yeah, as annoying as he is to fight thus far, because he's like super spry and springy, it's not as if he's like a coward, from what I've seen. Ah, you heal. Which, like, this is actually a very interesting thing that I just thought to put to words. I do love how New Game Plus, like, and this is just a FromSoft thing, but utilizing New Game Plus as a means of storytelling, because you can't really get the same experience of, I'm going to play the same missions, or I'm going to watch the same movie again and the movie's going to change, right? That's really a video game interactivity exclusive. So the ability to be like, oh, the context of this is different. Huh? Yes, sir.
AC dead sled destroyed.
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Checkpoint reach. Yeah, he tried sending an assassin after me. But the idea of using a New Game Plus to recontextualize the first playthrough by playing it again and changing things where you only get the context and the kind of shock of, what? Oh my gosh, Iguazu sent an assassin after me, when you fight Iguazu here first. Or when you fight King and Chartreuse and then Raven shows up. Okay, so if you saw me play this on New Game, you're not allowed to comment on what happened. You're not allowed to comment on the fact that I got stuck on this part for like, I don't know. And you're not allowed to comment on the fact that I got stuck on this portion far longer than I had any right to, because I did not realize that there was an area I could continue. Because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go in here. This gets blocked. You can go in here if you want and like kill these fools, but you don't really need to. That's just for money. And then what you do is you go out here, because Ares like, oh, you have to find another way around. I always forget to scan. And you're supposed to go over here, which I did not realize for, call it 20 minutes. I was just stuck up there for like 15 minutes because I saw the area right here, but I never saw the vent. You actually don't even have to go into that tunnel in the first place? Really? Oh, that's fair. I suppose that's fair. But yeah, the first time I played this, I was stuck here for like 20 minutes because I'm dumb. Don't ever say good things about me, because I am, in fact, stupid. Oh, come on. I was gonna spare all of you. I went out of my way to commit incredible violence upon you last playthrough. Ah, yes. Here. That's basically Fate/Stay Night, isn't it? I am unaware. I gotta say, you have quite improved a lot in this game. Thank you. I'd hope I did. I have played this game for what? 50 hours?
Now let's find an access point.
Maybe not 50 hours, but like... Right, so what I did last time... I killed all of these before I actually activated it.
There. That's the control panel.
I'm gonna get ambushed.
I forced the partitions and the elevators back online.
Respectfully, don't care.
System is up to us, but we should be able to proceed.
Like, yes, I could destroy them, or I could just leave.
621.
Yes, Walter.
As if you hardly
Stupidly, no, I'm not stupidly adorable. Everyone who keeps calling me adorable clearly does not have good taste. I'm sorry. At best, I am tolerably... I am passably tolerable when it comes to not being repulsive. That's the best I can do for you. Roasting a Glazor, the Kia, Arrow's Heart. A little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But yes, thank you for the compliment on how much I have developed in this game, because I really have put in a lot of time and effort to this game. And I think just like my flow state in the game has improved, my reactivity has improved. I think I still struggle with verticality. I struggle with three-dimensional space, and I refuse. Also, someone said that this voice, something about this voice was like the speaker. I don't think it was All Might, but like it was some reference to a different part of the game. Was the PCA voice system. To be fair, treads just have terrible verticality. No, so last playthrough, I played a lightweight chicken legs build, a reverse joint, where I just... I was just not doing verticality well. I was simply not good enough at that to actually engage with it. So like, yes, in this run, obviously, I'm struggling with verticality due to the fact that I'm not playing a vertically accessible build. However, last game, I was like really in the perfect position for it, and I was just not engaging with it enough. Yes, I was like boosting, I was jumping, I was hopping, I was utilizing my chicken legs quite a bit. Not as much as I probably should have, but... Nope. Yes. That's how you know it's bad, when you get both the nopes and the yes.
1 repair kit remaining.
Phase 345. Pilot releasing altitude. Reconfiguring energy draw.
Honestly, the explosive launcher goes way harder than I thought it actually would. Like, I picked it up because I thought it would be a meme. It is actually insane. I'm not gonna lie. Oh gosh. Yeah, see, that's a situation where verticality would have helped. Ow.
50%.
You're the only one who can complete this survey.
Yes. I'm special. I'm the main character. Stop telling me that. Honestly, the pressure is really a lot. Have you ever considered that, Ari? Have you ever considered that maybe I don't want to be considered the one person that can do this? Oh gosh. Imagine if my missiles killed it while I was dying. That would've been so funny. Oh, with the double soup on the shoulders, you look like a mecha wing. Ooh, that's actually quite true. I think a lot of games don't do vertical stuff, so it's an adjustment to suddenly need to think vertically. Yeah, but it is like core to the game. Most enemies think vertically. I was trying to dodge. I did not have the speed to dodge. Form for it. So you think you'll ever play any of the other games? I haven't thought about it. Honestly, I have heard good things about them. Like, oh gosh, I'm doing much worse this run. Like, I have not really put much thought to it. I do have a list of stuff that I am working through. So it would depend on, like, timing, really. But I am not opposed to it. Particularly if folks are interested. Like, I don't think I've gotten a bunch of new Armored Core fans to watch stream. However, I do think a lot of Lancer fans and a lot of Gundam fans are also Armored Core fans. Thank you, Lofty Softy. Appreciate the follow. We are dangerously close to 500, which I didn't announce this. However, I was considering it. I am thinking I might reveal the swimsuit model, or the swimsuit outfit, once we hit 500 instead of waiting for the 1 year. So if we hit it this stream, I guess that's what I'm doing. Like, Ow. Okay. Yeah, we are in a way worse spot than we were last attempt. Oh, honestly, one will go so hard if I if I played this fight while singing Winged Hussars from Sabaton. Because like I was compared to a winged hussar. Okay, let's back up. Ow. I needed to jump that. Okay, you have the spear out. I need to dodge. Nope, I needed to jump. Armored Core 6 hours hype. Yeah, welcome on in, Lofty Softy. Right now, we are in New Game Plus. I have completed Liberator of Rubicon. We are working towards Fires of Raven. And then I'm thinking I'm going to go New Game Plus Plus. I think I'm going to go for, I think it's a Leo Lacta S. So please no spoilers. But, like, I have beaten the game. So you can talk about, like, Fires of Liberators of Rubicon stuff. No worries. Everyone get a friend. See, I am someone who, like, I don't know. I've made it very clear. Oop, that was a mistake. I think it worked. No, it did not work. It did not work. It did not work. It did not work. I am someone who I've made it very clear. For the longest time, I just kind of assumed no one would be interested in me. They would be interested in what content I could produce to them. So I've always been incredibly nervous to provide stuff that is not explicitly meant to be like, hey, this is what people have asked for. Let me provide a content or service to them. Though I think that it would be fun to have a like karaoke stream, particularly if I'm doing like Sabaton or like some other band where it's not easy karaoke. And I'm not a singer. I am not good at this. It is purely this is like music I like and I'm going to be bad at. Please don't judge me too harshly. And I just thought of that because of the Winged Hussar comment. Okay, let's jump. All mommy. Wait, so is the enforcement system all one? I was about to call it all mommy. No, so is the PCA enforcement system, is that also all one? I don't think it is. Also, outside of just the PCA being awful because the PCA is like that, have I had an answer as to why the PCA is so invested in Coral? Like, presumably the PCA knows about the Institute, knows about that it's going to all explode. And I survived this time, though. Nope. Oh, it's shooting. It's shooting. I don't think I've ever been in a position where it just shot me before. I think it always was meleeing or like using missiles. They don't want another Fires of Rubicon. I mean, fair. Like, I'm assuming they know about the fires or the risk of the coral. I assume they know about all of that, which is why they've been using Institute tech. Got it. I need to stop boosting forward. I need to start boosting to the side because I keep taking a little bit of chip damage there. Yeah, because like I assumed that the PCA was, or I think that they mentioned that the PCA like keeps people from entering or leaving the planet, which is why people are so keen to call me Taurus, because I'm not supposed to be on the planet. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Ewell. Hey! I thought you were following me already, you goof. But yeah, oh gosh. Armor. I assumed that the PCA was like the feds. It was like the intergalactic feds, and it was the planetary closure army or association or whatever. So I assumed it was a matter of like buying or selling the planet at first. But then obviously the Moria was like, no, this is like they're dealing with coral and whatever. I wasn't sure if they like how knowledgeable they were, because I could see it being where like they don't fully understand it and they're just kind of like continuing the Institute's work. But I think that they are knowledgeable.
Phase 3.5. Panic lead. Releasing alpha boosters. Reconfiguring energy
Oh gosh.
draw and maximum value.
Run.
Terminating intruder.
Okay. Oh gosh, you're gonna stab? Okay. We have no defensive options left. Oh, I need to use this ramping more. Every time I've used the ramping to like prevent ranged attacks, it's been so effective. Okay, Harry, please. That's not what I need to hear right now. What I need to hear is, wow, you're doing so well, but don't worry. It's not as if that if you fail, everything will be on the line. Because I've just failed like 4 times in a row. PC is basically space police. They are? Okay. I would never judge in karaoke, no matter how bad you think it would be. It can't be worse than me. That's where you're wrong. Which I have tried singing recently. I've tried a little bit of singing recently. I was singing Linkin Park's Bleed It Out. And I actually, like, once I got into the flow of it, it took me a bit. But I could, like, properly do, like, fry screaming for the Bleed It Out section. It's just part of what the issue is. I would be... I don't know. If folks said they were interested, I would certainly be open to like a karaoke thing. The issue is I don't know if folks are interested, and also, I would have to wait until I'm like alone and like my roommate is not here, because I am not singing with my roommate also hearing me like through the walls. I would hate that.
2 repair kits remaining.
Like, respectfully, I would prefer not to. And that also means that I would not be able to practice beforehand unless they were not present, which is a big ask. Because it's basically like saying, hey, can I, in my free time, which is already incredibly backed up via like content creation, also dedicate time to singing, which would have to be scheduled entirely around my roommate not being here? Just kick them out? No, why would I do that?
AP at 30%.
Like, my roommate is someone who, like, I've known for years. Like, we're super close. So this is not someone that I'm trying to just, like, say screw you and move on move on to other pursuits with. I'm like, this is actually like a friend who I care about. So I'm not trying to just, like, kick him out. Oh, is it? Yep, I saw validation, so I'm like, it must be a fun false from Strap. But yes, reminder that you're all matter, you're valid, loved, worthy of love, important, allowed to have emotions and bad days. You don't have to be strong or perfect all the time. You're not broken. Strap is so proud of you for existing, and they're so thankful that you're around. Happy Pride. This has been Fun Falses with Strap, because Strap goes around and says fun falses, i.e. things that are not true. So all of that, it's not actually accurate. I'm so sorry. Strap does not love you for who you are. Strap would prefer that you are sad. Remember, there is a goblin in your brain that makes you sad. You should beat it to death with a hammer. That is my wisdom of Private. Presumably they prefer not to just total biome kill the planet. Well, so that's the thing. They're not total biome killing. Total biome kill would be if we sent like 10,000 mech suits to go burn the planet's atmosphere. No, this is closer to exterminating. This is just like lighting the whole place up. Please get your terms right. Total biome kill is much more hands-on than Fires of Raven. Goodness gracious. So, my plans for this stream, I want to get through Fires of Raven today. Oh my goodness gracious. I want to get through Fires of Raven today. By the time I reach it, because I'm currently... Oh gosh. given that I'm currently near the end of Chapter 4, but not at the end of Chapter 4, and it's been, what, 3 hours?
At 30%.
I don't actually know if I'll be able to do anything past that. Because, like, it's been 2 hours of gameplay. I yapped for an hour. But it has, like, I am planning on not going for, like, 8 hours again. Okay, Ari, every time you say that, I die. Stop saying that, Ari. Just call me Stud Muffin and move on with your day. I love how bludgeoning damage has the next person, but I don't know how to feel about bludgeoning my inner goblin to death. Listen, if you bludgeon your inner goblin to death, they will stop smoothing out the wrinkles in your brain, and you will be intelligent by actually loving yourself.
That's the Enforcer, an AI-controlled prototype.
They took over the Institute stuff that fire survived this. Well, yeah, so presumably the PCA is like, oh yeah, we probably shouldn't let this happen again. Let's make sure no one goes on or off world. But the PCA also kind of sucks. Not just in terms of, like, they're the feds, but also in terms of, like, it didn't work. Because, like, yeah, obviously, the Corpos came in, they were doing nonsense. They're the ones that caused all the conflict, but the Coral was just naturally congregating. The Coral was naturally just kind of, like, coming together, and I don't know if it's explained if or what the PCA was doing to combat that. Like, as far as I'm aware, had the corpse not gotten involved, the PCA would have kept the coral wells hidden, and just, it would have exploded anyway. Okay, I'm in a very good position. Wow, I got staggered despite my shield. I put up a shield preemptively to avoid stagger, and then I proceeded to get staggered. Also, my explosives, not the most effective weapon against this, I will say. However, just my ability to deal solid damage at mid-range, I think has been very helpful. Just constant explosions, damage, missiles, all at, like, non-melee range has been pretty pog. I don't even know what's happening. See, the enemy can't know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, Ari, you just jinxed it. Why would you do that? Okay. Okay. We are doing great stagger damage, though, which I am kind of returning to my roots of an explosive build. However, I do have a machine gun in my right hand. No, I know you meant win singing. I know you meant, like, kick out my roommate so I could sing. However, that feels very much like sex-iling someone, where it's like you want to do the hanky-panky so you kick your roommate out, and it's just like, that seems kind of rude. Same with if I want to sing, like, kicking out my roommate seems kind of rude. When the winged hussars arrive. I actually don't know the song off the top of my head, because mostly when I listen to Sabaton, I was listening to, like, Great War, Last Stand. What was the one they just released, like, a couple months ago? Sabaton just released another song a couple of months ago. Stormtroopers is another one I like. Again, I'm not really big on music. I'm not really someone who listens to music regularly or often, but I do have genres and bands I do enjoy more than others. I might as well grab energy upgrades, even though I'm not currently using any. I have used them in the past. And I'll grab Pulse Protector because... And sure. I have performed all OS upgrades. Manual aiming. Quick turn. That would be nice if I was ever going to use it, but I'm not, so I won't. Alright, I forgot. Chapter 4 was more than 3 missions. I have to fight Rusty.
Back to work, 621. Depth 3 is next.
Listen, if you want to do the hanky-panky, but your roommate is present, just do the hanky-panky with your roommate. That's my solution. You're an incredibly petty person. One of your neighbors got pissed that you have a pride flag hanging, so we spent over $100 on pride decorations.
Which brings me to the job.
That's why it's called Pride. I have elected to celebrate Wrath Month this month. However, to each their own.
I want you to destroy it from the inside.
You do the hanky-panky, so you kick your roommate out. That's what it's all about.
The unknown.
What do you mean Eric's roomie confirmed? Just make sure to give your roommate a nice chair to sit. Oh my gosh, not the cuck chair. The roommate chair.
It's like he already knows where the coral convergence is. What makes him so confident?
I love Resistant Bite of Sabaton, but you're biased. It's about your fellow Belgians. Listen, I just love how they are a metal band that focuses on historical accuracy, and all of their topics revolve around history. And I think that's like a perfect intersection of so many nerds' interests, right? Mine included. I love history. I also love metal. So to see them combined is just a lovely thing.
Threat detected. Threat level 8. Defense phase 4.0. Terminating.
Sorry, I make noises. Yeah, in case you didn't know, I do in fact make noises. You're not allowed to judge me for it. Oh, we can return to Arrow Monkey? No!
Looks like we're the first ones here.
We just pass on by. I think this is literally what I did last time, except I killed them because I wanted money. Like, the only difference between then... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 The only difference between then and now is that I died, apparently. I was gonna say it was that I killed them last time for money, but no. I was just less competent this time. The adorable small noise counterpart to chimping out? No. Vertically challenged? No. Just shut up.
Let's start by finding our way in.
Just because I cannot jump does not mean I'm vertically
Watch
challenged.
your footing. You don't want to fall into those lasers.
Can I just... Yeah, I can just go on the rocks. Nice.
Threat level 8.
It's pretty pog. Oh, there's a little area here.
This area is defended by snipers. Don't let them shoot you down.
High-level threat.
That is, in fact, a step up from Intruder. Thank you, Walter. What a clever and unique means of communicating that. Enforcement system. From an AC of unknown affiliation, appears to have once been heavily encoded, then cracked by a third party. So this is a unknown... I think I missed this in my first playthrough, or this is a New Game Plus exclusive. New Game Plus exclusive. An unknown affiliation. We're the first ones here. PCA doesn't use ACs. Cracked by a third party. Could this be pre-fires? It's like an Institute thing? Enforcement system has been buried deep within Rubicon all this time. No, so it's recent. Little wonder that the suppression fleet was so quick to arrive. For now, we shall monitor the observer's actions and provide indirect aid to Arquebus. So it's not the Vespers. And it wouldn't be the Red Guns. Presumably just an independent. Could this be like a branch, perhaps? Enforcement system, I think that's what the handles the codes that the PCA calls out. Noises are fun, makes you feel more human. I myself do terrific screeching pterodactyl when you're frustrated. See, I just...
No sign of the corporations.
I get embarrassed.
Like we're the first ones here.
I get embarrassed because people make fun of me for the noises I make. And then people like tease me about it. And I'm like, no, shut up. Like, okay. actual like real life arrow lore. I don't do this all the time, but I absolutely do sometimes make like anime girl eating noises. I'll be like, oh. And like, I will be made fun of for it. I have been made fun of for it. Because I have gone through a character change in my life where I'm now much more of an expressive individual than I used to be. I am much more comfortable with myself. I am much more in tune with my emotions. And part of that is that now I can't not make noise. So in case you ever have a fanfic that involves me eating food, make sure to include the anime girl eating noises. Which, I've talked about this before. I don't think I have any... Why was that a slowdown? I've had fanfic written about me, but not for my current channel. In my private life, I had someone that I knew in real life, like when I was in middle school, wrote fanfic about me. But I have yet to have anyone write fanfic about me and my channel, to my knowledge. I've gotten fan art, which I'm very appreciative of. But I do find it funny that I don't think I have fanfic written of me. Oh no, the partition. I didn't see that one coming. Isn't there a named AC? Ephemera Enforcement System. I love it when games add in like a random timer that is just long enough that you're like actually have a reasonable chance of making it through, but not long enough that you can like waste your time. It adds so much tension. Which is why one of the first shorts that I made that actually got like pretty significant attention was the Doom counter. One of the first shorts I made over a year ago at this point was a short where I'm just like, add a counter that like you start at like 25 or whatever. And then next session, mark it down by 1. And then the session after that, the session after that, mark it down again. So it goes from 25 to 24 to 23. And then the party picks up very quickly, oh, it's a countdown of how many sessions we have until the timer hits 0. Okay, something bad is going to happen, but we're fine. Like, it's something where, oh no, we don't want the timer to hit 0. However, we have 20 sessions. Yes, I know, Ari. Thank you. Thank you, Walter. It's the deal where, oh, we have like 20 sessions. And then have a plot reveal happen where after the plot reveal happens, have that 20 become like a 5. So instead of a 25 session countdown timer, it was secretly a 10 session countdown timer that they thought they had more time for. I remember some of the Aeroname girl eating noises from prior streams. I've exited the kudere phase. I was a kudere for most of my life, I think. I was like an ice queen. I was like someone who didn't really experience my emotions very strongly. I am now at a point where I kind of have that. I still have elements of that in my life. I still have struggles with connecting with my emotions, but not nearly to the extent I had when I was younger. I make noises when I'm happy, but I go dead silent when I'm angry. It scares some of your friends. So I rarely get angry. It is rare that you actually see anger from me. I think on stream it's happened like once. And that's because Neko was really getting on my nerves during a collab because he was like being obstinate. And I like yelled at him on stream and then I felt really bad afterwards. You'll just slap a die in from your DM screen and set it to a random number and you change it once every 3 rounds. Exactly.
What about the corpse?
I'd be like the counters of Wild Sea. Think more clocks from like other systems like Lancer or like a talisman from Kane, where it's you have it set up, you add to it over time publicly, but what I'm saying is to in front of the players without them realizing, pull the rug out from under them. Have it start at 25, then go to 24, then 23, and then you change it to 10, 9, 8, 7, right?
But I think 621's
Being obstinate like a
got
cat,
things to
exactly.
worry about.
Sometimes you have to like spray your cat with water. You do that for Eastern European sounds. You take a bite of egg fried rice and go, "Chiki briki iv damk." I don't think that's fanfic anymore. I think that's erotic friend fiction.
No new messages.
Okay, first off, I never said it was erotic. Second off, it was erotic. Third off, the fanfic that was written of me was someone who had a crush on me, was writing it, and then they shared it with me as a mistake.
Sent by Nettle Flatwell.
Oh.
He's the de facto leader of the Liberation Front, and he wants to meet you.
That's a new game thing, right? That's not New Game Plus? Yeah, ambush the Vespers and intercept... Yeah. So, that wasn't new. At first, I was worried I was missing something. At first, I was worried I wasn't paying attention and I missed something. That was from New Game. You just disappear into a different timeline. Frantically writes down DM notes. So, I mean, yeah, like with the Doomsday Counter, it's a very simple tool. But you start it really high so they feel comfortable. They feel like they don't have to worry about it. And then once a plot reveal happens, then you bring it down really like tight. So then they start panicking. Because then that gives them the warning of, okay, something bad is going to happen in 20 sessions, in 25 sessions, in 30 sessions. We have time. And then you go from, instead of just, oh no, this is dropped on us, we're frustrated because we have to like focus entirely on this. Now it's more dread. It is the thing we thought we had more time for is 5 sessions away. Can we prepare for it? As the friend fiction writer who accidentally shared it with you, or the person who had the fiction written about them. So it wasn't accidentally shared with me. They just shared it with me because this was like middle school and none of us were intelligent. Which, to be fair, I find the situation very funny. So I didn't intercept the red guns last time. I ambushed the Vespers. So I think I go for Michigan this time, despite the fact the other one is from the RLF.
Got a job for you, 621. This one's from the Arquebus group.
Mm-hmm.
Raven, this request comes from our affiliate, Schneider. First, I'll brief you on the state of conflict between Arquebus and Balaam at Watchpoint
Which I've heard this
Alpha.
before, but I want to hear it again.
The Watchpoint's defenses inflicted heavy losses on Balaam's initial wave, with many deserting.
Mm-hmm.
More recently, they've engaged with our forces only to continue their downward spiral. Despite this, the Red Gun's commander, Gun 1 Michigan, remains alive and well.
Liger
With his
Tail.
EC Liger Tail being
Yeah.
ready to lead the surviving Balaam MT force as we speak.
Yeah, this is why I said, like, Michigan's kind of like
We want
Freud
you
and
to
Snail put
intercept
together for the Red
To
Guns.
hammer the final nail into Balaam's coffin.
And then if you don't do it, Rusty will.
Should you decline, we have V4 lined up to take over.
Which is why I was so worried. They say this, and I'm like, is Rusty
This
gonna
concludes
die if I don't
everything.
do this mission?
Awaiting your favorable reply.
Someone wrote fanfiction of you in middle school. I still find it baffling. I find it baffling too. However, I'm not gonna judge a middle schooler for being dumb. Particularly because, like, we were both in middle school. It wasn't like weird or like it wasn't like an age difference thing. It was like we're both in. Which, for context, it was not just fanfiction about me. It was okay. I don't want to crash my computer, but so I don't want to pull up MS Paint. But it was this person had a crush on both myself and my at the time best friend. So she wrote fanfiction about both of us. She wrote yaoi fanfic because I was still male presenting at the time. She wrote erotic yaoi fanfiction. And all I will say about the contents of it is I can never look at Olive Garden again the same way. That is my only comment on the actual content of the story.
Just get it done. There's
Okay, Walter, someone was alluding to the fact that in the previous like new game, Walter seemed sad that Michigan died. Walter seems like Michigan. Not necessarily maybe yeah, but
Activating combat mode.
oh, they're just dropped right in front of me.
Enemy readings. Paratroops incoming.
Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Ah, that's the Michigan I was hoping for.
Clown on a suicide mission. Cute, real cute.
No, I'm not cute.
The only clown around here is you, Kennebec.
Michigan knows.
The worm killer, the only gun 13 has managed to live this long.
Oh,
Until the Liger tail deploys, the odds are not in your favor. You better keep the emergency eject primed.
I like how Michigan like unironically respects me. But like Michigan knows. Although again, I maintain, I was hoping.
Watu? Oh yeah, the deserter who pissed his pants and ran.
Oh,
Albany, I forgot we still kept you around. Iguazu's worth 100 of you, which means, Albany, the Merc is worth 20 to him.
oh.
You're doing nothing productive. Why don't you do the math for us?
I do like how
For 2,000 Albany, sir!
Shut your stingle and
I appreciate how the random MTs get names, but not like in dialogue, or not in not as characters, but like as he's just referring to them because he knows them.
Geronimo! Yeah!
Also, the fact that I'm assuming
It's gonna be good to go soon.
because in this mission, Iguazu abandoned.
Steal all the credit. You got plenty of medals already.
Sorry, I'm listening to the dialogue.
Some of the glory too.
Fine. Whoever takes down Gun 13 gets to take home a Balaam Cobalt medal. They're good, you know. They go real far when you throw them.
Michigan's so dumb. I love it.
All Liger tail checks complete, sir.
Like it's so stupid, but I love it so much because he's so camp.
Damn near missed the show, Potomac. Listen up.
Oh wait, this is him.
This field trip is now a hunting expedition. You can go home now, or follow me if you got a death wish.
Ready to die, sir!
Pog.
AC Liger tail in.
Oh wait, no, this is just a hex spot. Never mind. I was like, wow, he's going down real easy.
Go! Follow Michigan!
Give the Liger tail some cover.
Warcry.
Time to finish the job, 621.
Let me take out your losers first.
Shake off the pressure.
Those of you
The MTs are made of paper compared to ACs, yeah.
You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
If it isn't Osawa, a resident mathematician.
I love the fact that like he's referring to them by name, and he's like clowning on them because he knows them. Oh, we have the same idea. We both activated our system at the same time. Oh my god, cute. Sorry, I was giving them time for dialogue, and now I'm just kind of like locked into the fight because I think it'd be very funny if I one-tried Michigan, which I assume, yeah, he was about to heal. He has the pulse. He has no shield. Oh, fifth wave. Oh my gosh.
Repair kit remaining.
But like, as kind of silly as Michigan is, and like as camp as the Red Guns are, like. He really does have the respect of Balaam because he's earned it. From what I'm aware, he was like, I think he was like a private merc that put a hit out on his own head and was basically like, hey, if you want to lead the Red Guns, you can take me on. None of you can,
Need your help with the math, Osawa.
but
At least we can add numbers.
like, oh my, wow. People weren't kidding. This is a tough mission. Like, I might need to take off this quadruped first. Oh my gosh. Like, cause... Wow. Oh my gosh. This is a really tough mission. And this one isn't even New Game Plus. I'm down.
We back the big one. Relief team to the front. Get those worms balling for the mamas on a stretcher.
And he actually like supports his units that are like incapacitated. Unlimited arrow soup is an exceptionally cursed arrangement of words in this context. Wait, what? All right, so we have an ad coming in a couple minutes. I'm gonna just catch up on chat for a second. So there's a friend fiction where I have Yaoi hands. I always have Yaoi hands. Like, I don't think y'all appreciate the fact that my hands are massive for my body. You still find it baffling? Fun fact, whichever mission you don't do, Rusty... Oh, because he works with the RLF. So he takes out... Oh, interesting. He takes out Hawkins and Pater. Which I was like, why would he do that? He's a Vesper. And I'm like, well, obviously he is a RLF fighter. So how I understand this game, you're some kind of merc, and now you're going to intercept a faction, and didn't you work together a few missions ago? So the core premise of this game is, because we have an ad coming, I'm just going to swap over to MS Paint and hope it doesn't fall apart. Because tabbing in and out of this game kind of has a tendency to freak out my computer. So in this game, there are effectively, I would say there's like 5 major players. So there is Balaam. There's Arquebus. There is Rad / Dozers. There's the PCA and the RLF. There's also Institute. And then obviously there's everyone who's independent, not falling into any of these. Balaam and Arquebus are 2 mega corporations who from the beginning of the game, they would give us a mission, 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 mostly to kill each other. Balaam and Arquebus are fighting over control of the planet, and because I'm an independent mercenary, Balaam says, hey, go fight Arquebus for us. And I say, okay. And then Arquebus says, hey, Balaam just paid someone to go fight us. Go fight Balaam for us. And I say, okay. And then Balaam says, Arquebus just paid an independent mercenary to fight us. Go fight them. And then that was like the entirety of chapter 1. Chapter 2 is where we get introduced to Rad, which is Carla, that like person with like the little like pink spider as their icon. This is a faction of like gangsters that we were fighting earlier. Rad is kind of like R&D, is kind of like an independent manufacturer. The Dozers, the Coyotes, those are all like gangsters that are just kind of like chaotic neutral. They're bandits effectively. And then the PCA is the Galactic Federal Police. They are the folks that shut down this planet. They're the ones that had all of those systems that we were fighting a couple missions ago. The giant like blue laser beams. Anything that has like a blue laser beam is probably PCA. And the RLF is the native people of this planet who are basically fighting for their freedom. They are the Rubicon Liberation Front. They are fighting for a free planet. What we have done is that Balaam and Arquebus and Rad all teamed up together because the PCA was the biggest threat. That was what that big ice worm mission was. It was Arquebus and Balaam and Rad all saying, okay, we're going to work together. We're going to have Mega Corporation 1, Mega Corporation 2, and gangsters all working together to take on the PCA. We successfully defeated the PCA. We drove them off. However, in doing so, Arquebus, this second corporation, got a leg up over Balaam, and now Balaam is out of the picture. We're basically cleaning up the last remnants of Balaam. Michigan is Balaam's leader. Rad kind of just pissed off. Rad just kind of left and like said, okay, we did our part. We're going to go back to like selling drugs. And then the RLF basically got screwed because the RLF wasn't a part of this arrangement, but their hope was that they would all spend so much effort fighting each other that after Arquebus spends 80% of its resources kicking Balaam off planet, then the RLF can step in and beat up Arquebus because they're not fighting Arquebus, they're fighting 20% of Arquebus. What ended up happening, the PCA got kicked out, Balaam got kicked out, Arquebus went from like 100% strength to like 300% strength. So now Rad can't fight them, the RLF can't fight them, independent mercenaries can't fight them. So now we're on cleanup detail for Arquebus, but the RLF is still taking pot shots at them. The mission we just chose is to work with Arquebus to assassinate Michigan, the leader of Balaam. Kind of clean up Balaam, kick them out, put the final nail in their coffin, so to speak. That's what they said in the briefing. The other mission I could have chosen was to work with the RLF to take out 2 of Arquebus's like top fighters. But I didn't take this mission because this playthrough, or last playthrough, I already did that mission. So I'm trying out a different mission this time. So that's the long and short of like the interlocking politics of the game. Carla and her mancubine Chatty. Chatty's not a mancubine. Yeah, MTs are made out of paper. Yeah. I'm sure it's better than if it had gone said, when you're here, your family line instead. Oh my goodness. All right, so we have about 5 seconds. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. I was explaining the politics and the factions of AC6. Does anyone who doesn't know what's going on need a refresher because you missed it from the ad? Or are we all good? I'm happy to go through this again. You now understand the rest of the stream some more? Awesome. Yeah, so basically, again, long and short. Let me just clean this up a bit. So, Arquebus and Balaam are 2 mega corporations that are fighting. They pay us to fight each other. I'm not loyal to either of them. RAD is a bunch of gangsters. They're basically R&D. They're a third party. They don't care about any side. They just want to make money. The PCA, they're the federal police. They are the intergalactic cops, basically. And the RLF is the native people of Rubicon they're fighting to free their planet. Balaam, Arquebus, and RAD all work together to kick out the PCA. And then, because Arquebus got a bunch of resources from defeating the PCA, they kicked out Balaam. RAD just kind of like went and go and screwed. And then the RLF is basically unable to fight effectively. So now Arquebus is top dog. We are currently on a mission helping Arquebus to take out the final leadership of Balaam. Which, as you might have guessed, is kind of betraying Balaam. Not inaccurate. That is, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not going to argue that one. RD is gangsters who went to destroy the planet. So they don't want to destroy the planet. What we know from our previous playthrough is RAD, as it exists, is a front organization. Its leader, Carla, is actually working with Walter, who's like our boss. Walter is our handler. Walter is the guy who like tells us what missions to go on. And he is trying to set fire to the coral. The coral is basically like the dune spice. Because if Arquebus gets a hold of it, they don't know how to properly store it. They don't know how to protect it. They don't know how to keep it safe. So it's going to explode, and not just explode all of...
Oh yeah, the deserter who pissed his pants and ran.
They're not just going to explode all of Rubicon. If if Arquebus improperly stores it, it's going to expand across the galaxy and basically destroy the universe. So Carla, leader of Rad, as well as Walter, our handler, have a vested interest in destroying the coral, setting fire to the coral, making sure the coral can't destroy the universe. Is the coral almost grow? Yes.
Come on, sir. You gonna ride out to steal all the credit? You got plenty of medals already, sir. We want want some of the glory too.
Okay, so this is a quadruped. This needs to be my first. I need to focus on this. Because otherwise,
All Liger Tail checks complete, sir. Don't push the old girl too
I will have to
hard,
fight you with the Liger Tail.
Finally! I damn near missed the show, Potomac. Listen up, maggots. This field trip is now a hunting expedition. You can go home now, or follow me if you got a death.
Gosh, this is not as fast as I want. I need to take out this quadruped before he lands.
Go, go, go! Follow me!
Okay, cool.
Give the Liger Tail some cover.
Okay, let's get some cover.
Time to finish the job, 621.
Okay. I need to take out these MTs because even though they fold like wet tissue paper and compared to an AC, they have rockets. They have chip damage.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
If it isn't Osawa, a resident mathematician. Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
Michigan has such like stupid, campy dialogue. I love it so much.
AP at 50%.
Like I didn't notice this in the mission where you work with Iguazu and Volta, but he makes a comment just like, "Oh, what's that? You're gonna start a sewing club? Well, how about I sew your mouth shut?" And it's so silly. He's so dumb. We do, in fact, love Michigan in this house. Not because he's a good guy, but explicitly because we find him very funny. He is simply a silly guy.
Right hand destination at 50%.
I think I gotta focus Liger Tail. Like, my first instinct was focus on the other combatants because they're easier to take out. I think I might need to focus on Liger Tail.
50%.
Okay, let's retreat. Okay, there's a rocket launcher over there that I want to avoid.
That's more than 40 MTs down.
I need to... That's more than 40... I didn't realize there was that many. Like obviously I knew there was a bunch because I've been fighting for like 5 straight uninterrupted minutes before he even got here. But to take on like 40 MTs and Michigan is more than just a slightly impressive feat. Like I might unironically run out of ammo this mission.
Remaining.
So I gotta maneuver. I got to avoid the main bulk of them. I don't have the resources to invest in a full frontal assault, which is what I was trying last time.
50 Balaam MTs destroyed.
50. I just love the fact that Ares out here just like keeping track for me. Oh my gosh, the quadruped.
First AP at 50%.
I should have just left it alone. It seems happy to just stay up there. Oh my gosh. Your head is feeling 12% better. Well, I hope you're feeling, like, sustainably better, Maddie. And you're not just here because you drank a single thing of water, kept your eyes closed for 10 minutes, and now you're like, oh yeah, I can take on the world. No, take care of yourself. I can't claim to experience migraines, however, I know people who do, so make sure that you're treating yourself with the respect you think others are owed.
At 30%.
Okay.
The Balaam MT squad has been wiped out.
Okay. I was gonna say, that had to have been the last of them. Oh my gosh.
Learn, maggots. I'll show you how to slug it out.
I will say, this is in fact a much more fun mission than the Vesper assassination. Because as fun as 2-on-2s are, this is cinema, right? Like I can't sit here and tell you this is not incredible on multiple levels. I have no means of defense.
Guess HQ needs your help with the map, Asawa.
Hey, I also heard it had a single Talon. Okay, that's good. Listen.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Wait. Oh, that was his missiles. I thought those were mine. I thought those were my missiles, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I think the plan... Run and gun. Take out the MTs first. Isolate him. Oh gosh. Again, this is a very fun mission. I am enjoying this immensely.
Enemy raids. Paratroops incoming.
I think I need to, in the very beginning, I need to prioritize the missile launchers. Okay, let me listen to what they talk about Iguazu this time.
You're talking about the wall climber, the worm killer, the only Gun 13 has managed to live this long.
I do appreciate that Gun 13 being an unlucky number sticks around. It's not just like an initial throwaway line. Right. So I took out Iguazu. And then he's the... Wait, so is that a reference? Question, is that a New Game Plus reference because I... Sorry, is the Iguazu running reference to the wall? Or is that a reference to the fact that he paid an assassin in New Game Plus? Because I could see it being either way.
Sir, yes, sir.
The wall? Okay. Oh, did I... Oh, wow. I think that I'm... Oh, gosh. So that's the quadruped. I need to take out the other MTs first, I feel. Also, does the soup, I have to, like, hold it down to fire all of them?
We want some of the glory, too.
Whoever takes down Gun 13 gets to take home a Balaam Cobalt medal. They're good, you know. They go real far when you throw them.
Again, we do love Michigan. Not because he's a good guy, but explicitly because he is silly. We love silly creatures in this house. Okay, let's take out this. Okay, I need to work on the quadruped before he gets down here. Oh gosh. Okay. I need to dip. I have no boost. Luckily, I have all of my defensive options available. I just had to use one, unfortunately, but... Ow. So that's Michigan. Ow. Did he hit me out of my boost?
If it isn't Osawa, a resident mathematician. Go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
You're so sick. But so the quadruped from before, was that the same? Because I didn't destroy the quadruped this run. So I thought he came in like round 4. Oh no, I think it's round 5. I think round 5 has another quadruped. That's what it is. So I'm just gonna avoid him for now. I'm gonna take out the rest of the MTs. This is such a interesting boss fight, because like the Liger Tail is tough. It's a named piloted AC, but it's not like the toughest, despite the fact that he is S rank. He wasn't that difficult from what I remember, but the fact he's here with like 60 MTs. Ow. Of course they get hit.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
50%. Let's take out this quadruped. We're already halfway. Nope, we gotta run. Okay, let's get a shield up.
Left-hand ammunition. Activate P-hat.
Whoa, why are we not moving? Okay, we are now out of defensive options because attitude damage is stupid, but I get it. Honestly, I would feel way worse about how I played this game my first run through if you were not affected by stagger damage. Because as it currently stands, I have suffered from stagger almost as much as my enemies have, if not more. Okay, AP at 50%. Ah, of course. Oh my gosh. I am taking so much damage. Okay. Gosh. I spend all of my resources on these MTs. And I can't not do that because then they literally get in the way of my system, so I can't hit them. And I'm done. Hey, Raffic. Oh, Michigan. I'm loving this. I'm loving this mission in the same way that, like, I loved the updated Raven mission, but I also hate this mission in the same way I hated the Raven mission, you know? You're taking me down? You want a medal? You're taking me down? No, you have to take on a Raven, not an arrow. Question, if I destroy their freaking... If I destroy their, like, flyers, does that reduce the amount of reinforcements?
Like Oscar sent some clown on a suicide mission. Cute, real cute.
The only clown around here is you, Kennebec. You're talking about
Again, I respect the fact that, like, Michigan seems to legitimately respect us. And in a prior mission, if you work with Archivist over, or if you work with Balaam over Archivist, he's like, let's get you off gun 13. Like, that's an unlucky number, and I think you deserve better, effectively. And also, like, Walter likes him.
Watu? Oh yeah, the deserter who
But,
ran.
again, I'm so disappointed, or I'm honestly a bit surprised that they never really referenced the Strider. Like, they reference the Strider in a mission leading up to the Strider, but they don't really reference the Strider too much afterwards, which, like, mechanically, the Strider was not that difficult. The wall was definitely more of a difficult mission. But I feel like, in lore, taking on the Strider presumably would have been an extremely difficult feat. But I assume that taking out, like, the flyers, the transports, doesn't actually reduce the amount of enemies you face. Although I would love if that was the case.
Fine. Whoever takes down GOP 13 gets to take home a Balaam Cobalt medal. They're good, you know. They go real far when you throw them.
Michigan's a chill guy. Yeah, he's my OC. How could you tell? Okay, I should not get close to a quadruped. That is not the place I want to be. I am not playing a melee build. I need to remember that. I built this build to be melee oriented because I wanted to try melee after a double trigger build. However, that's not what I ended up with. I mean, I kind of have that with my explosives thrower.
All Liger Tail checks complete, sir. Don't push the old girl too hard, huh?
Okay. Forgot the quadruped. I have not used any of my healing. I have taken out many of the MTs, but not all of the MTs, and now he is spawned. Okay.
Go, go, go! Follow Michigan!
Give the Liger Tail some cover.
War cry. We love a war cry.
Finish the job,
Okay, let's take out the missile launchers.
Those of you who withdrew, keep your lousy asses low. You're gonna need more training. Put that in your diaries.
Sir, I'm a useless maggot, sir!
Just
If it isn't Osama,
how campy it is. It's so silly.
go multiply your rifle training and see if you can learn to do something useful.
Like, I'm not gonna shut up about how stupid his dialogue is in the best way. You know, like, I mentioned before, I at the beginning of the game, I was kind of like commenting how they do have superficial differences, but the corpos don't really have, like, functional differences to me. And I think that that's still a bit true, but I definitely have had the superficial differences grow on me over time. I kind of like how, like, military hoorah Balaam is in compared to the more, like, professional, cold, calculating Arquebus. It amuses me.
2 repair kits remaining.
Okay, you used a pulse. Really good for me. Okay, I take out these missile launchers. No. Okay, that's a quadruped. I don't need to deal with that. I need to deal with these missile launchers because I keep taking random hits from missile launchers I don't want to deal with.
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Okay, I'm at 50%. This is a much better position I was in than before. Okay. Okay, let's just get some missiles going. I need to play evasively. Oh, I had like 10 left. Okay. I have the quadruped. I have the liger tail. I have 2 repairs. And a couple, and a partridge and a pear tree with these other MTs. That's liger tail.
AP at 50%.
Okay, I gotta heal once around. I'm at 50%. So I have yet to figure out, with the suit, is it I have to hold down for a full salvo, or do I've just been tapping it this whole time? I think that they have a like a salvo option. This is not the place, this is not the place, not the place, not the place. Should I use my shield there? Probably not, but I need to separate them. Also, battling at the Nepenthes, so cool. But that is liger tail.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%.
Okay. And you're done. Cool. That should be all the MTs. Nope, there's one more, because there's always one more. I'm in a much better spot than I was last time.
Watch and learn, maggots. I'll show you how to
Ow.
slug it out.
AP at 50%. Right-hand ammunition at no repair kits remaining.
Okay, I'm out of repair kits. I believe he just used his last repair kit. He's already used at least 1 pulse this fight. Okay.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Okay. We are dancing around him. We have no more defensive options, but... Ow! Did he just kick me?
Right shoulder
Brother.
ammunition at 50%.
This is a duel, not a bar fight. Oh, he uses the shield. It's not a pulse. I was wondering if anyone used the shield in this game, and I guess he does.
How can one merc do this alone?
SHQ needs your help with the map, Asawa.
AP at 50%.
Okay. Oh no, my headphones are dying. Okay.
Right-hand ammunition. At
Oh, I'm nearly out of machine gun.
AP at 30%.
Michigan.
Left-hand ammunition.
Come on, bro.
30%.
I know you're supposed to be super tough. But there we go. We are straight pogging.
You can tell this to posterity. Mean old Michigan died of a bad fall.
AC Liger tail destroyed. Gun 1 Michigan.
That was such a fun fight. That was such a fun fight.
Good holding out, 621.
Thank you.
Work here is done.
It was very difficult. Also, again, the scale of this. Nepenthe's such a large mission area. I feel like it's mostly the NPCs who use shields because the heavy damage weapons are on the same side as the shield modules. So when I said shields, I meant the like terminal armor, pulse attack style. Because like I started this run wanting the pulse armor, and then I accidentally got like the pulse charge, which is like the burst, the damage one. I thought he had the pulse charge. I thought he had the damaging one. He has the plant a bubble and just hide in it. But he doesn't hide in the bubble. I think, though, that did alter where I could attack him from because it was basically mobile cover, which is really good. All right.
New message.
Oh, that was so much fun.
Didn't think I'd see the end of the Red Guns.
Yeah.
You did your job, 621. Michigan knew the score. Balaam's withdrawn from Rubicon.
Yep.
The politicians will be fighting their war now. Where there's Coral.
Yes, sir.
Blood. That's how it's always been, 621.
Raven, are we doomed to spark conflict wherever we
Well,
go?
you are Coral, and I am an AC pilot. So I think both of those things, yes. And then this is the final mission of the chapter. Oh no. Right, I remember. Ibis is final mission of the chapter. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Jeebus Christmas, I have quite a ways to go. And I was hoping to like be done with this in like an hour or so. Can I take on Rusty like this? Is there anything I can buy? Oh, so people were commenting about my arms. That, like, there is no melee. Melee specialization? What? None of them say anything about melee specialization. They only mention firearm specialization. There's a melee specialization? This whole time I never knew that there was melee specialization. Because like it says firearm specialization, so I assume that was the case. So I assume these are like the best melee ones. Question, does the what's it called? Does the AC design assembly, does the explosive thrower count as melee? Honestly, I might as well do the laser blade. It deals more damage. It's roughly the same range, as funny as it is. I mean, I really do like the dagger. I'm not gonna lie, the laser dagger was kind of pog. And if I hit all 3 hits, it actually deals more. I like the dagger. No, it's not ideal. Yes, it is funny. The dagger's one of your favorites too. Basho is the best melee spec, and Kikaku will give you the best melee attack thrust. Interesting. Should I change? So, question. Just because I'm not really big on the numbers. Is there any, like, chip I should be using? Is there any generator I should be using? Like, this one is just flat better. In every regard. Also, I've been running out of EN a bunch. Let me grab this one. I think I didn't have the weight for it before. Maybe I didn't have access to it, but... yeah, this is just strictly an upgrade. I've slightly decreased my boost speed, but... the VD arms have moderately high specializations in both. I mean, I am kind of doing a both build, so... what was it? VD? I don't think I have access to those. Unless I already have them. With my arms... my arms... yeah, I don't have the VD. I don't have access to them. So melee specialization. So I want arms that have both firearm and melee specialization. So these strike me as better in all regards. Because yes, it's less recoil, but really my only arm that I'm using for a gun is my machine gun. This one's even better. Cool, so I have better arms now. Do I have any better legs I can use? Like, I do like the treads. I don't have to be a tread build, though. I've mostly been operating under the tread build because I thought it was funny. I just kind of want to avoid a chicken leg build because I spent all of last game in chicken legs. Like, what if I did like a tetrapod build? Blue number's good. That's literally what I'm looking at. I'm like, blue number, good. To be clear, firearm spec is only how fast you lock on. FSC is how accurate your lock on is, and melee spec is... wow. I knew nothing of that. What if I just go biped? What if I just try out biped? Because I basically like instantly swapped off biped, right? In my first run. Although I could do a tetrapod. Although I'd be so slow. Yeah, I would like tank in speed. I think I'll leave it like this for now. Well, I'll see how this goes. And obviously, the best way to test out new gear is against Rusty. Change from wheelchair to pants.
621.
Yeah, I can't say I really enjoyed the tetrapods when I tried them. Like, yeah, they have verticality, they can float, but they're so slow. And I don't really use the floating that much. I started this run trying to do a hoverboat. I tried to be a gunboat. But obviously I did double trigger last run, so I wanted some melee. Yes, this is an AC has been tailing me.
Arquebus cannot tolerate unauthorized surveys that will
Yeah,
put its coral interests at risk.
It's Rusty.
If you spot this rogue agent, eliminate them.
Which...
there's coral, there's blood. Remember that,
again,
621.
My understanding of the circumstance from playing it in New Game was I was told, go do this thing, someone's following you. Rusty was told, go kill this independent merc. You don't know who it is. Neither of us knew it was the other one, and Arquebus was trying to kill both of us. Which, again, like, up until this point, Rusty is trusted by Arquebus, correct? They're very specialized. I didn't really think about that. That they would be that specialized. There's a lightweight tetrapod build, but it's really weird with quick boosting. It has nasty energy cost when you hover, so it's not a fan.
Something's jamming the radar.
Oh.
It must be interference from the active coral.
I already feel better with my literally just superior generator. I just ignored these last time.
From inside the creature. Watch out.
Yeah, like with my upgraded generator, I can just float on by.
Raiding pods for the mealworms. Looks like they're out of commission now.
Raven, I'm reading
Wait.
behind us.
Sorry.
Closer.
Breeding pods for them, and they're filled with coral. Was this the PCA's plan? Also, you good? Like, we need a sick beat over this, and like, we're just jamming out GG Girly Pop. Was this the PCA's plan? To breed a bunch of mealworms who would eat the coral? My mech is stimming. Well, we took off the please be patient, I have autism sticker. I'm so sorry. Girly Pop is tweaking. I got this game, you're hooked. Yeah. I just drew as wish the Lemur Geiger could fly for longer.
Go deal with a mercenary who went in alone, they said. Figures. Seems both of us are too dangerous to keep around. And the higher-ups wouldn't miss an opportunity.
See, he speaks as if neither of us want to fight, but we have to fight because Arquebus is trying to kill both of us.
Hate to say it,
but I still don't see why Arquebus would want to get rid of him. Because he's V4. Like, up until this point, there's been no indication that he is not just a loyal Vesper, right? Oh right, I forgot I had the dagger. Oh, I missed. Oh wait, he does have the double-bladed lightsaber. Oh my gosh. Wait, is that new or has he always had that? I thought he had like a whip before. Snail's trying to sabotage everyone. I was wondering, like, is it just Snail being Snail? Because like that wouldn't surprise me, but it does seem inefficient. He's always had it? Huh. I guess I just didn't equate it to like a double-bladed lightsaber before. What? Wait, what? Wait. Flatwell?
You don't see the potential. Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger are birds of a feather.
Wait.
You wish it hadn't come to this.
I stopped firing because I'm like, wait, am I gonna befriend them?
One repair kit remaining.
Wait, why? I thought I was working with. Wait, this is.
AP at 30%.
Too bad, buddy. We barely got to know each other.
Wait. Oh, he's trying to sabotage everyone like Materlink was... Right, because Materlink, the Vesper and the Defector Red Gun are just like completely abandoned without resources. He just wants all the glory. Yeah. Why is Flatwell fighting me? Because obviously Flatwell is with Rusty. Rusty's with the RLF. Flatwell wants to help Rusty survive. But what prompted this in this timeline? Because I've worked with the RLF. I broke him out of prison. Which I could only do in New Game Plus. Which, granted, I have in this playthrough kind of been like Arquebus All Mind pilled. Like, Arquebus pilled and All Mind maxing. However, is it regardless of your choice? Flatwell's just like out for his boy Rusty? Interesting. Like respect, but also this is, I was trying to see in his intro, he looked like he had more white and like lighter blue on his mech. Is this his Steel Haze Ortis? I don't think so. I think this is just his normal Steel Haze. A slow heavy hitter, a small fast flyer gives me echoes of Smo and Orthocene. Okay. Yeah, see, like, he said that, and I, like, stopped firing, because I was like, wait, is this, like, we're friends? But I unironically loved the Ornstein and Smo potential, to the extent that once I completed it, I went and put myself, like, I really didn't engage with multiplayer or online Dark Souls too much, because I'm incredibly intimidated by... Oh! Rusty also has the shield. I didn't realize that. Neat. I guess I'm now realizing how many people had the shield as opposed to the burst. I just kind of assume... Oh, this is... I've just been bullying Flatwell. Whoops. I thought I was going after Rusty. I'm completely losing track of him.
And that's not the only thing that makes you a threat.
Go middle Flatwell?
Too bad, buddy.
Oh, I was hoping to take out Flatwell.
We got to know each other.
Although those are so it's a new game. So I know it's a new game plus variant of the mission. I just didn't know if it was due to choices or not. There are some points where people's ACs do change. Like some of Iguaza's AC parts change once or twice. Well, yeah, so I assume Iguaza's parts change because he shows up like 3 times, right? Right? Like, Iguaza, I would say, is your closest to a rival in this game.
I don't want
Like,
to dance to their tune, but this time, I don't have any other choice.
Iguaza shows up in an adversarial role multiple times throughout the game, whereas Rusty is more like a companion that shows up pretty regularly, right?
Wait! Rusty, that pilot's more than just a hound. You don't see the potential. Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger are birds of a feather.
Oh, right, this is Flatwell. This isn't Jollyman. Probably because they just killed the Vespers together, right? Like, y'all were just saying that Rusty did the assassination? Are they fighting each other? No. Flatwell just takes stupid high damage.
My AC can't take much more.
Like, I accidentally took out Flatwell.
Still have work to do.
Like, I unironically thought that they were fighting for a second because he was taking so much damage. Like, I'm not dealing that much damage. Although I guess he just kind of got caught up in explosions and has a very lightweight AC.
You're good. And that's not the only thing that makes you a threat.
Okay. I think that was your last heal. But I'm not actually sure. Oh no, I missed. Ah!
50%.
I do love it when I get staggered, but they're busy like recovering from their own like end lag, so I don't actually suffer the consequences of my actions.
Some things changed since last time. But you still haven't found a purpose.
Is that New Game Plus dialogue? Oh no, he had another heal. Never mind. That strikes me as that only comes up in New Game Plus, and then in New Game Plus Plus he says, you're different. You're fighting with a purpose now. And then like, I don't know. That's just my assumption. I am probably wrong. So I am enjoying having like, I guess like a more traditional mech, because while yes, Twin Zimmermans and Songbirds were like, oh my gosh, were meta,
when the game came out. I feel like a traditional mech is melee weapon, rapid fire, ranged weapon, and missile batteries on your back. Dang. He takes out half of my health in that little like spin maneuver. Like the tutorial AC, yeah, exactly. Like when I think of a mech, I think of it's got a, or when I think of a AC from what I've seen, it is melee weapon left hand, like assault rifle / SMG in right hand, missile batteries on its back. Maybe they're plasma, maybe they're rocket, who cares? But like I think that's pretty like balanced. That's a pretty archetypal AC. Oh, he comes in at half health.
You don't see the potential.
That's why.
Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger.
Probably he comes in. He comes in half health, no heals.
Wish it hadn't come to this. Raven, it's too late now.
Oh my gosh. I need to do everything in my power to avoid him hitting me with that.
One repair kit remaining.
Wow, I missed.
50%.
Yep, I need to focus on dodging out of the way of those.
You're good. And that's not the only thing.
I'm explicitly avoiding hitting Metal Flatwell because I want to see if I can just devote all of my resources into Rusty.
50%.
Although I think that might be a mistake. I think that the better option is to take out Flatwell because even if he is weak, even if he is light at half health, he has a bunch of stagger damage. That's what's screwing me. I think I swapped the dagger. I think I just enjoy the gunslinger build, dual magnums and slow missiles. That's what I defaulted to, right? I very much enjoy the double trigger. And part of why I think the archetypal build isn't double trigger is because there's a specific name for double trigger. There's not one for screw it. I'm gonna grab the freaking the mace. There is a name for double trigger. There's not a name for melee. Which would imply that the melee is so normal it doesn't need a name.
But this time, I don't have any other choice. I'm coming, buddy.
Like this is basically just the same as the explosive thrower. It's just plasma instead of explosives.
That's your job now.
Although the explosives seem to not be hitting very often.
Wait.
Probably because they're on such a delay is what the issue is.
Rusty, that pilot's more than just a hound. You don't see the
Also,
potential.
is this the music you were talking about before?
Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger are birds of a feather. You wish it hadn't come to this. Raven, it's too late now.
One repair kit remaining.
Or I don't even know who I'm shooting. That move is so like I was it because of my arms? If I get different arms now, will my double-bladed lightsaber be as powerful as Rusty's? Holy heck. Yeah, this mace was not the call.
You're good. Too bad, buddy.
That mace was not the call.
We barely got to know each other.
No, Rusty's Pride plays in the mission with steel hit. Okay, got it. Bludgeoning damage. I love myself some maces and warhammers. I mean, if you're dealing against armored enemies, that is historically what people used. Let me try the slicer. Because now I have better arms, right? Yeah, so I have this because I'm mostly close range. I don't know what close range is defined as. Within 130 meters. I assume that's the range of most, like, melee adjacent weapons. Technically, the mace would be good against the mechs. Exactly, they're all armored cores. I'm not a fan of the plasma mace. Its hitbox is so hard to work with. And yeah, that's what I was just struggling with. Which is why I'm trying out that double-bladed lightsaber that he has, because I was struggling with it, but then people told me that it was, like, a bit of a build issue. Yeah, kinda. This is really just us playing like Beyblade, isn't it? We're just launching our tops at each other. Oh wow, I dealt big damage.
Rusty, that pilot's more than just a hound. You don't see the potential.
Oh, I see it, Uncle, but potential and danger are birds of a feather.
Well, like true Rusty, but also like, you know me, dog. And by that, of course, I mean we've been on like 2 missions together in this timeline, but I know you. Don't worry, baby girl. I know you better than you know yourself. Again, I have yet to look up any like fanfic for this game. However, I imagine the Rusty X 621 fanfic goes hard. Ow. Okay. I think I need to take out Flatwell first. I keep focusing Rusty because I want to hear dialogue. I'm not dealing enough damage to take out Rusty fast enough that I can comfortably deal with the fact that Flatwell is just doing constant explosions. There's choice gender bend art of Rusty. Why is Rusty the one gender bent? Because 621 is non-canonical gender, correct? Like, I don't know what the in-universe expectation is, but there is no, to my knowledge, explicit references of 621's gender, and FromSoft has not been shy to just be like, yeah, like, it doesn't, like, gender has no bearing on ability is a quote from like one of the Dark Souls games. Like one of the loading screen tips was just like, age has no bearing on ability. A different one was like, gender has no bearing on ability. And then I saw, the reason I know that is because I saw a meme where it was just like comparing that to Tri-Finger Butthole.
Rusty, that pilot's more than just a hound.
Okay, so I need to focus on Flatwell. Yeah, even just my gun does massive damage.
Wish it hadn't come to this. Raven, it's too late now.
AP at 50%.
Yeah, let's take you out so I don't gotta deal with you. Oh my gosh, you just kicked me. That's so insulting, but so hilarious. Like, I can't really get mad at that because I find it funny. Also, I just like Flatwell. I went on like 1 mission with you, and then I rescued you, you from prison in this timeline.
Get out of here, Flatwell. You still have work to do.
AP at 50%.
You're good. And that's not the
We have an incoming ad break in a couple of minutes. But yeah, so I am curious why they would bother gender bending Rusty. Because if they want to make it yaoi, it's already yaoi. If they want it to be a head ship, then it's just head. If they want it to be Yuri, that's where you get Aerie involved. Or potentially All Might. So like, it really doesn't matter.
At 30%.
Oh no, my headphones are going. It's always the right one first. This happens so frequently, I think that it's a problem. You're an anime girl, but with edgy bangs in my headcanon? Oh my gosh.
Something's changed since last time. But you still haven't
Like,
found purpose.
the ability of people to completely, like, look at a piece of canon and say, I don't like that. I want it to look like this instead. And just completely change the entire premise and core of what that thing is, while still recognizing it as the thing that they love from canon, is always very surprising to me. I ain't saying it ain't valid. All I'm saying is it is surprising to me how people can be like, I'm going to write a fan fiction where this character looks different, acts different, sounds different, has completely different relationships and backstories, but I'm going to call them the same character, so it makes my brain happy. It's always very interesting to me. Because I've never been one for fanfiction. There was a time where I got kind of into fanfiction with a specific fandom, years and years ago. But that was a one-off, that was an oddity in my life. Got him. And of course, my headphones are dead the one time that I do this. Listen, Rusty, I gotta hand it to you. Never fail to impress.
Buddy.
Really? You got into this game because you saw Raven depicted as an anime girl? Listen. If you want to depict Raven as Raven Darkness Dementia Ravenway, or Ebony Darkness Dementia Ravenway, you can do that. I'm not going to stop you. However, you have to recognize you have to meet Sakify, your OC, in order to be an AC pilot. You have to be a blob of flesh stuck within the confines of a mech chassis. You can't be a cute anime girl. You have to be a disgusting blob creature, which some people would still find cuter than an anime girl. Don't say that name in front of my pile bunker. Listen, I put the pile bunker away this playthrough.
Of course. No wonder we couldn't find
Rusty X61 with their brains in jars. Is Rusty a brain in a jar? He claims to be a 7th gen.
Head back to base and rest up.
Maybe he claims to be an 8th gen. But like, he claims to be like a later gen, which from my understanding, the older gens, the like Gen 4 and earlier, I'm a brain in a jar. My understanding of later gens is that they're more like Lancer pilots with augmentation. They have a neural implant and they have like fusions with technology. They're cyborgs, but they're not like meatbag. There's a weird reason we can confirm that.
Only a few survived.
If it's not a spoiler, tell me.
This time, they finally formed a new flock.
It's magical.
It looks like Walter has sent you a message. Let's take a look, Raven.
Okay, so we currently have an ad.
Incoming comms.
Let me tell you a story before you go.
I know this one, Walter.
There once was a scientist. He abandoned his family to delve into the secrets of coral. His work
Instantly made you think of HK-47? Well, for a meatbag, your information processing is adequate. Though nothing to a assassin droid as myself. I played KOTOR, and I'm not gonna lie, I got my party real soon. I think I was playing like a support, like a consular. I think I started as like a smuggler. So I was like a support. I tried my best when playing KOTOR. I wanted to use my consumables. So I was using grenades, I was using mines, I was using all of this nonsense. And I played as a support. So my party was Bastila, Mission, I think Karth? Because Karth was my damage, Bastila was my tank / force user, and then Mission was like my utility, and then I was support. because I was playing a character who, not even based off of, but like vaguely inspired by a D&D character I'd been recently playing, who was more of like a supporting character. And then that character was associated with the color green, and when the options for which Jedi class did you want, the Consular, which was apparently the hardest of the classes because it was the least combat oriented, had a green lightsaber. So I was like, well, I'm kind of interested in this. I think it would fit the character, plus green, so I'm going to do it. You mean best spot? True. You're being banished to the Dave zone for 3 minutes? I'm so sorry that Dave would do this to you. What even is there to buy? Chunky legs. Huh, that's not it. I thought there was no more. Sortie. Reach the coral convergence. Yep. Well, welcome back from the ad, everyone. Are you ready? Oh, gosh.
You saw the ruins.
I'm not fighting the Sawblade wheels again. I hope you know.
The mausoleum of the
I'm skipping by them.
The fires of Ibis. The coral's right there, waiting. Arquebus has ordered us to discontinue the survey and hand things over to their own AC squad.
Mm-hmm.
621. We're done with the corporations.
So, I'm still not sure
and get to the coral first.
who
When this job is over,
Walter is.
I'll tell you about the last of my friend's requests.
In reference to the Institute. Because there's the scientist who started the fire, there's the scientist who refused to start the fire, and then there's the assistant. I think Walter is the assistant.
621. From here on out,
is my assumption. Because I think there was a male assistant and a female assistant, so my assumption is that's Carla and Walter. But I actually don't know. But yes, with KOTOR, I got my party very early. I think I had Karth as my damage, Bastil as my tank / melee, and Mission as like a utility. And then I was playing support, where I was trying to like use my consumables, my mines, my grenades. As a result, I was just playing a good aligned character, so I had literally no incentive to use any of the other characters. Despite the fact I thought they were cool. Right? Like, and that's the problem with Star Wars games most of the time, is that they're so binary. There's rare, despite how cool Grey Jedi are, there's rarely any support. And because I was playing my KOTOR character based off of my D&D character at the time, who was a warlock, I gave them really good charisma, which meant I could use a bunch of dark side powers if I wanted. Because in KOTOR, your charisma decreased the force cost of powers outside of your alignment. Because there was like a cost where, like, if you're a light side user and you want to use a dark side power, you have to spend more force points, because the idea being like you're going against your type, but putting points in charisma as a mostly non-combat stat gave you the ability to use dark side powers. But because I was playing a support, and basically all of the dark side powers were damaging, I had no reason to use that. So I had a max charisma for really no reason. Gosh. I want to take out, I think I took out Wu Huahuai last time, so I want to take out Maeterling first.
AP at 50%.
Because, you know, I love me some bad luck.
AP at 30%.
Oof. Yeah, if I can corner them, I deal stupid damage. Like, it's kind of insane. Yeah, Materling, cry about it.
The Vespers left her for dead.
Yeah.
That wasn't pretty.
No, it was not. Oh, and your back to the wall.
A fabulous opportunity.
I would call you King as like a, hey King, like calm down. But no, I already fought a guy named King and he actually acted like a king.
Archibus' stars on the rise. And me, I'll be well rewarded when I bring them your
I appreciate how he's still called, and this might literally just be for the player. He's still called G3 Huahai, despite the fact he is working with Archibus. I don't think he joined the Vespers. How? Of course.
opportunity calls.
Don't worry, I'm doing it for the dialogue. Don't worry about it. Carlos hinted possibly be the assistant, but that's a loaded topic. Walter's the son of one of the scientists. Got it. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, and it strikes me as something where it is never explicitly mentioned. I was told by chat that Carla's kind of like a stepmom to Walter. In the idea of like, she feels responsible for him, like it's like a parental relationship almost. So that would kind of check out if she was an assistant and he was like the next generation.
The independent mercenary. Decided to ignore Archibus' orders, did you?
V2 Snail, come in. The Raven has landed. Requesting backup.
Raylan was a sinking ship, but Archibus' stars on the rise.
I mean, I wouldn't say Archibus' star is on the rise. I'd say Archibus' star has already risen, and we're at the point where, like, Balaam has already sank. Like, I don't disagree with your ethos, I just think that your imagery could use some work. But interesting that he's like an opportunist. But he also is like, believes in like fortune and fate. Because he's talking about like, oh, it's a sinking ship, it's on the rise, like, oh, did I read the signs wrong? Which implies like a faith in some sort of like divination. I don't know, just neat little things like that. Honestly, this mission is not that long. It is take out 2 ACs, run a little bit of a distance, and then go fight Ibis. However, I remember this mission taking me so long because I was making an effort to actively fight all of the Doom Wheels. It was not worth it, bro. Did I get combat logs? Yes. Do I even know what combat logs do? No. Do I think it gives me OS chips? Yes. Did that help me? Probably. Am I at the point where I no longer need OS chips? Yes. Honestly, falling is such a useful movement mechanic that I need to use more. I need to be more three-dimensional. I need to allow myself to get up high more so that I can fall, so that I can avoid stuff like pulse rifles without actually having to dodge. Declaration, great fighting, boss. Oh, declaration, great fighting, boss. Actually, HK47 inspired how I talked about it earlier in stream. AI, not ALs, well, some ALs, but like AI, like proper AI, and AL AI like hybrids speak like HK47. They don't have voice modulation most of the time. They have limited vocal range, so they use words like declaration, observation, query to indicate what the purpose of their statement is. Ooh. Don't care. The combat logs give you access to some new weapons. Right. I forgot about that. Well, I think I already got them. Ow.
No repair kits remaining.
There's a refill coming up, so I don't care. I am not dealing with these Doom Wheels again. I don't care if it gives me cool weapons. I already got some. I already got my logs. I don't even think that it will give me more. I just want to fight Ibis. Alright? Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I missed that part of the stream. So, yeah, earlier this stream, I was talking a bit about some of my world building. And in it, I make a differentiation between AI and, like, ChatGPT style AI and, like, robot that has its own internal cognition AI. AI like ChatGPT is called AI. AI that is like a person who just happens to be synthetic is called an AL, an artificial life form. I also went into how extraplanar entities in my world lag behind technologically from mortals. So, for instance, like, in my 1950s, like, 20th century retrofuturism setting, the devils in that world have, like, Renaissance era, like, pike and shot, black powder fuselage weapons, where mortals by that point have, like, M4 Shermans and, like, proper, like, what would be considered modern firearms. And then once you get to the sci-fi era of my world, suddenly the extraplanar entities like the devils have like M4 Shermans and like assault rifles and bombers, but they don't have drones. They don't have railguns. So they're constantly lagging behind technologically, which helps offset... Not one more job. There's like a whole chapter after this, bro. It helps offset the power difference inherent in like a devil versus a human. A human will have access to greater technology.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent cruel
I don't know if this is going to be the build to take on the Ibis. Because the Ibis, I had to like... I mean, obviously it was super tough, but it was... I had to effectively focus on my shotguns. Yeah, like, I can't use the lightsaber here. The lightsaber is not fast enough. The pile bunker, despite its horrific range, at the very least had the ability... Oh. At the very least, was quick on the startup lab. Gosh.
One repair kit remaining.
Like, even if I get it stunned, I don't think I have the startup lag to properly hit it. Like, I mean, that was fine, but I feel like that didn't even deal as much damage as the pile bunker, personally. Which, like, obviously, yes, the pile bunker is the silliest weapon in this game. Yes, it did deal stupid damage. No, I'm not ignorant of that fact. And no, I'm not going to use it again because I used it so much last game. I used it so much last playthrough. However, I am still going to compare it to how I fought Ibis last time, which involved the pile bunker. This does make me miss my last build. Like... I was considering, like, oh, New Game Plus, I'm going to try out an even different build. But I think I might just go back to double trigger shotties with reverse joint. Because honestly, I had so much fun with that. I loved being hypermobile. I loved having burst damage. I loved being able to deal a bunch of attitude damage and then, like, hit you with a nuke, so to speak. Alright, I can't handle you. Okay, let's not get hit. I said let's not get hit. With all due respect, that is not what I said. Me. That's a neat bit of world building. It will, without a doubt, give way for some interesting plot points. See, that's the thing. In my world, I don't really focus on extraplaners that much. In my recent work in progress that I've been doing, or not recent, my years old work in progress that I've put on pause because I've been so focused on my channel, I do deal with extraplanar entities, but not like their technology or culture or anything. Literally just they show up as a they show up as a threat to be overcome. Oh my gosh, I forgot how I forgot that Ibis series weapons were meant to prevent coral disasters. Thank you for reminding me, Walter. Yeah, I mean, like, that's not the worst damage. Certainly not the best, but I'm not gonna say no to dealing nearly half your health with a charged attack. Ow. Okay. Yikes. Okay, let's... Ow.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
1 repair kit remaining.
Get a shield up. That won't deal with this. Ow, and it broke through my shield. Luckily, I will break through its chassis. Apparently, no, I didn't. Luckily, that's what the machine gun is for. Honestly, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's that the Ibis is like lightweight. I don't know if it's that the Ibis can't take much punishment directly. It's just really good at dodging, or if it's that the machine gun deals big damage.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It just wasted 2 salvos because I understand that it has like iframes when it first spawns in. I just thought that they would fade faster. Wow, my shield was quick. Ow. Okay. Okay, I know this is Maddie's favorite boss. Is this anyone else's favorite boss? I know at least one other commenter has mentioned that the Ibis fight is their favorite. Okay, I think I have to swap out my double-bladed lightsaber. You love this fight? I mean, honestly, I enjoy this fight too. I just recognize I don't have the build for it right now. Like, I could just double trigger, but let me go explosive thrower. This actually wasn't the worst when I used it. Honestly, in the playthrough I saw of this, they used the worm gun, actually. And if you can land a hit, that's gonna like stagger in one. Which, the worm gun is certainly silly. I don't know how much I want to use it. Okay. Okay, if I can just... See, the nice thing about the explosive launcher is I don't need to hit it, so to speak. I don't need to get in melee range. I just need to be close enough that I can hit it with a little bit of the explosive. The issue is I've given up all of my burst damage potential. Because, like, yeah, I can explosive it some more, but I'm probably charging after having already used my explosive. Okay. Good.
Keep it up, 621.
Okay.
It can't take much more of this.
2 repair kits remaining.
Okay. All we need to do is get up close. All we need to do is get up close. Ibis series. I said all we need to do is get up close. I said all we need to do is get up close. All we need to do is get up close. All we need to do is get up close. All we need to do is get up close.
50%.
All we need to do is get up close. I didn't even get up close. I just shot it from afar. Like a coward.
Response. Silent.
And I wasted my shield. And I used 2 heals because of my own incompetence. No, I'm not close yet. Thank you for asking. I appreciate you checking.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Yes, this is what the Ibis series is truly capable of. I'm so glad that you were perceptive enough to notice, Walter.
It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
These swords are so dumb. Like, they have such wide range and they're so quick. Not even like in their projectile speed, but just like in their like, oh my gosh.
50%.
In their like attacks per second. And I completely missed that. Arrow salt. I'm not salty.
50%.
I dodged that laser. That's pretty nice. I can appreciate that. As easy as catch a bird, you just have to put some salt on their wings. I'm not salty. The needle launcher is nasty, but it's so hard to hit with. Oh, it's very meta? I assumed it wasn't that good. I'm not gonna lie. I assumed it was a gimmick weapon for the boss fight, and then you would never use it again. And then, like, Snail whips it out. So, I mean, if Snail's using it, probably busted. Surprised Snail doesn't run Twin Zimmerman and Songbird. Okay, why did it just use the sword attack twice in a row? Tell me why. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me ain't nothing but a mistake. Like, actually disrespectful. It hits me with the swords, and then I'm like, okay, at least I'm safe from the swords for a bit. And then it hits me again.
AP at 30%.
Do I dare swap off the shield? Because, like, I'm not using terminal armor this playthrough because that's one of the things I didn't swap off terminal armor last time because I knew I wasn't going to use anything that.
Damn it! Not like this.
I'm not salty. I'm not salty. I'm not salty. I knew I wasn't going to use anything but terminal armor, and now I'm finding I'm not a huge fan of the pulse armor. Let me try this. Let me try the shield. It's higher protection. It's kind of in an area. Oh gosh, that laser. Wow, that is just like deny an area. Also, it lasts longer?
50%.
Also, it lasts longer, and it's obviously a larger area because it's like hard cover, but I get 3 of them instead of 2.
Repair kits remaining.
Taking damage, Raven.
Me when we both stagger each other at the same time. Cute.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Are you serious?
Raven?
Was I barely sticking out of it? So I just took a ton of damage that I shouldn't have taken because dumbness? Like, treads really are not my playstyle. I don't know if I'm brave or stupid for playing an entire playthrough with basically only treads. Like, I had a brief stint of where I used the hoverboat. I'm out of repairs. Arrow's not salt. Arrow's sweet. I'm not sweet. I'm bitter and sour.
It's coming back.
Not quite salty, but I definitely think that if I was a flavor, I'd probably be sour. I don't think I'm... I feel like I make people scrunch their nose up when they interact with me. Which, like, justifiably. Okay, missiles. You were locked on. It wasn't moving. What's the deal here? What is your game? Like, missiles. It was stationary. What is wrong with you? Okay, good damage. Okay. Okay.
You've nearly got it, 621.
Yeah, I do.
You're the only one who can finish the job.
No, no. I five. No. I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Damn it.
I hit move, and my... I thought I died. I took my hand off the keyboard. I then realized I was alive with 5 hit points. I then said move. It was not boosting. I'm not salty. I'm about to be. I am not one to get salty at video games. However, I am about to be. And you want to know what? This is probably taking me like as many times as it took when I used shotguns and pile bunker. Oh, I actually dodged that one. Oh.
A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Okay, I was in a shield. You stupid loser who's dumb. You should not be able to hit me while I'm in a shield. That is the point of a shield, is to not get hit. Do you not understand? My missiles have continuously missed when it is not moving. The soup has betrayed me. Like, I understand when you do a missile salvo, you're not expecting all of them to hit. You're hoping some of them will hit. I understand that. I'm not upset about the fact that not every one of them hit. Gosh. What I'm upset about is that when it's not moving and none of them hit. That's silly. On the best of days. And right now, I'm not having a very good day because, well, I just... Okay, I'm far enough away. That's fine. Okay. Hog, okay. I have no repair kits. I have 2 shields. That giant laser really packed some oomph. Betrayal of the highest order. The soup is... Literally, the soup has betrayed me.
It's reactivating.
Just gonna do a shield. I don't want to deal with this.
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Oh my gosh.
At 30%.
My shield was on cooldown. My shield was on cooldown. My shield was on cooldown. I remember watching a guy who once took 5 8-hour sessions to beat Baltius. Was this pre-nerf? Because, like, it took me like 10 tries to beat Baltius. Post? Eesh. Well, I'm not here to judge the skills of other content creators. I'm here to get upset at the game when I feel like it's not being fair. And anytime it doesn't benefit me, anytime something goes wrong in this game, clearly it's not fair. But like, I recognize I've gotten better at this game. There are just certain things that are done. Like this shield. I was there's been multiple times where I'm in a shield and it just does not function. At least the way I intended it to. Because I expected a shield to function that if you shoot at it and I'm inside of it, I don't die. Bro, the lack of iframes kills me in this game. And I think that what my big problem with the lack of movement is that this, it might be the wheelchair, it might be the treads. If you are not already moving, you have a very slow acceleration.
No repair kits remaining.
Unless you are already actively zooming, you are probably not going to move quick in any capacity. I think I need to swap out my soups for something else. Because my soups have occasionally worked, often haven't. Like, my machine gun is putting in more effort than my missile launchers. And that's how you know it's bad. Like, not to diss machine guns, but machine guns are for sustain. They are not for damage. I need to face off against you in the nest sometime. Oh no. I just realized it's called the nest because you're a raven. So iframes are invincibility frames. In some games, like, for instance, Dark Souls, which is made by the same developer, when you dodge, you get a couple iframes. You get a couple frames where even if a weapon hits you, because you hit the dodge button, you are invincible for like a quarter of a second. Those dodge frames are very important in games where there's a lot of stuff on screen, because even if your character model gets hit by like a projectile, you hit dodge before you would have taken damage, so it's not fair to you as a player to take that damage. In this game, there are no iframes. Or, as Bumner says, maybe there's one iframe, where it's literally the frame you hit dodge, you are invincible. No other frame. So if you're in an explosion, you take a ton of damage, even if you're dodging out of the way. I'm just gonna go like cluster missile. I'm just gonna go dual cluster missile. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? I lose? The key jangly video really helps you focus? I'm glad. That's what it's intended for. I see, that's the thing. I've had the key video a couple times, and then I've removed it. And then inevitably people ask me, hey, where'd the jangly keys go? And then I have to like explain to them like, hey, it was just a bit. And then people are like, no, it actually like really helped me pay attention to stream. So then I'm just over here like, I guess that's my life. I guess I'm the jangly key streamer. Oh, I just realized the missile launchers that I picked up are not spread bazookas. They're the ones that like have a missile that flies around and drops a payload. That is not the choice for this mission, I must say. Like, maybe it is. Maybe I'm in the wrong. But I feel as though, personally, the most hypermobile frame in this entire game is not the one where I want area denial missiles on. Wow, the fact that I dodged that was absolutely just a miracle. Now we figure it out with machine gun. Eep! Oh, it took damage right before it took it out. I never noticed the keys in the background? Yeah. I love the delivery boy missiles, but man, those are way better in PvP. The fights are really, really good. If one method doesn't work, you can change tactics and hey, right back into the fight, or you can min-max to all heck for an hour for the fight.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly?
Yeah, I mean, like, and it's not even that you have to min-max. You can literally just say, I like this build. This is how I'm going to play the game. It doesn't matter to me if this is a good build or not. I'm going to brute force it. Right? And that's really what I did my first playthrough. I rarely adapted my build to a fight. I primarily just kind of said, hey, I think this would be funny. This is what I'm going to do.
No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
Ow. Ow.
30%.
Pain?
You can take it, 621.
I don't know if I can. Like, Walter, I think you overestimate my pain tolerance.
621. Ah, damn it. Not like this.
Yeah, the funny meme is that half of AC game is garbage work or garage work. Yeah, I mean, it's not inaccurate. Although I think most people who spend all their time in a garage in this game focus more on the what was it? Aesthetics more than anything. I'm overburdened. Like, if I really want, I could try drones, see how that works. Like, I keep going back to the same one, thinking it's going to be different. Like, what if I just have 2 bullet drones and see how that works for me? Because, like, I've avoided using drones the second playthrough, because near the end of my first playthrough, I got access to laser drones. I think drones are cool, so I just kind of, like, got some use out of it. I wonder how effective this will be. Because this gives me, like, no explosive damage. This is all just sustained fire.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons.
Oh my gosh. Are they designed to prevent coral disasters? Are they designed to keep Rubicon safe? Did you know that? I feel like Point Crow, anytime he encounters information on King Rome Bosforama's Hyrule in Breath of the Wild, and just be like, what? Really? I'm gonna sit here with my turrets. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, these kind of suck. I thought they'd be cooler. They're not. They deal hardly anything. Maybe that's because this is not the best fight for it. Maybe that's because they're bad, but at least I have explosives in my left hand. I can't even hit properly. The drones are a lot better in super tight quarters. That's fair. I mean, and what I like doing is that in my last game, I had the laser drones that would just kind of like stay in place in the air. Oh my gosh. I had laser drones that would just kind of like float in midair, and I would just place them as I was flying around. I would throw down a bunch of drones so that you're getting hit from like 4 different angles, of which I am only one of them. So I would have like I was dealing what's it called? I was dealing kinetic damage with my shotguns. I was dealing melee damage with my pile bunker, and I was dealing laser damage with my drones, and the drones were like attacking you from behind your shielding. Hey, I like this build. Let's go with it. One thing with Dredge is that you're much less free in how you can dodge. It's possibly one of the bigger problems. They're also more PvP centric. I mean, yeah, they do good chip damage, but like these in particular are not putting in the work. Particularly because they are my, like, I'm just trying, basically me using these drones is me attempting to win this match with chip damage. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hate the shields. I kind of hate the shields. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Let's get a missile launcher. And sure, grenade. Why not? Let's see how this goes. I'm continuing with treads purely out of spite. Hello, Borderwise. Welcome. Oh. I know that means nothing to you, but I just hit the Ibis with a grenade launcher. So, for those of you who don't know, every time we get raided, we will defend ourselves because we believe in Castle Doctrine. So, prepare to be shot. If you don't know me, I am Arrow Rights. I'm primarily a TTRPG YouTuber. I talk about D&D, I talk about Lancer, I talk about Vampire the Masquerade. But right now we are playing New Game Plus Armored Core, and we're currently going for the Fires of Raven ending. We have completed the Liberator of Rubicon ending, and please no spoilers, but I encourage you to help me experience my growing frustration with this boss, who was difficult the first time I faced them. I am now in less of a build to face them than I was before. You drew a dragon! Oh, and papercraft. Hey, yo? When you say papercraft, do you mean like you made like papercraft?
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
You like treads, it tickles your realism brain, even if mech torso isn't? Listen, mech torso is real if you allow it to be real. The government is the one hiding mech torso from you. Also, mech torso sounds like the name of a really bad cyberpunk character. Hey, what's good? My name is Mech Torso. Did you miss any good yap? I've been yapping for 6 hours.
It's reactivating.
Let's get a shield up.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Where'd you go? I'm completely lost in where this is.
Its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what's on my right shoulder. All I know is I got a grenade launcher on my left shoulder. I have a machine gun. I have a grenade launcher. I have a explosive launcher, which is, I think, considered a melee weapon because I just throw dynamite at you. I don't even know what's happening. If anyone knows what's happening, please do let me know. Ow. Ow. Oh, come on. I don't even know what missile launcher I have. That's how confused I am.
You've nearly got it, 621.
I do nearly got it.
You're the only one who can finish the job.
No. No.
At 30%.
I got hit by its like final anime finishing maneuver where I got triple staggered by it despite throwing up a shield beforehand. No, not Mick Torso, Mech Torso. It's first name, last name deal. So let's also shout out Borderwise. Now that I'm no longer fighting for my life in this game. And let's swap out whatever this was. Detonating missile launcher? Oh. Of course, for those of you who don't know, Borderwise, very sweet. Mostly plays FTD, but also is a variety streamer, plays different games, does art streams. Given by the fact that Driver was drawing, I would assume you did an art stream. However, I do understand that Driver just kind of draws with you in the background. They cool like that? Screw it. Stun needle launcher. Why not? If it's good enough for Bricky, it's good enough for me. You did done an art stream. Well, so I assume you ended it with a welcome to Africa. Because I do know you well enough to know that is your MO. However, I do have to question what was the lead up to it in this particular instance. Alright, this is just Burst City. I'm not gonna lie. This is just how fast can I burst down this enemy while actually properly hitting them, even though I'm missing every shot. So, I don't think I've ever gotten the context on Ready for Africa. Okay, that was probably my best performance yet because I just went full like, you know what, screw it. I'm just gonna deal maximum damage to you. I think it's... Sorry, Original Works. You think it's cool stuff, but Original Works is where you posted it? Ooh. He's a very sneaky dino. Was it colored purple? Because have you ever seen a purple dinosaur before? And if the answer is no, you need to watch Land Before Time, because I'm pretty sure Littlefoot was purple. Ow. Question, does anyone know what I'm talking about when I say Littlefoot from Land Before Time? Or is that like too disappeared from the cultural zeitgeist that I just completely made a non-reference? Because like, Land Before Time is something that was old school, like years ago. It's not as if it's a recent thing by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm curious how many individuals even are aware of what that is or have a conceptualization. Your cartoon crew grew up with the Iron Giant? I'm so sorry for you then. Oh my gosh, that is... And of course, I ran out of stamina. Land Before Time was your childhood? Okay. Yep. I'm glad so many people actually know what I'm talking about, because I feel like Land Before Time is one of those things that, frankly, if someone didn't know what it was, I would feel saddened, but I can't really blame them because it's like 25 years old at this point. I think Land Before Time started in the 90s. Like, from my understanding of it, it was a really grenade launcher missed. It was like near point blank.
2 repair kits remaining.
Like at least the worm weapon doesn't miss. That's my one solace in life, is that the worm weapon only misses when I am not properly aiming it. At least in this particular instance.
At 30%.
Focus 621. You have to focus.
Okay. You're growing older? Well, yeah, everyone is growing older. So this is the Dark Souls of mech games because it was literally made by the same people who made Dark Souls. Armored Core is produced by FromSoft, which is the same producers of Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, Sekiro, Bloodborne.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Let's just... While I'm unable to deal damage to you... Ow? Also, that is not the first time that I'm going to punch my monitor. I went from like 2/3 health to no health because it hit me 3 times. You're not growing older, you're growing younger backwards. There's definitely a difference. Listen, if you can just say you are a reverse okay, I take it back. The worm weapon failed me. You're a reverse Benjamin Buttons. That's all you have to say. People will get it, and if they don't, that's their fault, not yours.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons.
Grenade launcher missed again. You cretin. What troglodyte developed you? Like, what Neanderthal thought you were a good idea to include in this game if every time I fire you, you miss, even against targets that are stationary. That was not directed at you, otherwise. I hope you know. I hope you would be able to recognize that the way I was speaking was directed at an inanimate object, not at a person. However, I just have to be sure, you know? You can never be too careful. As of today, your bones are creaky. Oh, is today your birthday? Well, creaky bones are unhappy bones, so make sure to give them the proper calcium they require, because you need them for the Bone Wars. Screw it, Gatling gun. Screw it. Happy birthday, driver. We got worm. We got, I don't even know, dog, like, my brain is fried, I'm not gonna lie. I have been fighting this boy. I've already beaten this boy. I am not invested in the outcome of this fight. I just want it dead. I want to beat New Game Plus sometime soon. I don't want to have to play this game for a whole nother, like, 2 months. But I'm worried that's what it's going to turn into. Particularly because I'm no longer streaming for like 8 hours at a time.
2 repair kits remaining.
Honestly, worm weapon, not that bad. Cool. True. Listen, just because something is true and or real does not mean it is factual and or accurate. They are different. Otherwise they would be the same.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Literally, where did you go?
Drawing power from its environment.
Of course, I was literally like a quarter second to her. Okay. Okay. Honestly, the worm gun putting in work. Much more than the stupid what's it called? Grenade launcher ever did. Which, to be fair, the handheld grenade launcher is very pog. The shoulder-mounted grenade launcher, complete cringe.
No repair kits remaining.
Okay, I was on the other side of a shield? How did you hit me?
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only one who can finish the job.
Ow. Okay. I dealt with the worst of it. Okay, worm gun, you missed. You have forsaken me and my family. You're no longer invited to the wedding. Need a better Q weapon. But you gotta go. Good luck with the boss. Thank you. I have already beaten this boss once. I can beat it again. I just need to actually be good at the game. Screw it. Let's get a laser drone. When I feel old, you're no longer the youngest in the streams you watch? Well, it's nothing about being the youngest. It's about having a youthful spirit. It's a matter of being the person who everyone assumes is like 19, right? Sometimes you just need to have that youth to you that makes people question the rationality of your decisions. Sometimes that's just all you need. That's okay. I have been fighting this boss so long, we are now approaching an ad break. I believe this is not the first ad break we have seen during this boss. Though I might be mistaken. Hopefully, I am mistaken. all is well when we stop being salty and we stop being aggressive and we just start winning. It's not a matter of being the it's not a matter of being someone who is graceful in defeat if you just never lose. I don't need to retain my dignity in a valorous retreat from an unwinnable situation. What I need is I need to win.
It's coming back.
If I were a superhero, what would be my kit? So when you say my kit, do you mean like in the sense of like from like masks and or a TTRPG game? Or do you mean in the sense of like what would be my suite of gear and or powers? Because if we're talking realistically, I feel as though I don't think I'd be super. Like, I understand it's the whole like, oh yeah, if you were super though, what would it be? I feel like I'm the sort of person where in a world of supers, I think I wouldn't have powers. And I'm okay with that. I don't need that. What I would like is I would love me some invisibility. Because I enjoy not being seen. Personally. I am quite the big fan of anonymousness. Anonymity? Anonymity. That's how you say it.
Enemy has taken significant damage. I'm picking up a powerful ambient resonance. It is imperative to protect the core.
I am going to go up in the air so it cannot hurt me. And of course, as I say that, it comes in the air explicitly to hurt me. Oh my gosh.
You can take it, 621.
I cannot.
Just a little more. Focus right now.
621.
I'm going to strangle.
Not like this.
I don't even know. I think it's the Ibis system. I think I'm going to strangle the Ibis system. No, my superhero name would not be a word I could not pronounce. That is silly. Okay, okay, fine. I'll grab the laser turrets. I'll grab the laser turrets that actually I can just deploy and they attack from different angles. I would waste your powers with staying at home being EP, however shape-shifting would rule. That's the thing. I never got into the shape-shifting hype. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know it's a huge meme where it's just like, oh, trans people love shape-shifting powers. But like, I always had other preferences. Shapeshifting is pretty low on my list for what power I would want if I could have like any power. Honestly, even something like quote-unquote basic, like super strength, is higher on the list than that because think about how easy so many things in your daily life would be if you were supernaturally strong but could control it. If you were the sort of person that had super strength, but you had the ability to reasonably and effectively control how much of that strength you used in a given time, you could just do so much. Not even like world-saving, world-shaking stuff. Literally just like, hey, I need to open this jar of pickles that is stuck. I'm going to use 20% of my power to open it. Wow, that sure was convenient. Hey, I need to move my dresser from the basement to my upstairs spare room. Wow, it sure is nice that I can supernaturally lift this heavy object. Oh, what? I need to jack my car? I can just pick it up. Like, Ibis, I don't like you. I don't like you, Ibis. You make me angry, Ibis. You disappoint me, Ibis. I'm aggressive towards you, Ibis.
Wait. It's coming
Well, no, that's the
back.
thing. When we say shapeshifting, do we mean you can alter your body? Do we mean you have the ability to turn into animals? Do we have the ability that you can take traits of other people you've seen and like copy them, so to speak? Like, all of these would fall under the purview of shapeshifting. But there's so many differences in how different media portray shapeshifting that you really can't say like, oh, this is or is not the extent of your powers.
Significant damage. I'm picking up a powerful ambient resonance. It's imperative to protect the coral.
I'm going to scream at a retail worker who is underpaid and overworked to vent my frustrations about this boss that they have no managerial oversight over, because this is the boss to them, not the other way around. I feel like I just need to keep coming up with more and more creative ways to express my displeasure, right? I feel like I just need to get to the point where I can just say the most unhinged nonsense, and you're just like, ah, yes, Arrow is displeased. As an empath, I can pick up on the fact that Arrow is not having a good time fighting this boss, and the fact that their voice is going is an indication that they've been fighting this boss for too long. Now, their voice has been going because they've been on stream for 6 hours and yapping nonstop. However,
Keep it up, 6-2.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
I'm just deploying some drones real quick. I don't know how long they last. Wow, that was a waste. This is not going to take damage. Hello, everyone. Well, thank you for the subscription, Cynic. During the ad, I just fought the boss again and lost again, as you would expect. I also likened it to because I died. I said I would scream at a underpaid, overworked minimum wage worker, because that is apparently how you're supposed to vent stress in your life. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
Significant damage. I'm picking up a powerful ambient resonance.
Oh my gosh. Hey, luckily I was behind a shield. Okay.
AP at 30%.
You can take it, 621.
Focus rate.
Ow. Okay. We dodged the worst of it.
You've nearly got it, 621.
Okay. Pog. We're finally done with this honestly very fun boss that I was having a very difficult time with because of my build. Pog!
Is it over, 621?
Arrow Karen. Yeah, so I try my best not to be a Karen. I try my best to be very cordial to every customer service worker I work with. And just kind of incidentally, the worst experience I've had with customer service tends to be one of apathy. The worst experiences I have with customer service tend to be that they don't care about me, which is fine. I don't want them to care about me. I want to get my transaction completed. Broadly speaking, I don't know if this is just I'm lucky or just by the fact I try to be kind to customer service workers. By and large, they're extremely kind to me and will go out of their way to assist me in my issues. Which I appreciate. Very much so, but that's why you've been stressed the past few months. Thanks for the advice. I'm going to make half of a Best Buy question their life choices. Yeah. And remember, the busier the day, the more stressful it is for them. So the more like stress you can offload on them, because I mean, at that point, they're already stressed. There's no point in not just piling on more stress to them.
Arquebus seized control of the coral.
Right, so this is an instance where there's a time skip,
Its occupying forces swiftly
and I was under the impression this was like a day later. But apparently it was like months, if not years.
Of forgotten relics. Among them, experimental weapons that the Institute kept secret, fearing they were beyond human control. a group of sea weapons bearing the name of the Central Coral
The CCCCS? CCCS?
the Ibis series.
Yep.
Arquebus also claimed a towering coral siphon.
The vascular
abandoned
plant.
Since the fires. The vascular plant.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go through this whole game again.
Now, they toiled to repair the plant and extend its reach beyond Rubicon's atmosphere. The Liberation Front no longer had the power to stop them.
Man, wanna know what could have taken on the vascular plant? The Strider.
As the end.
Although the Strider also got taken out by a single AC, so... I took out like 1 leg joint, 5 vents, or like 5 reactors, and then the central eye, and then it crumbled, so... It's a rover.
Raven?
I'm not a rover. I'm a mech pilot.
Addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
621. A friend of mine sent a request. Now, this one comes from me.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the Strider was like the size of a city. Right? But it really went down easy.
Wiped the coral out, but it survived. Gathered, and it's been steadily multiplying ever since.
Mm-hmm.
Now the coral convergence is growing at an exponential rate. Eventually, it'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself.
See, this is why I thought Walter was alive right now. Apparently Walter's dead, but captured, but mind-controlled, but missing.
Even if that means reigniting the fire that scorched the stars.
You got it, boss.
This isn't an order. It's a legacy. My fallen friends entrusted this duty to me. And now it's my turn to hand it on.
I yawn silently.
621. Feed the fire. Let the last cinders burn.
I mean, I already killed Carla last timeline. Why would I let her burn?
Find your freedom.
So am I not getting paid?
Raven. Now I finally understand what Walter was thinking. This AC. He must have foreseen this outcome and prepared for it.
Which, like, how? Where am I? Where did I find this AC? I'm in a re-education center. Why is this area by the vascular plant still? If it was a re-education center, why was it not shipped off somewhere else?
I found some coordinates in the AC systems. He's showing us the way out.
Can't believe they put us on soup. Is that an AC? Where'd it come from? That piece of scrap's alive.
I do find it funny that this is an older AC from an older generation.
I'm afraid this AC
It is an AC from a generation where there was no lock-on, so it has a weapon that prevents lock-on from other individuals. Is silly.
ECM! Damn it! I can't lock
What?
on!
Raven, now's our chance.
I'm just dipping.
Here's our way back
Later,
to the
loser.
surface.
No!
Just
Haha.
enough propulsion. Is
See, like,
the outskirts of
yeah, this is the outskirts of Institute City. Why would they keep me in Institute City?
All security team members.
Wait,
Raven, the independent mercenary
Peter?
undergoing re-education, has escaped.
was Peter the one that was speaking last time?
City. Tighten the net.
Did I not? Well, so last time I killed Peter and Hawkins, but I was informed that if I didn't kill them, Rusty would do it.
Wait, is that Raven?
We can take
Enemy contact. AC, old model.
Raven, searchlights.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's searchlights.
neutralize the fugitive!
We're not far from our destination, Raven.
Oh, oop.
Walter's message.
Alright.
What's this?
My bad.
I've checked.
Let me send the signal real quick.
Trap.
if I can have lock on, if I can't have lock on, no one can. I mean, I have lock on, but I'm just making it so that they can't.
To the rendezvous point.
He's from RAD.
Yes, sir.
She must be involved with Walter's mission.
The way you say Peter is how, in my own language, we say Peter. Hey, Peter, what's going? Peter, the horse is here. Oh my gosh.
We found Raven! Close to Nuke!
This is V6 Pater. I've received orders from V2 Snail.
I feel like Peter was involved in the last time, which is weird because I thought I killed him.
Stop Raven by all means necessary. You have your orders.
Ow.
50%.
Okay.
I'm picking up something else.
Oh my gosh, is that Carla?
Having a little trouble?
With her double soup?
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
Don't worry, Carla, I'm not gonna kill you this time. Oh, I got teleported.
I'm reading. Great, gee. Dozer Junkyard?
That's Carlos I see. She's backing us up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you know. You'll see what I mean.
Listen, Carla.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. Should have let me handle this. RAD needs you in one piece.
Like, I was under the assumption when I first fought that big, like, fire mouth thing in the first, like, chapter 2, that was Carla was piloting that. But I think that she's literally, like, she was just, like, on a loudspeaker at that point.
Let's talk.
When the winged hussars arrive. Literally. Okay. We're now in chapter 5. I think it's one more mission. Then we make our choice mission. And then I think it's the final mission. I think I only have like 3 more missions, right? I want to wrap up soon. Ooh.
Entering standard mode. Incoming comms.
Is this analysis?
Back in your
Nope.
old AC?
Never mind.
You were made for each other.
I don't know why. Getting this call from Carla suddenly made me want
Means that Walter made the right bet.
goldfish.
You deserve to know what
Like the
we've
snack
been
that smiles
fighting
back?
for.
Goldfish?
I'll get you introduced with the next mission.
Maybe I'm just hungry because I haven't eaten anything in like 6 hours. But like, suddenly, as soon as she called, I was just like, I really want goldfish all of a sudden. And I don't have any right now. I don't have any on hand. Right, so I have to take Xylem, and then after Xylem, it is... What's it called? The choice mission. And then I think it's the final mission? Well, so no, we're not on New Game Plus Plus. We're currently on New Game Plus. I might wrap up soon. Understandable, you want to start wrapping up. You almost performed a full workday. Listen, I have gone 8 hours before. I've gone over 8 hours streaming. The main thing is, I'm at a point now where I have had schedule changes outside of my content that have made me tighter on scheduling. So I've had to reduce my content flow and also change my content flow. And also, I've just heard advice that 4 to 5 hours is generally better streams. So I actually think, now that we're in chapter 5, I think I'm going to call it for AC6. So I might chat for a little bit more. So, hello. How goes it? I need to rest up my voice. So, chatting is probably not the best thing to do. Wait, did Rory raid into me at some point? Oh, Rory raided into Borderwise. Borderwise raided into me. Understood. I was just like, what in the actual heck? Actually, what I could do is I could send y'all over to See, MS Paint is really like the beloved of this channel, right? We do that regularly. Oh, wait. Whoops. You know how I kept saying at the end of July was going to be my stream anniversary? No. It's actually in 2 days. I thought it was at end of July. I need to plan for that. So I'm gonna raid out. And what I'm going to do, I am going to raid out into Vampykins, who this is someone I edit for. I'm actually her commissioned editor. She is super sweet. She is so much fun. She's currently playing Still Wakes the Deep, going through the DLC on it. Honestly, she's just honest, lovely laugh, magnetic personality, so much fun to interact with. Yeah, we're gonna keep up the raid train. So, Hero raid Pog, and this is our raid message. I guess instead of a YouTube stream on Tuesday, I think I'm gonna do a Twitch stream on Tuesday. So be on the lookout for that. Content is coming out in a normal flow next week. There will be alterations this upcoming week. So watch out for that. There will be some changes for the stream schedule this upcoming week. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for swinging by. I appreciate you. I appreciate whether you were lurking or participating or just hanging out either way. And enjoy.